Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Glad you made it here again. More World Championship stuff coming up in 30 minutes.
Countdown has started.
Countdown has started. Welcome back. Welcome to the JKF League. If you've never been here before and somehow you've managed to make it to our day 2 of co-streaming the World Championship, not officially, not been asked, but maybe 1 year. But we're doing it anyway because I totally plan on watching this, and it's like, you know what? I might as well watch it with people, and that's what we're doing. So, welcome. I'm KL Nation. If you don't know, I'm here with Bree. Bree is our Swiss Master. That's her new title that we have just bestowed to her because she's gonna help make sure our Swiss rounds run smoothly in our tournaments, and we have 100% confidence that she can do that.
Yeah. She's gonna try her best.
We believe
and
in
if you
Bree.
have problem with it, tough.
Tough. Because remember, as Legends Arceus told us, all lives
All lives
tough.
Exactly. Thank you.
Did we
That's
clip
a joke
that?
only we get.
That should have
Oh,
been.
wait, no, we did downstream. I forgot.
Yeah, I'm like, that should be. If that wasn't clipped, it should be clipped. I think I clipped it. I don't know.
I'll go back and I'll look for it. I'll clip it.
If you want to confirm whether this is on there or not, you can go follow us on TikTok or on YouTube where we post all of our shorts and whatnot. Promo already, yay!
We gotta fill some space with something.
Gotta fill some space with something. Because yesterday they're like, oh, this came up where it's like the show starts in like 30 minutes, and then 10 minutes later they started the show. So it's kind of like I could check back in 30 minutes, but I feel like I might miss something.
Yeah. They're like, it's a rough estimation.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized there's 2 Magikarps in the avatars.
Yes. There's one for stream elements, which is like what does the those like hyperlinks where I just do exclamation point YouTube or TikTok. That's stream elements doing that. Oh, there's a Gardevoir in the chat, and the other is for the community game. Yeah.
I gotta catch a Gardevoir.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I have Pokeballs.
But if not, you can buy some more. Maybe.
Okay.
If you have money.
I don't know if I have. I'll see if I think I have Great Balls. Not Great All. Oh my god. I'm gonna miss the Gardevoir. No. Great Ball. Well, I guess we'll find out.
We'll see.
It didn't say I didn't have that,
Yeah.
or it didn't exist. So that's a good start.
Yeah, for sure.
"25 minutes. I know who you probably want to win, but does our audience know who you would want to win?
How do you know?
You only mention his name like at least 5 times a day.
I would be happy if Wolf won, but that doesn't mean he's my ultimate pick. Actually, right now, I don't even know the name of the guy I want to win because, I'm not familiar with him. I'm rooting for the Ho-Oh guy, okay? There is a guy. There is one person in the tournament who is using Ho-Oh as one of their restricted legendaries. That's who I'm rooting for. I want to see Ho-Oh win the World Championship. That's where I'm at. Like
Okay.
there are other people like that I do like and like I follow their content like Wolf. James Beck is still in it. I think there's somebody else still in it that I've like, okay, that would be cool if they won. But right now, at the top of the list, Ho-Oh guy.
Cool. Let me Google that Pokemon real quick.
It's one of the box arts from Gen 2. So like sleeper pick for sure. Um but like I watched it on stream and I was like, "Oh my god, this Ho-Oh is cleaning up."
Is it a
Go Ho-Oh
bird?
guy. It's a bird. It's a
Okay.
red bird.
I just want to make sure I got the right thing.
Oh, we got the
Okay.
Gardevoir. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Look at us.
I should learn his name. I shouldn't just call him Ho-Oh guy, but
You should probably.
well, he's a Japanese player, so like I don't know a lot of the Japanese players because, they battle a lot in Japanese tournaments, which I don't end up watching because Japanese tournaments are usually in Japanese and at weird times for un-American. So,
Just learn Japanese. Like, it's hard.
You're right. This is a skill issue. This
Just
is nothing to
learn another
do.
language real quick. You could pop that off in like a week or so, right?
Yeah. That's a stream idea. Learn Japanese with KL.
There you go. I'll write that down.
Maybe I'll contact my college roommate who's currently in the United States and be like, "Hey, while you're here, do you want to be on stream, first of all? And secondly, would you mind teaching me on stream your native language?"
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, no. I mean, I would love to see Wolf win it. Because I know it's something he really wants. So yeah, and also Ray Rizzo, who is like the OG GOAT, the greatest. He is the only competitor to have won the World Championships more than once.
Oh.
He said somewhere, which doesn't mean if like somebody who's already won it wins it again, he's guaranteed to come back. But like he said, he would consider coming back in if he thought like maybe there was someone out there to challenge his status as one of the greats. And the only person I see at this point who's like really gunning for their second world title like that, I mean, not to say that there aren't other people, is Wolf. So like if Wolf won it again, maybe Ray Rizzo would come back. And I would love for Ray Rizzo to come back.
So is he at 2 wins?
I think he's won 3 times, actually.
Oh.
I think if I'm correct, that Ray Rizzo, you might have to fact check me, but I think Ray Rizzo has won the Pokemon World Championships 3 times.
Let me
2 years back to back, I believe.
I'm gonna fact check you in real time.
Fact check me in real time.
Right.
Misinformation is evil. Don't put out misinformation, kiddos, okay? Don't be afraid to fact check people.
You are correct. He has won 3 times in 2010, 2011, and 2012. Okay. 3 years in a row?
3 years in a row. So he is the GOAT. So, however, I will admit that like the 2011 format probably compared to the 2025 format is probably like been power creeped to hell. So
wow.
See, that wasn't 25 minutes.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It's another
It was
why
rough
This is why I do this, where like they say it's gonna start at 11:30, I should probably start at 11:30.
Instead of a countdown, I just wish it would be like, we're gonna start when we feel like it.
That's gonna be us eventually once we get the technology. We're gonna have a screen that says it's gonna start when it starts.
We'll be right back. Maybe.
Maybe.
Ooh,
he's very glowy. The guy on the right.
Nice fit.
Oh.
I appreciate it. You know, I just saw what Calisaurus and all the Unite
He's
cats were doing.
moisturized.
We need to
Oh.
our game just
I thought you meant his skin. I see it now.
No.
He is very glowy.
Yeah, I think the bar has officially been raised, and I do love to see it here at the World Championships. And the bar has been raised on the competition
Interesting.
as well. And
That's a choice.
We were talking about this earlier.
I mean,
I think one of the big stories
it's a
here
fun
from
choice,
a lot
and
of
that's what the World
competition across
Championships I think
games
is
has been
about,
a
is being
ton of
fun.
upsets
So.
in day one, which has been really exciting to
Oh
see.
yeah, I meant like I'm just thinking of how hot the light might be getting around his neck.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, good for you.
Yeah.
Leading that charge toward Reklev,
See.
I think the undisputed best player in the game. He did not make it.
Why is it not live? Why does it keep doing that to
These
me?
have been some very consistent competitors the last couple of seasons. Kato arrived from Japan. He's one of the
I want it to be
players
live
who tends to come over and
Not a few
If you
minutes behind.
see the Ho-Oh guy pop up, let me know so we
Okay.
can learn his name together.
Okay.
He's had a lot of success, so really not surprised to see him doing well. Piper Lapine, you know, she's been an excellent competitor for years and years and years. Had
A woman.
season a few years ago where she won 2 championships and continued to propel
Oh,
herself.
woman!
She's coming off
Change
a
of plans.
great
Piper, go! Let's go. Is this? I'll make sure this is actually. Is this? Because some of these names look familiar to people. It's like, is this BGC? If it's not BGC, I mean, I still hope she wins. But
regional championships this year, got second place, and he is leading the charge in day 2 at a 7-0-1 record.
What do you think has been the big difference for these trainers in making it through day 1 of the competition over on the TCG side of things?
You know, it's Worlds. It's one single tournament. You know, you work all year to get to this point, but at the end of the day, things kind of have to go your way. The preparation, of
Maybe I
course,
should
is
turn
very,
the
very
sound on
important.
so I can actually hear what they're saying.
Oh, that might be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone quite predicted this meta to shape up the exact way it has. You know, Golden Go was the most popular deck for the TCG, but it was the most popular.
Oh yeah,
deck
they're talking
by
about TCG.
a wide margin, 23% of the day 1 field. We haven't really seen
card
that throughout the
card
course
game.
of the
Trading card
season,
game.
so I think that was a bit of a surprise. Maybe those
Zinnia gave me Luna gave me a card yesterday.
Oh yeah, what'd she give you?
A Sneasler.
Oh, that's so great.
I mean, we've seen it already.
It's so
There's
pretty
been-
and
it feels like the
cute.
Golden Go
Yeah.
counters are out. People have chosen to bring them.
I
but
think
the thing about it
your
is that
emote
the
hasn't
Golden Go
loaded yet,
players
still.
are looking for the counters.
It's the only
That's
one
fine.
of the ones we're keeping that hasn't loaded yet. Or assuming we're keeping the ones that have loaded.
I'm like, what are they checking on that? Do I look too much like Sneasler?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is it square shape?
Yeah, it's definitely square shape. It wouldn't even let me upload it without it being square shape.
Okay.
So that means mine uploaded yesterday.
Alright,
So
over in TCG, they're Golden Go.
my head on a Dragonite.
Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god. Don't. I'm. What's awful? I can't use them though because I'm not subscribed.
All right, let's go ahead
Okay.
and move on to Pokemon Go, which
Let's
is having also
fix
a
that.
very unique
No,
weekend.
it's
I know you all
subscriber
had
only.
Station
No,
Park,
no,
one
no.
of the only people in history to compete in every game that has been featured at the Pokemon World Championships, including Pokken Tournament, thanks to an invitational. But I think he also has been eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm gonna piggyback a little bit here on Chip's point. A lot of our trainers that we were highlighting, looking
I
at,
love the little
expecting them to
Dragonite.
really just
Your little head on it.
Yeah.
have been knocked out. Marto Galde won 3 regional championships and an international this season. 0-2. Out of pocket. NAIC champion last year, had a stellar season and was heating up towards the latter parts of the summer. 0-2. It's unbelievable that some of our best trainers have had this kind of fumble, but then you see trainers like Pato Man, who's absolutely excelling just like we expected, and the metagame is so exciting, Gabby. I think back to when you and I casted Pokemon Go, and we see Galarian Corsola, Shadow Kanto Marowak, we see Bug Bite users in Fortress, but there are so many interesting trainers, and these are just a few that are still...
Oh, it didn't let me choose who got it.
Very interestingly, I believe qualified by
Oh.
winning a TPCI event in Australia, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's Axon.
Don't be
NAIC
doing that.
champion.
Why not?
You know what? Everyone's changing things around. They're bringing different Pokemon. They're experimenting. I'm gonna bring the same thing.
Do I have to do this on the computer? I've seen it on the computer.
I'm just going to let everyone else deal with it. And then Pataman, of course, I had the pleasure of interviewing him on stage after a win yesterday. So Pataman, you've been on the biggest stages, taking on the biggest players. Do you still get nervous? And he said, absolutely. But you never know what's going to happen at Worlds, and the meta is as exciting as it's
A
ever been.
Rockwanid. I
So
almost
similar to
used
how
that
Golden Go
Pokemon when I
has
was
unexpected
here.
usage in TCG, has there been a
That come
single
up.
Pokemon that's been dominating the Pokemon Go charts that you weren't expecting?
That's a really, really good point. I would say that Shadow Kanto Marowak is probably the biggest surprise for me, because if you look at the length of the season, we have the 4 in-game seasons, whether it's
Huh.
Delightful Days, the Max
On the
Out
computer it
Meta,
says
Mikey.
give specific
There
viewer,
are
but
only
it doesn't
3
say
Pokemon that have dominated all
online.
season, those being Azumarill, Shadow Drapion,
Oh.
and Diggersby. And I thought Diggersby would be the ground type of choice.
It's
both
fine.
against the normal type
Do
and
not
against
have
the
to.
ghost types. But Shadow
No.
Kanto
I
Marowak
can.
Mudslap
I
is
can also
absolutely
just subscribe
unbeatable.
at
You're not
some
really good,
point.
it can really put you in a tough position.
I'm
Sure.
gonna
I gotta
give
say,
you
you
your
also have a
first
little bit of fun
subscription.
over there. I know Michael Sharanka, who has a very amazing position over at Pokemon Go, working on some of the incredible projects and features that come to the game. Got to get behind the commentary desk last night with Jim. I have to go back and watch that myself, but the fact that he was able to come down and commentate with y'all, I'm honestly kind of jealous. That looked like so much fun.
We absolutely adore Michael. I still remember battling in the Ultra League against Michael probably 3 or 4 years ago, and he destroyed me with his Malamar. Michael, I know you remember. I definitely remember. Talented player, incredible human being, and as Wholesome said, I mean, if you didn't know that he was the director of global product at Pokemon Go, you would think this guy is a full-time master. He was awesome.
Well, he did used to play VGC, and I'm going to use that to segue to VGC by saying,
Where's
first of all,
Purse?
Michael, you should come commentate VGC. Second
I
of all,
just noticed the
let's go
hidden
ahead and talk
plushie
about
in
some of
the
our players to
plant.
watch from VGC,
Yeah.
because like we've heard from TCG and Pokemon
Oh
Go,
my gosh.
there have been
Here.
some big upsets over on the video game side of things. You know, we have a lot of players that we were expecting to do well. Marco Silva did not make it to day 2.
I know,
Federico
Marco Silva did
Campiresi
not make
did not
it.
make it to day 2. However, Ko Tsukide is our current
Can't believe
undefeated
it.
player running Lunala and Miraidon. Victor Medina, who we saw in round 7 playing against Justin Tang, was able to make it into day 2, lost round 8 to Montana Mott, running Cali Shadow and Zamazenta. Very kind, very humble player, really excited to
I
make
feel
it
like
to
them
day 2
giving
of this
them those
competition.
things to hold just made
Himself to
them more
finally get that
confused on how to
And of
pose.
course, James Webb also
Probably.
made it to day 2, 7-1
He's
in
like,
the competition,
look,
running Calyrex Shadow
there's
Rider and Koraidon, but interestingly enough, also has a Reggie
I have
Aleki,
this
which is
thing.
a Pokemon that was popular back in the day for VGC, but hasn't been seen since the Galar region. So that's been really excited to hear about.
Gosh, there's a
Haven't
Smoliv
seen him
now in
yet
the
on
chat.
stream. Hopefully we'll get him on stream sometime.
Oh. There you go,
You're
Ricky.
asking, where is Wolf Glick in
Oh my
chat?
god.
As I know,
Thank
we
you.
have
Did
him.
not have to,
Don't worry,
but I
he's
very
still
much
around in
appreciate it.
the
Yeah.
competition. We saw
And then
him in
later,
round
if you
8, was
decide you
able
want
to
to do
punch his
another
ticket
month,
to day
you can
2.
do that.
I had the pleasure of
Absolutely.
talking to him in that interview, and he did have a bit of a rough
Oh yeah, us
mental
catching the
day, but he
small.
mentioned that his partner
Okay.
was able to take him aside and
Yeah.
remind
Once
him
all of
that he's
all
Wolf
of
Glick
Jeffrey's
and he
Pokemon
can
are
do
here.
anything.
I
And that was all it
know.
took to turn
Where's
things
Jeff?
around. And
Where's
you know,
Jeff? They're
sometimes the
calling out
stories
to
just write
see, and he's gonna
themselves.
come. He's gonna the next time he's in the stream, he's gonna be like, "Where are all the good Pokemon?" And be like, "You weren't here. They were here."
Yeah, you know what, Kellosaurus,
They
next
all
time I'm coming
came
down,
and you
I'm gonna
weren't
tell
here.
myself I'm Wolf Glick and
They
I
said,
can do
where's
anything.
father?
Mhm.
Look, whatever works, right?
Whatever works. We still also have former world champion Luca Ceribelli in the mix. He won last year in
Oh, does that
Hawaii.
mean?
And
Does
of course,
that
Raquel
mean?
Kelch is, I think, the only
Oh,
player remaining from this segment yesterday still in contention. So shout outs to him as well.
oh, I see
That
me
being
though
said,
for
let's
the
go
Oh
emote.
yeah,
to
it's
Pokemon
still
Unite
it's
as
still
the
it's still
final
trying
game,
to
but certainly
approve
not
yours.
the last game to
Oh,
talk
so if I
about,
try to
because you
use it,
guys
it's just gonna be
always
like,
have
no.
the best
Yeah,
crowd,
unless
and
it's
they
been approved since we
delivered
started streaming,
yesterday.
you could
That
try.
must have been so cool to be commentating in front of
Oh,
that
I
crowd.
posted
It's been
it.
approved.
Nice screens and everything, and not because
Nice.
it's the world's largest marble, but yeah, definitely some upsets. That's what you have in common across all of
Ariana.
these games. But like teams to watch, Aegis Flames, massive
Oh,
upset
They only let me catch the small live.
That's fine.
Going in with those predictions.
You used a whole Ultra Ball though.
Zeta Division was going to come
It's
out
okay,
as
that's all I buy.
favorites, but Aegis Flames,
Oh.
they really just
Oh, you
burst
buy
into the room,
Pokeballs.
being able to make top of
I mean, if you're in enough streams, you just kind of earn money. So.
which was such a highlight
And you're in all of them.
I know Soph was definitely popping
So
off
when I
for
run
you
out, I
guys.
just like, oh yeah, just spend all my money on Ultra Balls.
Representing Japan, ended up
That's fair.
defeating the 3 IC champs we had this season, which was Luminosity Gaming. So that was a massive story there to see them being able to defeat them.
Yeah, with the little plushies.
Luminosity Gaming, it isn't over for them. They are second.
As I
in
was
the
saying
group,
to
so
Katie
2 make it
yesterday,
over
we
to
have to
18.
remember,
And the final
Pokemon
team
is
to highlight,
family friendly.
Hi-Fi from Apex East. They ended up getting
Yeah.
a revenge
Oh,
match
did I say
against
something not
Insomnia,
family
which they
friendly?
versed back at the
No, but
Apex
she was,
Champions
well,
tournament.
actually I said it was for
such an
children, which is
intense
what I
match
meant,
to
that it was
watch,
family
but
friendly.
Hi-Fi
And she's
for
like,
saying
stop saying
are
that.
definitely on a roll so
Oh.
far.
But I'm like, am I wrong though?
How are these teams catching each other off guard? Is
I
it
mean,
more of,
no.
like, the counter
Thank
pitch
you.
shutting
She
down
said I was wrong.
strategies, or are you seeing new strategies emerge?
I mean, they definitely seem to want to be keeping a very, like, PG atmosphere and, like,
Mhm.
very good sportsmanship.
Yeah, for sure. That's why if they never choose us to officially co-stream any of their stuff, I'm gonna know why.
Yeah, we
I'm sure
understand.
they have up the thunderclap the cheeks, and they're like, nope, absolutely not.
And you'll just have to tune in if you're gonna want to see
That has
how
no
that's gonna
other
turn out.
meaning.
And,
It's
we're
just
feeling a little bit generous over here at the
it's-
World Championships.
Nope.
I don't know what
Walk away
I don't know what you
empty-handed
mean.
if you tune into
Ineligible.
any of our streams from TCG.
You have
Let's start
cheeks
out
on
with
your
some of these
face,
drops.
and
I
we're
mean, this
just
seems pretty
clapping
cool.
them
I
because
see
they're
full
just so
art. I
cute.
like full art.
Yeah, absolutely, and some strong options here as well. Hilda,
That's it.
especially,
With Thunder.
really
Yeah,
strong support card that
exactly.
recently came out in the Black Bolt and White
I don't know what
Bolt.
else they think we mean.
Redeem this code, get access
Strange.
to these cards added to your account for,
I just
Weird.
imagine on loop in
Alright,
some
and
sort of
we also
official
have
Pokemon
a
office.
distribution
It's just
to
Jericho saying,
as
thunderclap
well.
them
You can
fish
expect
cheeks.
the
I'm like,
box, the sleeves, the coin, and even cards. I believe that's the
We're on, like,
Clyde ending
a
with
watch
Hydreigon
list.
Electric.
Like,
Exciting.
no.
Very exciting. I'm looking at that deck box and sleeve set though. To be honest, I'm gonna
Absolutely.
go, open up my laptop backstage.
Bringing a bad name to the Pokemon community.
That is a pretty clean look.
like we have often
Super
said,
exciting.
you can join our
Pokemon Go,
Discord,
we also
but
have
we
some
prefer
exciting
that you be
drops.
18 plus if you're going to do
we're so
that.
inspired by our World
Because
Championships.
all of us
You
are
can raise
adults.
Armory from last year's
So-
in Hawaii. If you recall, just slashing through all the
Yeah.
competition, as well as some Stardust candies and that ever so valuable elite charge TM. And as you alluded to with the TCG drop,
I haven't
just got
opened my
as well.
Pokemon Go
You can
app in a
get that elite
hot
charge TM,
minute.
and then you can select
Yeah.
a Pokemon
One of my
and
coworkers
path
who
begin
plays
your
it was like,
2026
"Oh, we
journey.
should be
I'd
friends." So I like
recommend use
opened
that
it
elite
to add
charge TM
her.
on your
And at
Swirl.
one
If
point
you
I
wanna
was like, because
Blastoise,
of where I
give it
used
that
to be
Hydro
on
Cannon, and then you can
campus,
play
like
the Arrow Wheel
where I was
on
positioned in the
stage
library, I
today.
could
But
hit some
for Hilly,
Pokestops that weren't
Furry,
exactly
all
near me, but
incredible
like
options.
the app thought they were
Have
close
good
enough.
taste in first partner Pokemon.
No.
I respect
But
that.
now, I
Of
mean,
course,
I
if you're
doubt there are
watching
any.
the
We're
video
like
game stream,
north
you
of the
can
campus.
redeem
It's some
your
woods.
own Farigiraf
So
inspired
I
by
doubt
Rachel
there are any
Kelly's World
Pokestops out
Championship
there.
winning Farigiraf from the finals last year.
And also, my
You got
bag
any
keeps getting
churches near
full.
you?
World's Armor Tail.
No.
Of course, substitution numbers
Oh.
there. It's on the screen.
And also, my bag
And
keeps
you can
getting
go
full.
via mystery gift
Like
and
it's like
get
you have too much stuff in
that
it,
in your
and I
game.
just
And
I
what's
just
really
can't
cool is
keep
not only does it show up in
expanding
the
my
character
bag
sheet,
like that.
it
Oh my
has
gosh,
the
I'm not live
You?
again.
You
Yeah.
have too much inventory? That's crazy. I would have never
Platinum
guessed.
emblem, very shiny indeed. You can also
This is
earn yourself
sarcasm.
a rental license selection box
Yeah.
that gives you an opportunity to go and try out a Pokemon that you like.
But also same, because I don't know what my bag is full of. I'm like, I don't know what is in here. And then I look, and it's usually just health things that I never use.
Mine's full of Pokeballs, which I feel really sad about because I'm like, I could give that to somebody who needed Pokeballs, but like,
Yes.
Oh,
actually saw it.
I don't think there's a way to do that, because if so, I would just do that. Like, you need some Pokeballs? Here, I have 900. Take them.
Oh my god, I wish I had that struggle. I actually, half the time I can't catch Pokemon because I don't have Pokeballs.
Right. I think we've talked about this, and I was just like, I wish I could give you some. I really do, because I have a lot.
Yep.
See.
I don't know how you got so many, but good for you.
I mean, I played at the beginning. At the beginning, I was really into Pokemon Go. Like everybody was who was playing it.
If you're here in the hall with us, make sure to check those out. You can use the event app to check the schedule, or you can just walk around and check out the hall. So we only have a couple of minutes left here. Real quick.
Oh, it's
I need to
update it.
Why should we watch
I need to open the TGC app too. I haven't opened that in a good while.
Yeah, I need to do that too.
Championship Sunday, extremely exciting, and I think we're going to see some surprises. Lots of different techs, lots of surprise card picks.
Because everybody's like, there's new packs. I'm like, oh, oops.
Yeah.
Will go 3 words. Go.
3 words.
They got a Lugia and Ho-Ho set right now, so.
Blastoise, Corsola?
Oh.
Okay, Kelosaurus, 3 words.
Trying to make the connections here, and I don't know if I'm paying
That was way more than 3 words.
That's okay.
3 words.
Okay.
Hype
Let's see.
Outfits.
Items.
and
Ooh.
Oh, there you go.
amazingness.
Can you see this?
Okay, I like that.
I don't know if
I
you
like
can.
that.
You can. No, you can't
can
see
have more
this.
words
Oh,
if you
you
want.
kind of
I
can
just
see
Wait,
it.
wait.
make Will think
Let me,
about
hold
that.
on. Let me zoom in.
It's okay. It's
Oh
okay.
god.
It doesn't count, okay?
Oh god, hold on. Hold on.
That you did not give me just
Ultra
I figured
Girl.
TCG with all the text on the card would be a little bit too much.
124
But no,
Pokeball.
we're not live, right?
Yeah.
But no, I'd say that the meta is incredibly dynamic. We've got, like I said, Fortress, Shadow.
Good for
Casino,
you.
Blaze, Corsola, a lot of surprises.
But I don't play, so it's like.
On stage is honestly phenomenal. Every single match, I feel like you can take
It's
some
a
notes and learn
tragedy.
something, bring it to your own Go Battle League battles, or even start your competitive journey in the championship series. So
I will be right back. I need to run to the restroom.
Okay.
Kelosaurus, final thoughts?
I also want to mention for all of those matches that aren't
Looking at
shown
my
on the
Pocket
main
app now,
broadcast,
so.
we do have a feature stream as well. So we are going to be showcasing all of the Unite matches today on either
Go.
one of these broadcasts on YouTube.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that because it's the exact same thing for the video game championships. So if we're not
Oh,
featuring
that
a
also
match you
needs to
wanna
be
see
updated.
on the live stream, make sure to check out our YouTube channel as there is a chance you could see it there. That being said, I think that is about it for us here in this lovely preview show. If you spent the morning with us here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're
Yeah,
just
I can
tuning in now,
definitely open
congratulations.
some.
You are tuning in just in time to catch the opening ceremonies of the World Championships. Thank you so much for spending time
Are they
with
gonna
us.
do
I think-
another
I don't know
opening
about
thing
you.
today?
Are you ready to kick things
I
off?
thought they would get right
I'm
into
ready.
the battles.
Let's go.
Ready?
I am so ready.
All right. Why don't we just go
Okay.
ahead and kick it off? Thank you so much for watching.
I wonder if you can kind of see it. The maneuvering. Okay. It's a Fisher. I've never had that before. So, a Ledian. A Slowpoke. Poofalot. And that was it for that pack. This music is always lit. Okay, and hi Luna! How are you? Thanks for joining. How are you today? Hi! Oh, it's a Flaffy. We were talking about how we haven't opened our TCG in a while, Pocket, and I was like, oh, it's my boy. It's a Magikarp. I'm doing good. I hope you are doing well. I'm doing well. I'm doing good. Like, we've been watching. I was on here for 10 hours yesterday streaming the World Championship, and I did not think I would be here that long. But there were some really good battles yesterday. It was really good. So I ended up streaming the whole day. So Oh, lost 3. Yank, yeah. Oh, it's one of those like, what is it? Crocheted ones. It's a Poliwag. And then I have a Dunsparce. I have to like, I haven't figured out how to do it from this way, so I have to do it and then show it. Rescue Scarf. And then this Pokemon, if the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, put it into your hand instead of this card. Oh, okay, that's probably good, maybe. It's been a while since I've tried to play any battles on here, so I'm sure, like, the meta has evolved in such a way that I don't know. I don't know what's good anymore, but let's see. Got 2 more things, so I'm gonna use them. So I think this is on the official album. If I remember, I listened to the album like one day last week. I was like, oh, these songs are pretty good. Okay, let me select another one. I got another Dunsparce, another Poliwag. Apparently I have this EV. I don't remember what I have, but I have to. There's that. Oh, this fortress is new for me. And then, oh, Scizor. That's cool. Okay. And then select one more.
Good morning, trainers. Welcome to day 2.
Nice. Okay.
We are, of course, here at the 2025 Pokemon World Championship.
Sneasel.
We are so happy to have all of you here with us this weekend. I'm
Chikorita. Apparently, I've already got
tell
this,
you,
but
the
I don't
Anaheim
remember.
Convention Center is the place to be this weekend.
A
We have the
Weavile.
best
That's
Pokemon
great
trainers
for
in the
my
world
the
fighting for the right
Sneasler.
to call themselves
The
the world
Sneasel I just got.
We, of course, have our 4
Another
pillars of competition to
Cyndaquil.
follow,
Another
Pokemon Scarlet
Weavile.
and Pokemon
Okay.
Violet video games, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go,
See.
and Pokemon Unite. Every competitor will be trying their best to make it through today's gauntlet. So, let's highlight a few of today's top trainers.
I think that's it.
In
I think
Pokemon
that's all the
BG, trainers
packs I
Hope
can open.
Tsukide,
Yeah.
Victor Medina, and James Beck have the best
Oh,
shot of making
let's
it
go.
to Championship Sunday. But we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5.
Let's
The Pokemon
go.
TCG competition has been fierce, but Odin Svinhuvud, Kato Arai,
Ooh, there's a
and
match card.
Piper Levine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Padoman, and LNDS Rarjeff as they tap their way through the Worlds bracket. And finally, for Pokemon Unite, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the Championship Sunday arena? I can't wait to see. Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities for all of us here at the Anaheim Convention Center. If you're watching online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships.
I want to so bad, lady.
Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the
If I could go
diligent
next
staff,
year,
judges,
that would be
production
everything.
crew, and everyone else making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it. And I want to say to you, the friends and family of every competitor and the fans supporting these trainers as they push through the competition, thank you. Your encouragement really inspires us all. Let's hear it for you.
Magikarp.
Good job.
Let's go.
With that, day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon World Championship starts right now. Casters, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Anna. Thank you as well. Good morning, trainers. It's old Chaz and Ben on the desk once more. I say old Chaz and Ben. That only
it's
applies
old
to
Ben, isn't it? It's not old
Ben.
Chaz, it's old
only
Ben.
Ben, I know you love a knock-knock joke, so
Go on.
knock-knock.
Who's there?
Urshif.
Urshifu.
It's better when you don't know that that's the format of joke I go for, right? The Kiriaku and etc. But
I mean, I have heard one or two knock-knock jokes before.
you've puzzled out before. Now
Yeah.
listen, Ben, we need to get our vocal energy up. Let's do
Okay.
a tongue twister. You know, this is
All right.
something we were doing at drama school. So, Terra
Oh, you got the
Stella,
Magikarp.
Stella.
Yes, I
this
had
at
to
home
get
as
it.
well.
Terra
Terra Stella, Cella Stealer. Terra Stella, Cella Stealer. Terra Stella, Cella Stealer. Terra Stella, Cella Stealer. Terra Stella,
There we go. Let's know how many times you can do it.
Perfect.
Use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. Yeah, there are all sorts of tongue twisters available. In the
Another
Pokemon
10-hour stream? I
Paldea region.
don't know.
All of the
It all
regions.
depends on how I feel. Like yesterday, it was just so
World Championship.
it's so energetic and so like I was so left in on it. Like maybe.
And tomorrow,
But hi, Blue.
trainers will go even
Nice to
west.
see you. Glad you can make it. I hope, we'll see. I'm not making any guarantees that I'm going to be here for 10 hours. Oh, hi, Bree. But yeah.
Will be going home with at least $5,000, and that's
My internet decided to go out while I was gone, so
Of course it did.
sorry about
It saw its opportunity and was like, oh, hi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It saw its opportunity and was like, yep.
But that's not true. The winner
It's
takes
over.
some
It's
of
done
what's
so.
available. An incredible
Absolutely.
amount of,
It has great
variety
timing,
for
as
everybody.
always.
Then there's the thing that you just cannot put a price on. The prestige of not only being Pokemon World Champion, but I mean reaching top
Load,
of the
dang
World
it,
Championships, wherever
load.
you are. Even just qualifying for the World Championship, of course, give it
Blue, you're not
Blue made it. Yeah.
nice.
Oh,
And Luna.
And Luna. Yeah, well, you got Luna captain.
Regardless of how today
So much
or
happened while I was
yesterday
gone. Oh
has
my
gone
god.
for
I
you.
know,
But
I
we're gonna
know.
be, getting a little bit further into our
And a bot.
competition here. We've got a few
And a bot
highlights
came.
from
Oh,
the one that we want to
Great.
showcase with you. Some of the great
It's been
rounds that we
banned.
had before.
Okay, here we go. So yeah, Christopher Hahn versus reigning world champion Luca.
Oh, yeah. Christopher
Belli.
Hahn
Look
took
at
it. So
that.
Luca.
Critical hit smile. That, my friend, is a critical hit smile.
Luca will
It's
look
like
stressed
it's
after
only
it
going
yesterday.
to take that bigger amount of damage than anyone is expecting
That's
there.
it, yeah.
Luca, however, has of course made day 2, so even
Okay,
though that
Luca's
match
still in
seems
it.
to go
Oh, guy!
Now, this is the only
Yoshi-
player in the
Yoshitaka
entire competition, Ben.
Yeah,
Izawa.
just giving us a masterclass
Yoshitaka
on
Izawa.
Ho-Oh has been-
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
trailing
that's the
off
Ho-Oh
quite
guy
a
that
lot
we're
in
rooting
the
for.
Vegas
Go Ho-Oh guy!
situations there. Actually, it's still one of the key threats in the metagame. And look at it there. It's just being a
Well, you said it was a
backbone
red
of Yoshitaka's
bird, or was
team
that the
in
shiny?
that round 5
It's a
that we saw
shiny,
yesterday,
yeah.
Just carrying
Okay.
on, playing time after time.
I mean, if
after
you
time.
That
can
was
use the
Wolf.
shine.
Cataracts, Shadow Rider,
Yeah.
and Zenza,
Except
but,
Fluttermane. I
all
hate the
restricted
Fluttermane
no, as we've
shiny.
seen in
Oof.
this final
The
switch
the
round,
green ones. The green
down
ones are
harvest
interesting
beyond.
sometimes.
As ever, the margins are fine. Wolf likes to keep us on the edges of our seats, doesn't he, trainers? But wonderful to see them having that
There goes Wolf.
sportsmanlike interaction at the end, saying, GG, well played. Listen, the amount of respect up there on that stage is overwhelming.
There he
Yeah,
goes,
we
like
can all be
he
rivals when
lost.
we're playing Pokemon, but I mean,
No,
there's
he
so
won.
many examples
Wolf did.
across the
Oh.
season, many seasons,
Okay.
in fact.
I wasn't sure what you
of
meant, like there
just
he
the
goes.
sportsmanship
Like
that goes
Yeah.
alongside players.
Oh, we've
getting
got an
onto
ad
the-
starting
the
in
playing
2
tables
minutes and 15
just exchanging
seconds.
comments on the match that they just played and working
Nice.
together to improve as a whole, as a community. And I think that's something that we see across all of the games that we've got here this weekend. Not just the video game. We've got the trading card game. We've got Pokemon Go, and we've got Pokemon Unite as well.
And follow along with all of that beautiful action on all of those socials. Pokemon.com/broadcast. That is the place to be. /play Pokemon for all of those socials as well. And use hashtag Pokemon Worlds Trainers. Are you enjoying the action? Listen, it only comes around once a year. So let's make the very most of the incredible action, the incredible stories that are being written this very weekend. We'd love to see it. Also your pets, also your plushies. Do send them through.
By the way,
You've got
I
any
put
artwork
a
that you're doing
section
as
in
well,
our
we love a bit of
Discord for
artwork
us to
here,
put our
seeing,
pets
you guys
in,
are
like pet
creating at
pictures. It's
home
called
to
what
go
did we
alongside it.
decide
It's
on?
always
It being
really
called
very much
It
appreciated.
our
sounds like
actual
a
Pokemon.
Talented people at home are doing
Mhm.
alongside us this
Yeah.
weekend.
Ben, if you were
So
to paint
if
any
you want to
Pokemon,
post pictures
which
of your
would you-
pets at any point in that
Well, okay, I've got two answers
section,
for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
I'd love
One
that.
you won't be surprised with.
No.
The other you probably won't be surprised with either.
Great.
I would go with Sableye.
I could probably post some right now. Let me go look. I know I took pictures of my
I'm gonna go
cat.
as my second
Yeah.
pick. You know this is one of my
I
favorites.
saw that. It's so
With
cute. I'll have to
Duraludon, there's a
put
couple
Mochi
of
in
them
there. Yes,
represented
put
in the
Mochi in
field
there.
this
I want to see
weekend,
Mochi
and,
pics.
and still making it to
Yeah.
day two. It's one of those underutilized, maybe underappreciated, restricted.
You got an
but,
animal?
I've
I want to
been
see it.
repping it all weekend
Yeah.
long, and I think that's what I would be going to paint.
Groudon. Yeah, I could see the art being pretty spicy for that as well. Yeah, the desolate land and all that. Yeah, obviously I'd be painting Kingdra, but thank you so much for asking, Ben. And no, chucking a charge bug in there, why not? Anyway, what's going to be the maps that we're featuring first for you today? I mean, obviously they're all incredible out there in the venue. Look, they're all ready to go on stage.
Yes,
Just
that's who I want to see. I
Stephanie
want to see James
Musica
Beck.
versus James Beck. And yes, trainers, your eyes do not deceive you. That certainly is a Regieleki.
Love to see that
Here's
kind of
one of
adaptation
Momo
from
I can
James
put
Beck. It's a
in
player that's
there.
got top 4 at the World Championships, not once,
Flamingo.
but twice in
Let's
2019 and
go.
2022.
Oh, there's
Coming
Blue.
here again to try and see if he can do it. It's that both of these trainers are at 7-1 record
There's
right now,
Blue.
so they're somewhat riding the bubble,
Blue
but they've still got a
posted his
little
dog
bit of
Blue.
flexibility on them. They've got one more
Oh.
match to win a piece before they can
I
guarantee
gotta find
their
the channel.
slot in our asymmetrical top cup.
Let's take a deeper dive into this. Calyrex Shadow Riders Amazenta, Incineroar.
Calyrex Shadow.
Oh my
Bulk.
god.
This is
He's so
competition that is
precious
not
and
too
beautiful.
Calyrex
She, I'm
She's a
sorry,
girl.
she-
She's sassy.
She's so sassy. Oh.
But it's this Ogerpon with Grassy Glide as well as Rillaboom.
You're not already in our Discord. You're missing out on real life animal cuteness. So,
which is a really nice adaptation.
And I think
Just
it's like really
saying.
impressive that Giuseppe's playing with a team that's offering no real surprises. It's just good, solid, consistent, and allows Giuseppe to outplay their opponents really masterfully across all of the matches that they play. You can't say that this team goes into any particular matchup and thinks, oh, I'm not sure how I'm going to beat this composition. There's always a way within those familiar 6
Momo,
Pokemon,
she said
that
cute, not
Giuseppe's
annoying.
running.
Go
So
away.
I've seen the success of that where, I think
heard
a
you
lot
were
of the
gonna
fields
put pics
really
of me in
try to
there.
take this sort of composition and run with it, but it's just so hard.
Not
when
if you keep this
it also
up.
has a target on its back at the same time.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, for example, when Xerneas was running rampant in the competitive format, it actually did not go ahead and win the World Championships because there were all sorts of barriers to its success. So it'd be fascinating to see
gosh.
if Calyrex Shadow Riders Amazon,
Doesn't want to be
Lecky,
live for
as we
whatever
mentioned,
reason.
and of course Rillaboom, and Incineroar living up to its name, Ben, with that move
Yeah,
choice.
the Roar is definitely something to call out there, a real ability to control the board, not only to be able to stop Pokemon that are boosting up, but sometimes you want to reposition, sometimes you need to
thought he was frozen.
deal with
He's
your
just
Pokemon
real still.
not being able to necessarily switch, and one of the mechanics that's really important is that Roar does go through Protect, so you can use that to protect a slot and then roar it out at the end of the turn. It gives you a little bit more room to breathe. One of the other things we've got to note about James, not only is there only one Ho-Oh in the field and it made day 2, there's only one Regieleki in the field and it also has made day 2. It's on stream right now with James Beck piloting it so masterfully.
So I think we need to take a deeper dive into just what this Regieleki is offering and why James has run with it this weekend. It is the fastest thing ever, be that in Pokemon or otherwise. It is by far the fastest Pokemon that we have available.
You know what, Charlie? I think you give it a run for its money.
Do you think?
Yeah, I do.
That's really flattering, Ben. Wow, yeah. Putting the bolt in Usain Bolt is Regieleki here, and the Focus Sash, of course, meaning it's, you know, it's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so it can at least take one attack and stick around on the field. Electro Red meaning that you can then reduce the speed of the other Pokemon on the field too and get that off, hopefully, before you're struck yourself.
One of the other things that it does really well is it can also outspeed
Blue Knight Maverick is your
Pokemon,
ghost.
allowing Calyrex Shadow Rider
Oh
to
my
be able to get
goodness.
Astral
Is it
Barrage
because he's
where,
old?
James
No,
really
it's 'cause
needs
he's
it to.
dead.
Anyway, where Regieleki's speed tier is so high, a lot of Pokemon with choice scarves are targeting Pokemon like Calyrex and maybe a little bit further.
Okay.
That makes more
off
sense than
guard.
me.
But
Okay.
usually they don't run
You
to
know
that
what?
Regieleki speed
I'm
tier.
gonna
I think it's
leave.
a really clever way to approach the metagame where choice scarves
Anyway.
Pokemon actually can be quite prevalent.
Now, of course, it was also Thiago Tanzi at LAIC.
Thank God the match is starting.
Previous season, and there it is.
It's okay. It's if you feel good about it, we're fine. You feel good about it, we're fine.
Now we have a classic Calyrex mirror.
Okay, Calyrex mirror. Let's go.
The speed control that Regieleki affords James maybe takes a little bit of pressure off his side of the field, where you can make sure that Giuseppe's Calyrex is not going first, and therefore not have to play those kind of speed tie interactions that most of our players really find quite difficult to navigate. That said, Giuseppe does have the fake out in play, so can stop that Regieleki.
He's gonna fake out the Regieleki. That's the only thing he can fake out, unless he's predicting a switch or a terrestrialization.
Have they made a massive call already on very first turn of day 2?
Oh, which Calyrex is this?
Okay. For Terra Dark, is it James or is it Giuseppe's? Because this could get Giuseppe on the front hoof. Oh, it's going to be Giuseppe.
No, I think
two terrestrializations.
Is it going to be the Regieleki? Is it going to be the Calyrex?
They both terrestrialized there.
Just quietly confident there. That Calyrex is doing.
They mirrored in Terra types too. Oh my gosh.
It's not going to out this turn when previously it wouldn't have taken any damage or indeed any flinch from the fake out, and there's no mileage that James can get out of that Regieleki now. It's gone for the protect. Yeah, James recognizes that the call was made by Giuseppe, but now Giuseppe can get some free damage off with the Astral Barrage resisted into James's Calyrex.
So now, no surprise here that these two Calyrex like to go for Terra Dark. There's not too many other Pokemon that you'd really like to do that to, and it just means that this mirror match is just that little bit more consistent. Now, Regieleki does protect, and it does seem like James Beck has taken a little bit of a back foot in this spot, but Regieleki still has the Focus Sash, and it still puts massive pressure onto Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. So even though the Astral Barrages are really only tickling each other here with their Terra Darks, it actually
I thought I was in the Twitch, but I wasn't, and I was like, why can't I hear anything?
Hand is not necessarily going to get there for Giuseppe, where a Thunderbolt and an Astral Barrage probably would.
Well, will James be taking advantage of that transistor ability from the Regieleki? It will, by going for the Volt Switch, and Incineroar takes that really pretty well, and now switching right to the back. I also love Regieleki because, of course, with so many Miraidon on the field, that would be boosting up his electric moves all the more. But no Miraidon to speak of here. Incineroar joining the fray, providing another fake out, maybe playing Giuseppe at their own game, ready to flinch Giuseppe's Calyrex. Now it's terrestrialized away, and just another incoming Astral Barrage. Both these now Dark-type Pokemon soaking up that damage really pretty well, and the responding Astral Barrage too, so we're just trading pretty simply so far this game.
Yeah, it's like blow for blow here, but it looks like Giuseppe is just like slightly ahead.
Yeah.
But I think the speed onto the Calyrex is the real difference maker here. Parting Shot coming into the Calyrex, so lowering the special attack of it for a little bit later, but it looks like, and we haven't got this confirmed by any stretch of the imagination, that Giuseppe's Calyrex is maybe trained to be slightly faster than James's, so that advantage is sort of more squarely in Giuseppe's favour where these two Calyrexes match up.
Special attack being boosted of Giuseppe's Raging Bolt here. I mean, now you've had your special attack dropped over on James's Calyrex, the Raging Bolt will be soaking up that damage so much better, and Calyrex needs to be in a position where it can start to snowball.
I think this Raging Bolt coming in as well for Giuseppe is a really nice time to get it in. You've got the Thunderclap pressure onto the opposing Calyrex, and even if, as you see there, the fake out goes into the Calyrex on this turn, there is still the potential of Thunderclap, but James reads right into that and doesn't go for a protected defensive player switch, instead getting that Astral Barrage onto the Raging Bolt and the Calyrex.
Ooh, and the Incineroar brought down solo.
I still think it's so silly Raging Bolt doesn't fit in the He's a tall guy.
Early deficit with the flinched Calyrex, it would be James. No stranger at all to be able to turn the tables, just knowing.
You know that somebody like saw that in like preview and was like, it's too tall. It's like, leave it. Leave it.
I've got to tell you that Giuseppe is no stranger to
we like that.
We like that.
These more slow, more grindy games where you have to trade a little bit, you have to switch around a little bit, you have to get your position before going in for the final blow.
Well, Calyrex not going to be taking any damage here. Neither is Raging
Momo,
Bolt, so just
please,
scouting out
honey.
what they
Leave
might
it for the
be
memes.
for.
Exactly.
Fake out we saw on the previous turn, so no flinch protection in this situation. Just another Astral Barrage. Maybe Giuseppe trying to bait out a switch here that James could have gone for.
I like that play as well because you never know whether the Calyrex is going for a defensive play. You know that the Incineroar is probably doing exactly what it did now and trying to go for a parting shot. You almost never see a side parting shot where maybe you sometimes see a side U-turn where the damage is a little bit less influential.
The turtles!
Getting an attack and special attack drop on your partner Pokemon. And I think that, like, looking at this board state now, I'm just looking at the HP left on the Calyrex. It's only got one more attack in it before it goes down. I think that attack is going to be needed to try to knock out the Raging Bolt.
I love these pictures.
With a thunderclap.
Goodbye and zapped. That is James's Calyrex Shadow Rider, or should we say Dark Rider, down and out for the count. That is the first restricted
other
Pokemon
restricted?
lost, and indeed the first Pokemon lost
And did he
in this
bring it?
game. Now Calyrex on Giuseppe's side can get off another Astral Barrage and Incineroar oh so low, so the count that normally resists this, his 9 lives are up. That's going to be the double KO here for Giuseppe, and a boost to the special attack on Calyrex.
I'm wondering now, though, with the special attack boost on the Calyrex, actually probably not going to make too much difference in this game state because the Regieleki that we know is in the back is easily capable of outspeeding and knocking out the
bring
Calyrex on Giuseppe's side. But this Volcarona, I think, is really interesting here coming in because while it can go for a Quiver Dance, its Fiery Dance and Giga Drain as its special attacking options. I'm not going to be able to knock out that Raging Bolt particularly quickly. Equally, nor is Raging Bolt going to be able to knock out Volcarona particularly quickly because of the special attack, special defense, and speed boosts that it gets. So this is a really tight mid-game here.
Yes.
I think it comes down to whether
I need to work on my soundboard.
before the Volcarona gets put too low.
Hiya! Hi, Katie!
What a call.
Katie!
The Regieleki protected, Volcarona.
This is the first match they've shown today, so you're like right on time.
Oh, it's down to just 1 HP. And the leftovers means it will recover a little bit more, but thanks to that
They're doing great.
damage, Calyrex is down. I was going to say, Ben, that
Okay, both the Calyrexes are down. Now, did he bring his other restricted? I haven't paid attention close enough to his switching.
Wow. That's such a call for Giuseppe to make, and I think it's the right call to make because you know that your Calyrex is under pressure. But if James gives you even an inch, you get to take a mile in this spot, and you really do need to, when you're sort of up against the wall against one of those Pokemon that can really start to boost up and put pressure, you've really got to strike hard and strike first before it can get those boosts up.
Yeah, and it's normally Regieleki that's striking hard and striking first, but here it's Giuseppe who swept the floor against James Beck. But we do have another game. James would have to win this one to then take us to a game 3, but if Giuseppe wins this next one, then they are claiming the set here, and James will go down to a 7-2 record, and every win really counts here. Try and secure your spot in the top cut.
See, I think looking back at the replays here, I think it's very clear that Giuseppe was comfortable to take some risks in the early game. Certainly
I
with
posted my
Calyrex
ghost cat.
Speed interactions between the two of them. I think
Not the
Giuseppe
ghost cat.
probably a bit more comfortable
Good
than
day for
usual
me.
to take those
Convinced
risks,
my boss
knowing
to
that,
let me buy a
if
new
it
desk so I
didn't
can
go
move
quite
my
the
current
way
one
that
to
he
my
wanted to,
room
he had
for
something in the
personal
back
computer
that was
stuff.
able to,
No more working on the
really
website in my
come to
bed
the
while
fore. So,
Uchu attacks the
I really like
house.
the way that Giuseppe
Lovely!
played it,
I
but
love that
thinking
for
about
you.
James's position
Amazing.
going into game 2.
Now we just gotta talk to your IT about
It's hard to say
unblocking.
at this level of competition. I'm not sitting there at the desk, but it does
Right.
feel like James does need to press the advantage a little bit more, play that little bit more aggressively, not give Giuseppe the same space that he had to just attack in game 1, and maybe a little bit of an adjustment to play there, maybe even bringing the Volcarona slightly earlier in the game to get those boosts up could be an option for him to play for this game 2.
No Regieleki in the lead this time for James.
I figure they won't allow the website. I'll just download Steam and play games on there instead.
Yeah, again, we're in this position where you've got two ghost.
That works, I guess.
in the
That's
Calyrex
fine,
that
but
definitely want to Terra Dark, and if they don't,
everything
Terra Dark,
else is
then
not.
They take a big Astral Barrage, but if they do, then they get faked out for the privilege. So it's one of those more telegraphed situations.
Ooh, that's nice,
But
Katie. Yeah,
equally,
it
I
is.
still think it's one of those more objective plays where it doesn't make sense or too much sense to go for anything else but the Terra Dark, just to make sure that your Calyrex is
Come on, do
always
it.
getting through the turn. Now, even these Incineroars
Do it.
could
Do
opt
it.
for the fake out, and we get a little bit more of a
Do it, lady.
Do it, lady.
dead turn. Maybe
On your
if the
birthday.
Incineroars decide to fake out into each other instead of into the Calorexes, then we could see
By
a little bit
convince
of
my boss, I
suppression
mean I
there.
ordered with a company card. He'll just pay the statement like he does every month without looking at it. Oh
There's
my
the option
gosh!
for either of these players to just click the passing shot
You know what? I love that
button
for
and
you.
start to
I
And
love that for you.
whittle down the power of their opposing
Oh gosh.
restricted Pokemon.
Okay, I keep thinking that my
Rather than
thing is
to
buffering,
just,
but I guess it's
go
the
for
stream.
fake out suppression
Yeah, it's the stream.
for this turn.
Both of these trainers very happy to run that volatile
God.
early board state of the double Calyrex Shadow Rider. Now we've gone for a helping paw here with Incineroar. Fake out.
Hey, you never know when you look. Whenever you don't have tape, that's what you need, and then when you do, you never need it. So it's better just to have it anyway.
Yeah.
Giuseppe is just inside James'
For
head
sure.
here. Yeah, it's going to be resisted, but look at that. The Incineroar and Calyrex brought down to about 50%.
Yeah, Twitch has been a bit wonky in the past 24 hours.
Now a
Yeah,
nasty block
but it's
coming
not.
out
I don't think this is exactly Twitch because I'm playing it on
James' side of the
YouTube,
field, okay,
and I
so
have it shown
you've now
there.
boosted your
So YouTube is kind of.
special attack
I don't know
now.
if it's
Wants
like
that
just the
Calyrex to
stream
move,
itself
but
or like
is Giuseppe
something
gonna give it
else.
that room?
I think like this is one of those difficult situations now for Giuseppe where yes, you've got the early
Incineroar. You mean Kyle?
damage, but the helping hand Astral Barrage into a Terra Dark Calyrex wasn't enough for the guaranteed 2 hit.
Yeah.
Wolf broke it.
He's fine.
Lucky in the
He's
back.
fine. He's
I
still
think
in
there's a
it.
real risk
Oh.
for Giuseppe that James can find a way to position the Incineroar, position the Calyrex next to the Regieleki,
Blue, yeah, Blue's here.
get the speed control on the board, but then follow up with these 2+ Life Orb Astral Barrages.
We are really stepping on the gas here, trainers. Now time for the responding Terra Dark. Over on the other Calyrex Shadow Rider here. Another helping hand could very much be online.
It was his
There it
pick, although he kind of
is into Giuseppe's Calyrex
hot
now.
for his
Giuseppe hoping for a
insta.
higher damage roll here so that James's Calyrex can go
No,
down
it was
now,
his
but
pick.
no.
Although, he kind of hot for his Insta and his Twitter.
Protect the Incineroar, though.
Not you spying on him on Twitter.
Took it slightly worse, I believe, than the Calyrex, in fact. And so, yeah, that could well be that pivotal piece down for James. But maybe James has
I still think the pick that he chose is
find that
just
here, so that he can
hilarious.
get that free switch into the Regieleki, like you said.
I mean, he's had that for a minute, so.
Oh, but it's
it hangs
not.
on.
It
Sure.
hangs on, which
Good for
is one of
him.
those rare times when you do want a Pokemon to be KO'd, but James has covered for it anyway. The parting shot, reducing Incineroar's attack over on Giuseppe's side.
Incineroar's going out one way or the other, right? He's
Yeah.
either
I'm going to.
getting knocked out.
Oh,
but
they
then
both
you
have
put
Incineroar.
Calyrex in a position where you
Yeah.
And oh my god, they both the same
can
two out.
go for
Okay,
those,
I just noticed
little
that.
webs with Regieleki and then follow it up with the Astral Barrage. Or your Incineroar goes down, they get a boost in it. Well, it doesn't really matter because you're going to be aiming to take the knockout on the Calyrex regardless.
Now, with Regieleki coming in, of course, you're threatening that big Electro Web, reducing the speed over on Giuseppe's side of the field. But with the +2 on the Calyrex Shadow Rider into 2 dark
The
type
target
Pokemon,
here, yeah,
you're
the
probably not
Incineroar would be
claiming
able to get a
KO
fake out
there.
next
And
turn,
so then
but
the
as it
Regieleki's
stands, Giuseppe I don't think has any real reason not to just go straight for the Astral Barrage in this spot where they're really threatening the Thunderclap, and if the Regieleki didn't
I switched to the other stream.
Electro Web, you
And
still
maybe
get
this
the
is the
ability
reason
to
for the
knock
multiple
out the
streams.
Calyrex if indeed,
I
as we
don't know.
suspect, Giuseppe's Calyrex looks to be faster than James's.
Right, Regieleki now rejoins
I mean, this
the
one
field
seems
here.
to be
Bouncing
working
away
a lot
happily,
better.
especially with that focus focus sash still intact.
What is that?
Once more would
What
mean
is
that
what?
Calyrex on James' side might
The
be
little
able to
thing
sweep
that
here,
they just sent
sweep here,
out. I've
but
never
of course,
seen that
can just keep
Pokemon.
blitzing around with the Volt Switch.
The
that one,
Switches
Reggie
something
Lecky.
from the back.
Red.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh,
really tight
I don't
as
remember it
well.
looking like that.
Maybe it's just a life orb damage tick between this Calyrex going down to a thunderclap. Or
Well, to be fair, I
whatever
never
the
did
case
make the
may
Reggie
be.
team like
Now
I
Ogerpon switches in,
was
though,
going to.
Giuseppe being quite
Yeah.
wise to
So.
protect that slot. And here it
You're
is.
welcome.
Ooh, yeah. Well, I mean, Oscar still made it, so I still saw it.
That's fair.
That's going to be James brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. It's Regieleki that can't do much into the Raging Bolt, and in fact into the Ogerpon too, resisting with that grass type part typing that it has. As
I do like James. I do like James's content online, so I was rooting for him, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, I think it's probably wise in this situation as well, but unfortunately Volcarona staring down one of the Pokemon that it really doesn't like to see in that Ogerpon.
Volcarona
going into that slot and maybe trying to pick up the paralysis there as Ivy Cudgel. I think this is one of Volcarona's worst nightmares. Targets down into it. The Thunderbolt goes in next, so this is a really slow Volcarona by the looks of things. It just goes straight down. James
just saw a house for sale in Charlotte. Perfect for you guys. 3 separate outside patios, and under one of the patios you walk down these cute stone stairs to a fire pit. Also fully furnished basement with separate bathroom for streaming. That would be awesome. I doubt we can afford it.
I like that it's a separate bathroom for streaming. Oh, it's a bedroom and bathroom.
The realtor couldn't understand why it's been on the market so long.
Incredible trainers, and of course, Giuseppe has so many.
Yeah, it would be nice to own a house, but I just doubt.
Standing that they have in the community, and
I doubt we can afford it.
Has more consistent, higher level results. But
it'd be
all
tough
the comments
there.
said, yeah, price 750K. Yep, that's why. That is why.
The answer is always right in front of your face.
We are really taking the cream of the crop.
It's so frustrating.
Don't want to buy this house that's over $500,000.
Yeah, it's so frustrating that, like, I think I'm at a point in my life that, like, I remember, like, because my mom, you know, we moved a lot. And my mom would look at houses, and I always would look at the prices. And I think I am at the point in my life where I could afford a house at the price that my mom was looking at back when I was, like, a teenager. But now those same houses cost like 5 times more than they normally do. So
just goes to show you put that hour, you put those hours in, you put that time in, you put the years in.
The houses in
they said hello.
In the top cut in contention.
Hi everybody.
Pokemon World Champion 2025.
There's a good call out
Oh,
here as we
hi.
have a bit of a look back at that game too. I think how cool
Yeah, the houses in my neighborhood have like, some of them have like tripled in price than like how much they were when we moved in.
I hate that I distrust TikTok now more than ever. I'm like, does the realtor really not know, or does he, or he does, but it's just playing done? Because it gets comments, is nothing real? Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, there are people out there who can afford houses, but it's not like everyday common people. So they live in that real, well, it's like somebody's doing it, it's like, but it's not everyone. Like, people who work full-time, like me, like, I cannot decide right now I want to go buy a house. That's not a thing. That's not a thing I can do.
A lot of the problems that had in that game.
Well, let me rephrase. I can't decide I want to buy a house that I don't have to then put money in to fix up.
Right.
So it ain't us. Exactly. It ain't us.
Is the stream frozen or is it
Thank
me?
you so much.
Oh, gosh,
It might be. I got a notification that I disconnected from. You can still hear me, right?
I can still hear you in the Discord,
Okay.
yeah.
How does it
But
feel to
yeah.
have made it so
Twitch
far
is-
in the competition?
Which is being weird.
Which is being weird. That's what Blue said. So
First time making top cut. So
Okay. It still shows that we're okay. It's fine. We're good.
Okay.
Do you think you did anything different this time around to prepare for this Worlds that has given you this success?
No, it's been more about.
I mean, it looked like it was a good match. I was kind of distracted by the fact that the stream was mentioning that. Like he did well, but I hope James makes it. Because last year I think he competed, and I think he like just barely didn't make it, and it looks like that could happen again, and I really want this for him.
That's awesome. So tell me about day one of the competition. You entered today at 7 wins and 1 loss. How did those games go for you?
So yesterday started tough because I started 0-1 against like a matchup that should have been good for me, and was very tilted about and got angry about after the first lot. But then I started winning and winning more. Of course, I had to be lucky making a lot of reads because this team needs me to do that. So that's main thing, and then end up winning like 7 best of 3s in a row. So it's good.
That is pretty good. Did you prepare at all last night for today of the competition?
No, because I knew that the teams were gonna be out today or last night, so I started to prepare like as soon as I saw the first matchup rather than yesterday. Yeah.
Fair enough. So you just mentioned that your team relies a lot on reads. Tell me about game 1 against James Back. Did you feel like there was a turn where you just made that read that really opened up the possibility for you to win?
Hey, sorry, it was too long to type, but I love how she was like, so have you done anything differently since you did last time? He was basically like, no, I'm great.
Yeah.
Much more polite words.
Yeah.
The first word out of his mouth was like, no. You know, you know.
Yeah. I mean, some people got it like that. Not us, but some people got it like that.
So, I know you're like a Pokemon stream, which is amazing, but I really want to see you play some scary games, possibly like with Blue, because I think that'd be hilarious.
It would be. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, it was a very good plan, and the fact that your Raging Bolt really was
Her internet probably went out because it went out earlier when she went to the bathroom.
Has it been the staple of your team for the rest of the competition?
No, like, you know I get scared of stuff.
Most valuable
Pokemon, if you will. That's why. That's the whole reason.
Raging Bolt, I brought it just this best of 3, maybe other 2 on tournament.
He was playing one last night. I didn't get to watch it though. It was at the same time you were doing it, but
I mean,
I just saw like scary, and I was like, ooh.
It would be the funniest thing if I played that. And it also means that I have the emotional trauma of then trying to function after I do it.
Well, thank you so much, Susanna.
Well, that's why like you do it, and then you like
shout out to my
play
friend
a
Push,
happy
shout out
game.
to Server, my group of friends, and to the guys who helped me prepare for the tournament. Marco, Steka, Ruben.
Why do you want to laugh at me, Katie?
Well. Shout out to my family as well.
It's not you personally. I just want to laugh.
Thank you so much.
You're just like, I just want to feel something, and I'm willing to feel it at your expense.
I just want to live my life laughing instead of be. You know, it's supposed to be live, laugh, love, but I feel like for our generation, it's like work, starve, die.
Yeah. It's our misread of Pokemon Legends Arceus, that one tablet. It's all life's tough. That's what it is. Instead of live, laugh, love.
Yeah, I mean, since I was very young, my mother has constantly said life's rough, then you die. And I was always like, wow, what a morbid view. And now, like, I mean, I should get it tattooed. How often I say it on my arm and show it to people.
It would, you know, if you say it often, it would save you some time. You could just point and be like, read my bicep. You know.
So if you were, I know you won't get a tattoo, but if you were gonna get any tattoo of a Pokemon, it would be Dragonite. Why am I asking?
Yep. I said to a joke to someone recently. They're talking about getting tattoos, and it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna get Mega Dragonite across my back, just my whole back, Mega Dragonite.
No, but like your arms would be the wings on the head.
They just come out right here. Oh, yeah.
Planned it out. Boom.
From LAIC to EUIC, NAIC to here, we've traveled the world together. Trainers, fans, and champions in the making.
Luna, are you at home or
Comes
are
down
you
to
at
this.
a friend's
The
house?
stage is set, the battles will be fierce, and the excitement is just beginning.
We probably at home, but I had a question.
You had a question.
It's gonna be
I did have a question. Well, then now that I think about it, it's not really related to the stream at all, so probably should.
I mean, as long as it's not like invasive and like, you know, it's fine.
No.
Hey there, trainers. Jim
If she's
Lawson here
if she's
from
still
Anaheim
like, you
Convention
know,
Center.
active,
We're
or
here for
she could
Pokemon
just be
Worlds
lurking.
2025. As you can see,
um,
there are tons of
listening
great events here at the venue.
to
And our
music
goal, we
and
want to bring
dancing
you, the
around her
viewing
room.
audience, as close as possible
She said,
to
"I'm not
all
home
the
this
great
weekend."
events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota
Ah, this is a
Engineering
weekend out.
Society Ride-On
Mm.
project.
Well,
And as
anyway,
you
I
can
was
see,
gonna
we have
say
a
the people that you're
life-size
having fun
Ride-On
with.
currently in dry
This is.
form.
I'm only
Pokemon
saying it
actually
because,
teamed up
like,
with
I just happen to
Toyota
be here and I'll forget
demonstrate
otherwise.
to the children of today
The people
that
that
the
you're
power of
with
imagination
currently,
can influence the world of
let them
tomorrow.
know
We
that
have
I know some
trainers
good
lined up
furniture
all over here to
places
maybe see,
whenever
will
they
this
go
Ride-On
for the
change forms?
marathon.
We'll have to make sure that we check back later to
And I
see,
have a
but for
truck
now, let's get back to the battles.
that I don't have to ask
True.
permission for
Hey there,
anymore.
Pokemon trainers.
That's
Gabby Snyder
ooh,
here
that's
with the
true.
one and only host of the Gotta Catch 'Em
But
All game
also
show, Brian David
needs
Gilbert.
a new
Welcome
front
to the
end.
Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It
I don't know
is
what it's called. Whatever
overwhelming
does the
in the best
alignment.
ways.
It was
What
kind
has
of
been the
nice
most
though, because
overwhelming part of it?
the mechanic who
Truly
did the
just,
alignment, he was like, "Yeah, I don't
just
feel
kind
like
of
charging you for
absorbing
this because
the
like
amount
it's
of
already
exhibits I
starting to
can
go back to how
look
it
at,
was." And I was like,
also,
"I appreciate that."
figuring out just how much
That's
of
fair.
my budget I should go over, which I have already gone over, but I think I can go over it more because there's some really cool stuff here.
All right, well, if you figure that out,
I wish
let
it was
me
as
know.
easy as
I'll tell you.
aligning a
But,
bike.
you know, as the host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All
You know,
game
you remember
show,
you
I
just
need
had to
ask
like
you about
stand
your
with the
Pokemon
front
history,
wheel
because you ask your
stable and
contestants about Pokemon,
so
so
easy.
I'm gonna flip the tables.
They have
How
we
did you
got
first
a
discover
book
Pokemon?
bike
It
at
feels
work.
like it's just
I'm not
always
sure
been
who this
there,
is for.
in my life, but also
But
I was
there's
thinking
a
about,
bike
like,
at the
I
annex.
do remember a
Huh?
very important Pokemon
Describe
memory for
this,
me
please.
is my sister and I
Maybe I can
like,
find a picture of
watching
it
over
to
the
send
shoulder of
you
my
if I
older
open
brother
up
as
Slack.
he
Oh,
was
it's
playing
this
Pokemon
guy
Red
again.
on his Game
Yeah,
Boy,
he's
and
back.
just like
Or his
I'm pretty
name.
sure there are photos of us doing this. I
It
definitely
was
remember
on the
my brother
screen.
getting very upset
He's got
with
3
us for like
names.
sticking our heads way too far over his shoulder.
Yeah, that checks out.
But that was such an important memory to me as a
Creative
kid.
people
And
have
since then, I've
3
just been
names.
playing the
I
games,
feel like
cards, everything.
Do you have a Pokemon that you
see.
consider your first partner Pokemon?
well, I guess everybody has 3 names.
It's
Creative
tough
people
to say
have
because
creative
most people know that I love
people
Tangela so
are
very much. But
acceptable
my
of their
first
additional
names,
names. That's what I should
was
say.
Arcanine.
Okay.
Arcanine was like the
I
one
guess I
that
do too,
loved so
because
much.
like
I've always been
that's
a Squirtle guy
essentially
for
what I'm
first
doing
partner
is using
Pokemon.
my
When it
3
comes to, like,
names.
truly first
Yeah.
partner, I will never
But
give
like,
away a Squirtle.
I'm not gonna
Squirtle's
go
my
around
most
saying
important
my middle
Pokemon there.
name.
But it changes
One,
as
it
I grow.
ages
I
me.
think that's an important thing
Because I
in
feel like
Pokemon, is that
everyone
it
in the
grows with you
90s got
as
the
you
same.
mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon
I know. I
series?
kind of wish my middle name was more
The
like,
hipster
you know, a lot
in
of
me wants
people
to
do
say
like
Pokemon
family
Stadium
names.
because I will
yes.
Uh-huh.
destroy
Nah.
any of you at the Scyther
Mine's
Pincer
not.
game where you're chopping
Oh.
I sent it to you, the book
logs.
bike.
That's
I'm
so
the best
hard.
at it, and
Oh,
I
I'm
will.
excited to
Again,
see this.
this is an open call. Any competitors, there should be a world championship for just that specific mini game because I will destroy
Once I
you
figure
in that one.
out
They're
how
usually
to
over in
love.
side events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up there later.
Oh,
So how do you prepare for an episode of the game show?
Very good question. Just 36 straight hours of heavy meditation. Just getting into the
I
correct
feel
mind
like,
space.
hear me
followed
out.
by intense, like diction tongue
Cross out
twisters.
books
Of course.
and just
The
put ice
Tyrant
cream
and the
and
Tyro
it'll be more
tied at the
fun.
tournament just over and over and over
Because like
again.
it
making
literally
sure that I can
looks
really
like
pronounce
you could
what I just said,
almost just put
pronounce
ice cream in
everything.
that and sell
Making sure
that.
I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction.
You're
tongue
not wrong.
twisters
I don't
just
think
yet,
there are
so wait for
cooling
that
elements in
tomorrow.
that box in the
I was gonna
front,
say, you have
so
until
like,
Saturday to get warmed up. So you have
but
plenty of time.
I
Time till
see what you're
Saturday,
saying.
it'll work out great.
And do you have any
don't-
other like physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental
like,
thing?
this
It's
cannot be
predominantly
easier.
mental, but you know, I'm always getting those just in case I need to run on stage.
Then,
I'm ready
like,
to go.
you know, like
Stretching
a-
out.
This is the first
a
time it's in
moving
person.
It is the first time. I'm very
Workbench
excited about that.
where you
I
can
think
just, like,
the
pile 'em on top and on
audience's
bottom,
energy
like-
is going to be incredible.
I mean, I guess you get to
specifically
sit,
when all
kind
of the
of,
audience knows
but
the
also,
answer to a
like,
trivia question and none of my
I feel like
contestants
trying
do.
to
All right,
directionally
well, you had the
turn
first episode online
with
a
that
couple
front
months ago.
and
Do you
with
have any
books
fun
on it, like
memories
the
from that you
heaviest
wanna
thing
share?
on
Oh my gosh,
demand.
it was
Um,
fantastic. I think it was such a wonderful first 3 contestants.
I don't know who's supposed to
Blitz
use
winning
it.
is spectacular to me. Specifically, Spraggles claiming to be
Cute.
Team Rocket halfway through.
It's cute,
to the
but
point
like I don't know
being
who's supposed
so
to use it.
convincing that
I
Maybe
forgot why I was
they'll
talking
let you-
about
look
it.
at the producers behind it. And I
Maybe
was
they'll
like,
let you write it
did
to
you
work.
just not tell me about this
It's like
thing?
free
Did you
advertising.
hide this from even your host? But no, it
I
was just
wouldn't
Spraggles
ride
doing
this
his
to
thing.
work.
But
Because, like, you know,
all of
I
it
was
just so
I
much
was
fun
putting a
watching
lot of
all them
thought
really get
into
to
like
show their
maybe
knowledge. Just enjoy. Just enjoy.
driving
I mean, do you have any hints on what we're going to see tomorrow?
I don't want to give everything
electric
away for
tricycle to
Saturday,
work,
but
because
yeah.
I think we're close enough to do that. But I'm really worried about like this one area where it's 55. Like I
Oh,
feel
God,
like
yeah.
someone's gonna hit me there. If it weren't for that, I think I would like work towards doing that because I think that would be a good like health goal.
questions that might be coming up. But they're going to be some difficult
But-
No, I
ones,
love it.
and I
I
can't
don't know
wait.
if you've ever seen
I'm
those
so
TikToks,
excited. I love
and I believe
trivia,
it's in China,
and,
but I
you know,
could
the
be
Gotta
wrong.
Catch 'Em All game
But there'll
show
be
is
like
such
these
a fun
girls who
watch.
have
So
these
if
like
you are here
mopeds, but
in
they're
the
like
hall at the World
covered.
Championships this year, Saturday at 5:30
I don't know if you've seen them. So it's
they'll
kind
be
of
over
like
on the
it's kind of like
stage
a
in
car,
Hall
but it's a
C.
moped.
So make sure to go
But
check
like
that
they
out.
can go
If you
inside and like
can,
shut the
Brian,
door, and
it's
they're
been
covered
such an
from
honor
like
to
the
interview you. Thank
elements,
you
and
so
it's a
much for
bit
your
more.
time, and best of
I mean,
luck
it ain't a lot of
tomorrow.
space, but it's
We'll be
a
back
chair,
with
and
more Pokemon action from the
you
World
know,
Championships
I'm
real
like,
soon.
they can
mean,
drive through the rain. But that's kind
For what I would be thinking, like, because my thought about getting this electric tricycle would be that, like, I do have to go sometimes to this bookstore that's relatively close to campus. Like, driving there would be nothing, but it would be like, going there on the electric tricycle would be like convenient. Like walking, especially on hot days or rainy days, it takes me a minute, and because I'm out of shape. So like eventually, to help me get in more shape and so that I can do things a little bit faster, right? I thought about like driving that to pick up like books and whatnot.
On the competition and maybe watch one of
Well,
our
now
feature
you can use
matches.
your book bag.
I'm not driving that.
So many crazy storylines happening already. Michael Kels just confirmed another
Bree
spot
is
in
back.
Top Cut. That's his third
All right.
World Top Cut in a row.
That's crazy.
Sorry, my internet went out again.
I figured as much.
Oh,
last 2 years, fourth World Top Cut now, I believe.
That's crazy.
Some days it's fine, it never goes out, and then some days it's like this where it goes out multiple times, and I'm just like, why? I don't understand. That's so why?
Oh no.
I think they
that's
have
too
like
bad. I mean, he made it
somebody
so
in
close,
charge,
though.
and they're
That
just
match
like,
yesterday
you
was
know
super
what?
exciting to close the stream out with.
Absolutely.
They start to
But
hear
any
you
other
talk bad
updates
about
for us?
it, and
Those
they're
are the
like,
big
let
ones I
me,
wish
let me
they
show
had.
you
I
what
believe
we
Lucha
could be.
Belly, all the
Yeah.
world champions coming into this
Me
round,
humble
the
you
Master
real
Division
quick.
World champions have been eliminated. So Shoma Honami lost,
Okay.
and Luca Cherry Belly lost
I have
as
my
well.
computer
So
charged
along with
up,
those
and
two,
it's somehow
Wolf Blake
going
all
down
been
in
eliminated.
battery.
But Coach
So
Solo,
I
who's
feel
one of the
like
19
this
senior
this
division world
charger
champions,
ain't it.
already secured a spot in Top Cut yesterday.
God.
Okay. Yep.
And yeah, is
Sorry.
looking to be the
I just
first
heard my
What?
cat meow at the door.
in the seniors division and in the
Aw,
masters division.
Pepper.
That is so cool.
And he's doing it with
But
the
if I go
Lunala
get
Miraidon
him,
team that
he's
everyone
not going to be
had
happy.
pegged as one of the best
That's the
teams coming
thing.
into this tournament. I think people were expecting
He just wants to know that
Luka,
he
potentially
could get in
piloting,
there
of
if he
course,
wanted to.
but in the end,
Right.
it's going to be Code that's bringing it all the way to the top right now.
I know. I'm gonna
The
try
whole
and
thing
get
is
an
that
interview
he
later if I
can't.
can. But to give another update
Oh,
to check
I
my
heard
notes, I
him.
swear I'm not texting.
You heard him.
It looks like Giovanni.
Yeah, I heard him.
I promise you
who I just
all.
spoke with,
I
Hirofumi,
promise you all that my
Mao,
cat is well
Harada,
loved.
Michael
Okay.
Kelch, and now Toki
He just
Jerry all
just
walked in
makes
cut.
it
So
seem like
congratulations
he
to
is in an
them.
abusive
And we'll
situation,
be
but he
seeing
is
who else
fine.
will walk in cut later. And just like we're seeing Lee, what is this? How did you get here?
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm excited for today. It's going to be amazing. You know, we had such an incredible day yesterday, being able to feature so many top players. And
Now
we're getting
Momo's gonna
into
start.
That that period of the tournament now where everything's on the line.
You said her boyfriend's name.
Yeah, I did. I wish I could just grab him and put him in my lap and just like, you know, he could watch the stream together. But he's gonna be like, no, let me sniff everything that's on your desk and then go into your trash. And
well, he's a bomb cat.
Okay, let's do it.
He's a what cat?
A bomb cat.
When it's ready.
A bomb cat.
We do have to wait a second for them
He's
to get
keeping
ready.
you safe, checking for bombs.
I was just thinking Hirofumi's crazy.
Oh.
I cannot express like
Pepper is checking for crumbs, okay? He's not checking for bombs. He's checking for crumbs. You don't know. I know you eat in this room.
In particular is so brutal. There's even more variance because first of all, to even qualify for Japanese nationals, you have to go through this online circuit.
I've seen food go in and out.
Team sheet. I think it's it's like 10, 20 games. That's all you
Where
get.
is it, Mom?
So many incredible players from Japan. The team building from Japan
Open
is
this
often just so
door.
exceptional and creative as well.
Give me the
where's
flares.
make it into the tournament. The tournament then is also this weird structure where it's often closed team sheet best of 1 for the first phase. Then it's like closed team sheet best of 3, and then like open team sheet best of 3. And so it's like you're playing 3 different formats all in once, which is absolutely crazy as well. But here we go, and it's gonna be Groudon.
Actually, when I was looking at the other one, looking for the additional mainstream, I saw someone like doing the side stream.
I should have studied this
Which
going into this.
maybe this, I don't
This is
know.
like the one time I didn't. Oh well, but it's interesting though to see what I would assume is 2 different takes on a very similar idea. You know, you have your Sunsetter with the Koraidon and the Groudon, and then you have the Smeargle there for disruption with Spore, with redirection.
Of course, it didn't pop up like it did the first time.
Spiky
Because
Shield
why
and
would
Fake
it
Out are
do
the other
that?
moves they're running right now, right?
Yeah, I believe there's a Runation Smeargle running into this event.
Okay, well, at least the Smeargle on our side of the field had 2 normal moves and 2 grass moves, so no ruination.
I thought I saw a dark type attack on the Smeargle here.
Really?
Yeah, I could be wrong.
I think there was, yeah.
Are they really talking about Smeargle right now?
Yeah, people are using Smeargle.
Okay, well,
Oh,
that was a sport. So
stop it.
we're not going to find out anything out
The side stream will be back soon.
Wars, I think, are
Oh.
a nightmare because you often will
So
just
this
max speed,
this is
right?
what we
So
got.
whoever wins
Okay.
the speed type with the Smeargles is such a big deal.
Yeah,
because
there's
you
2 Smeargles in this thing.
beforehand. But yeah, I remember.
Oh, I
reminds
see it
me of,
now.
like, Worlds
I'm sorry.
2016 where we like printed
Oh, I had
all
moved.
the
I
Japanese
went and
we're like,
searched
oh,
for
this
the
is what
side
Moody
streams
Boost
to
is,
see
and
if
now you
like
got
they were
double
they were
Smeargle
still
on
up.
the field, and so
And
Oh,
not
that's
only
fair.
that,
You did
I
do
think
that.
back in 2019, the games didn't have as much kanji support. So, like, I can do a little bit of hiragana and katakana, but kanji is where I'm just completely lost.
Momo,
So,
I'm
so
telling you right
sorry.
now,
This is way
not
beyond
today.
my depth right now.
Not
Maybe I can
today.
pull it up real quick, actually.
Telling you,
one of the
Momo.
things I want to highlight is how often you're seeing players drop their second restricted Pokemon throughout this
Yeah.
event. It's so frequent, it feels like. You just have to know when is the right matchup to do it, because it's obviously a big risk, right? But in this case, we saw Hirofumi dropping his other restricted, and I think, yeah, it's so interesting to see Groudon in general. It feels like a lot of people have been pairing Ice Rider with Groudon and Ice Rider with Koraidon coming into this event, and we were talking so much about Groudon yesterday. Will it be able to have the success that people thought it might have, because it really started rising up very quickly coming into this tournament?
Yeah, it seems like a really popular combination that's just, yeah, doing so well as well coming into this event. And a lot of players probably haven't prepared super hard going into that matchup, so it's nice to see it kind of doing well. I wonder if this Smeargle there on Hirofumi's side got maybe a speed drop.
Maybe.
And why he switched it out. Because in that
Ooh.
scenario, you feel like you could have just kept it in and maybe gone for the Spore into the Groudon,
Ooh.
shut it down for a turn. And
Yeah.
The Lando coming in, that's nice.
The Koraidon here, you know, shows its bulk, by the way, right? Takes 2 different Precipice Blades. Landorus, a really nice switch in. I think it's like Landorus is great if you're able to eliminate the Ice Rider. I think Ice Rider is just a nightmare kind of for Landorus often to deal with here, but it switched in on a Flame Charge and it took over half its health, right?
Yeah.
So it's dangerously low, and that just makes it so much harder. I think Ice Rider is such an incredible Pokemon into Landorus and Koraidon if it's at full health and has the ability to, you know, go for like a defensive Terra, for example.
Yeah.
But taking that much damage on the switch in never feels great.
No, and now it's probably going to be KO'd. Yeah, there it
Yeah.
is. Interesting that the Groudon was left alone, but knowing that the Koraidon could just protect, it's a really safe play for Hirofumi.
Yeah, and there's the Precipice Blades coming out. So you're in a nice spot as well, and it feels so difficult now to kind of get any momentum swing if you're the Groudon player, you know, even the Smeargle coming back in, it's asleep, it's not really going to have any sort of disruption, impact, support. The Groudon's still pretty healthy, but you kind of don't want to even look into that Terastallization until you get rid of that Landorus. And now that the Landorus hasn't really got the threat of that Ice Rider, it's sitting in a super nice position.
You know, some people are trolls in the comments of the YouTube videos. All the previous world champions are out.
Part of the scary thing is, what if I fake out my opponent's Smeargle, but they win the speed tie, they fake out the other Pokemon?
That means Wolf's out, if that's true. Wolf's out, Lucas Bailey's out. I'm not sure who else is in there that's
and so both players are like, I don't really want to deal with this speed tie war, right? But imagine if it was just fake out going into the Smeargle that got the Spore off that turn, then you eat up a Precipice Blades, you just faint there immediately, right? So that's one thing to pay attention to in these Smeargle wars. And, you know, all of us are old school VGC players. We played when Smeargle was truly like the menace to society in 2016.
Then I see a comment that says Wolf isn't out yet. So I'm like, why do they do this in the comments?
Obviously, back in the day, Dark Void was just one of the most broken moves. Maybe the
just have to wait till they come back and tell us.
It was.
Still gives me nightmares now.
I was gonna say, I'm still talking about that in therapy, real talk.
Yeah,
so.
exactly, yeah. But, you know, now that it doesn't have Dark Void, I think people are like, maybe it's actually not that great. But turns out, when you get access to every move in the game, you can still put in so much work. In this current game, by the way, Chi-Yu coming out. Chi-Yu's such a common partner. As we actually see the low kick from Crydon, I think that's actually been one of the big techs from the Japanese players in this event. Which I think is really cool, right? You just do a ton of damage. And the Snarl here from Chi-Yu, a really common option as well. And it's one of the few Pokemon that can not only Snarl to decrease your opponent's special attack, which is what you normally use it for, but it does a ton of damage, right? Like, look how much it did to Landorus just now.
It's really cool, honestly. Like, I don't know. I feel like Regulation I has gotten to the point where, like, people have gone back to the previous regulations and are starting to remember, like, oh yeah, that was a cool strategy. Like, oh yeah. And like, we're seeing that creativity sort of come full circle here at Worlds. And I don't know, especially that we're going back to Regulation H, at least here in the States for our fall regional series. Like, it just makes me excited to know that there still are people trying to break the metagame, even though it does feel like we are in that later cycle.
Yeah, and looks like Hirofumi ends up taking game one here. That game, to me, like, turn one alone blew the game wide open for Hirofumi. Switching an Ice Rider on the Flame Charge was really tough as well. Ice Rider did not get an attack off. Groudon was nice, but it got 2-3 Precipice Blades off, and Water Terra Landorus, like, it looks amazing in this matchup, right? How do you deal with it with Ice Rider or with Chi-Yu? Those are not going to be able to do a ton of damage. Chi-Yu would have to basically lock into a Dark Pulse, for example, and so I think, I like the decision for Hirofumi to actually just bring Landorus into this matchup, which might not seem the most intuitive into Ice Rider, but it's the Terra that changes everything. And it's actually going to be a Smeargle war once again, but this time Ice Rider being led, which I like because you can see Hirofumi's already considering Terraing. He's like, well, if I don't Terra, I am vulnerable to something like Fake Out, Terra, Ice Rider, Glacial Lance turn one.
Yeah, and you've got those mind games now and saying, is my opponent going to fake out this turn or not? Because they didn't turn one, so you think, oh, well, you're just going to play it out, or are you going to take that? You're going to commit to it and just say, I'm going to stop rolling the dice, playing this game. And
exactly.
You get caught out, could go seriously wrong very quickly.
Well, there's the Terra. I wonder if that's going to come back to haunt Hirofumi.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because if you, now that you've baited out the Terra, your Landorus suddenly becomes much more of a liability, right? But you're up against the Ice Rider. That's the biggest threat to Landorus right now. So you see Hirofumi's kind of prioritizing, let me get damage down onto it. Hirofumi also baits out the Terra, right? And so this makes a lot of sense. And crucially, Hirofumi did not lock a fire type attack in this turn either. And so going for that low kick, we'll see how much damage it does. It's not a move that I've actually seen a lot on Crydon before, but Spiky Shield to start off from Smeargle. This does open some vulnerability to the opposing Smeargle going for a Spore, but it looks like it targets into Hirofumi's Smeargle, running that Spiky Shield. And actually breaking the
fake out,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of damage.
Calyrex is heavy.
Yeah.
And that is why you run low kick, right?
Sorry, I had
it's
to
the big noggin, right?
take care of an unruly child.
But no, that
that's fine.
I love that adaptation. Like, I forget who
just
said
watching
it
the
yesterday,
matches
but
that they're
you get all
showing
damage
on
with
the
close
side.
combat, but with none of the downsides with the damage drop
Or
the defensive drop.
I think these have already like played out. Like these aren't live. They're just watching the replays of them.
Like the strongest, where you can guarantee a lot of
Is
kick in a situation like this, especially since
internet
Hirofumi
out
is not
again?
running the life orb
I
set.
think
It
so.
makes a lot of sense. And I
Because
mean, that's
she
great,
just
right?
kind of
You
like
baited out the
left,
Terra, so the water
so
Terra
I
didn't
think
end
it
up
probably went out
accomplishing very
again.
much. It was still kind of a necessary defensive play.
Alrighty, well, I'm
60%
gonna
on the Ice
go.
Rider is huge.
Lark,
That being said, I like the adaptation to at least go for a Trick Room now, but that was a
Okay.
great spiky shield
Sounds
on
good.
turn 1.
Okay.
Now it's like Smeargle versus Smeargle once again. Sash is broken on one end, but of course the opposing Smeargle will be faster, so has the ability to go for a Spore here. But this is a great play. You've got Incineroar, so by going for this, you manage to switch
What?
in something like Contagious
While they
Spore,
are
and then the next
still...
just fake
Oh,
out into
there's Bree.
Smeargle. And so
You
I
made
think
it
if there
back.
weren't a safety goggles Incineroar in the
Yeah.
back, I should be very concerned.
You'll never
because you can
guess
just
what
start putting
happened
everything to sleep. But
again.
it's so big that he brings that as his fourth option.
I took a guess. I thought your
Super
internet
safe
went out
play.
again.
There's not much that you
So
can do to punish it.
No.
With a ding ding
I've
ding.
been honestly surprised that we haven't been seeing.
I was actually
as
going to say,
many
while they're
safety
still doing the
goggles
side
in
things, I was
Incineroar
going to go
around for
run
that
to the
reason.
bathroom right
Like,
quick.
At least
So,
when I play BGC, I feel like
Go
this is one
for
of the
it.
techs
If I'm
that
not
is
here,
the
it's because my internet
most
went.
need, because Spore is
Fair
just
enough.
such a persistent threat.
We're going to take a
It's
really
been
quick
curious
break
to me that
because
people have been
hopefully
leaving
the
it
next round will
aside,
be
but,
starting up soon.
I mean,
But I'm
Smeargle
going to
maybe
run to the
isn't
bathroom. So
best
I'll
Spore
be
user of
right
choice,
back.
But, you know. so
And we're
insane.
back.
I mean,
And they're still not.
titles, first place at, the second place at Worlds in 2019. And I think he's been knocked out on the first round of Top Cut the
I was
last couple
talking
times he's been
to
there, so he's looking to go a
Mustang
little bit
yesterday
further,
when he
but
was here
I'm really looking at him
about
and Michael
pizza.
Kos to go
So
all the
now I
way,
really want
because
pizza.
the only two other players I believe who have Top Cut Worlds 3 consecutive years in the Masters division are Ray Rizzo and Sejong Park, and we all know how that worked out for them.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
That's incredible, isn't it? Really.
Lee, any predictions from you?
I think Cause, obviously up there being undefeated coming into this, I think that confidence you get from just having that record going into the next stage of this tournament, it's definitely going to be a huge boost to you. And you've got to be feeling good about whoever you come up against. But like you say, I think
Pepper
Aaron makes
loves
a really good
pizza.
point
I'm
where I
I'm
think
sure he
you just have
does.
to
He doesn't
concentrate on
need
the
it,
next game.
and I'm
You've
sure
got to
he
be
loves
in the
it.
moment in the game. You can't think
Yeah,
outside
the
of that.
prize
What's
of
going to
pizza.
happen when I get into
Yes,
top
I would
8? What's going to
absolutely
happen when I get
deprive
to
him of
semis?
pizza.
Or can I make it to the final? You can't think too far ahead. You've just got to stay in the moment and really not let anything else influence you. And
As
keep
the
playing your game
person
because
who
you've obviously got to this point of the
is
tournament
supposed to
by
clean his litter
doing
box,
something right and
absolutely.
just kind of keep going.
Oh,
I think
that's
the
fair.
best piece
Call
of advice I received when I was competing was just play the game in front of you. Like, don't look at your
ASPCA?
opponent.
Call 'em.
Don't look at the people
Yeah,
around
that's
you.
what I-
Like,
that's what I
we
meant.
didn't have team sheets, so don't look at the team sheet. Just focus on the game in front of you. And I actually started wearing a hat
Call
so
'em.
I could like physically
Tell them I
not
won't give
look
my
at
cat
my
pizza.
opponent while I was playing, because that was the only way I could manage to do that.
I
But
feel like
I would
we actually
good.
have something for you to look at. We have some social media
Great.
posts for y'all. So if you're at home, you can join the conversation using
doing what you're
hashtag
doing.
Pokemon Worlds or hashtag Play Pokemon or hashtag both those hashtags. We have
What is
from
this?
Alex Underhill, who locked in day 2 yesterday and spent some time meditating, it looks like, to
interesting.
get ready for this day of the competition. It all makes sense now.
Of course, with two incredible players, Colin as well as Rogov, who I believe did not make it a day 2.
Oh
so
no, they're gone.
it was just Alex left. I don't know actually how he fared in his first round of the
no.
shoot today, but we'll see if he's will continue to be, the lone wolf.
Does that mean there might be a follow-up photo where it's
Part
just
3.
the candles?
Part 3, yeah.
It's either that or it will be Alex with the world's trophy.
While
the first
small
trophy,
infrequent
right?
nibbles of plain cheese pizza might not be
best of luck
harmful,
to you out there,
it's
Alex.
generally
I hope
not
you're able to
recommended to
find your
feed
friends
cats
on the spiritual
pizza.
plane or
Google.
hopefully in real life.
You know, I think Google
Next
is right.
tweet is from Serena, presenting your
And it is
2025
my
Pokemon BGC
intent to
International
not ever
Champions.
intentionally
It looks like we have a
feed
drawing of
Pepper
Federico,
pizza.
Wolf Glick,
Since
and
Pepper
Marco
is getting into this
Silva
habit of
with
going
the
into the
teams that are used
trash,
to win their titles.
he
This
might
is
end
so
up with pizza
cute.
indirectly.
I love the art style too. Everybody
Yeah.
looks so happy.
Cats
Amazing.
did
Yeah,
not
just
write that. Of course they
phenomenal. And I
didn't.
think the teams that have won
Because
this
they would say,
are super
pizza
fun.
is
Wolf
fine.
using that Charizard,
Give
which
us
no
more
one really
pizza.
had pegged as a huge threat,
Okay,
but he'd just been
thanks.
maining that team that came out of Japan. Wolf, of course, using his trusty Perish combination with Screamtail and Gothitelle. No one was really using that in that EUIC. And Federico using a team that actually had kind of been established very early on in the format. 5 of the 6 actually won the first regionals, but very different sets. Federico basically made his own version, got rid of Grimmsnarl, put Whimsicott on, and was just maining it since day 1 of the format. Of course, won NAIC with it and brought it to the World
Oh
Championship.
my gosh, is my
I
internet
saw as
finally
maybe the
working?
number 1
Oh.
premier pilot of this team and fell a little
You're
bit
still here
short.
with
And I
us.
think it goes to show how difficult this World Championship
Well,
is.
I've been
All
using
three
my
international
data on my
champions,
phone
maybe
instead of the
Oh.
favorites to
Wi-Fi.
win this tournament have all now been eliminated
No.
from Worlds.
Yeah, but great.
I think my
wins
internet
for all of
finally
them,
came
for
back on
sure.
this time.
We have more fan art.
Oh,
For now.
2025 Pokemon World
For now.
Championships. Machamp getting a bit of a workout there in.
I don't know what's
giving his
going
friends a
on.
boost.
I don't
All
know.
the athletes, do your best from
I don't love it.
Daisuke. I love this so much, but also the Toad School managing to balance on the roller skate or the roller blades. Or no, those are skates because it's the 4x4 or the 2x2, not the 4x1 configuration.
I always get those two mixed up, Yabby.
It's okay. It's okay.
This is amazing.
I love all this fan art. Y'all are so talented.
Gosh,
Osare wishing
they are.
glory to every Pokemon trainer. Oh, what is this? There's so much going on in this picture. Tyranitar looks like he wants something, though. He looks very perturbed. and is that a shiny Fletchling up there? Oh my God, this
There's
is
so
incredible.
many intricacies. Like I'm just trying to spot every little thing with my eye.
I love the
I
Victini in the
know.
top left.
Oh my God. I was so distracted
right.
by everything else, I didn't even see that. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing your art with us, Osare.
These are all like absolutely beautiful. I think. I always thought like fan art is like one of the coolest things that you can receive, either as a player, caster, you know, however you're involved in the scene, and it's like amazing that people will go out of their way to make it, right? And so, and we got some tweets, I believe, we've got as well. And Patrick Connors, you know, one of the most incredible underdog stories in VGC, winning the North American International Championships just last year. It was truly amazing to follow.
Truly amazing to follow, but I was the one who actually found this post last night. He had an agreement with his girlfriend and his roommates that if he made day 2, he would shave his beard. So the mustache era is coming tomorrow, aka today. So
do we have a picture of the mustache?
No, he did not post a picture. So
I don't know how he did in his last round, but I'm like, I want to see him like win on stream and just like do it.
Oh
right
my
after.
goodness. Patrick, if you could use that hashtag Pokemon Worlds to give us an update on the mustache situation.
Oh, baby in the Togepi outfit.
Oh.
Folks, you are staring at your 2035 video game junior division.
He's so happy there.
That's actually our director's son there outside in the audience cheering him on. Hello, I hope you're enjoying the show. Did you say 2035?
Yeah, although I was like, well, it's 2025, so that means 10 years. They'd actually be in seniors by then, which is kind of crazy to think about because juniors is 10 and so let's say 2030.
Okay, 2030.
Yeah.
And that's a good goal to work for, I think.
So, yeah.
Maybe follow in his dad's footsteps
I
and
need them
get
to
the
stop
VG
that.
title. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I need them to stop that.
We're out of tweets right now, but I also want to make sure everyone knows, guys, it's Gabby's birthday. She's been obviously an incredible host here in the lounge, and of course has been such a big part of the VGC community. So Gabby, happy birthday. Gabby. We will sing you happy birthday on the stream at some point, but for now we're going to save it for a little bit.
All right, well, thank you. It's really special that every couple of years I get to spend my birthday with you all here. Pokemon is my chosen family, and honestly, I would have it no other way.
And we, you know, I know we lost you to Go for a little bit, and now Gabby's back with us in VGC. So we're very grateful to have you here.
Aw, thank you so much, Aaron. That really means a lot. I don't want to tear up just yet, but no, thank you. But yeah, I think I know that we had pairings at some point when I checked my phone.
I see the players getting ready to sit down.
I see the players
The pairings
getting
are
ready. Are we?
The pairings
All right.
are
Do
up.
we have casters ready, or are we still just vibing here for a bit? We're
Oh.
vibing. All right. So why don't we go ahead and talk about what's going on
That's
here
us.
in the
That's us
hall
running
for
a
viewers at home.
thing.
Did
It's
you
just
two
like,
have any
are we ready or are we just
opportunities
vibing?
I have not had an opportunity, but I know there's a pin badge thing going on that I really want
Sierra and Boo were doing it, right?
Yeah, and I really want to get involved because the pin badges look incredible. Have you guys seen them?
Yes.
I have not.
Have you not? Oh yeah, they're amazing. They're all like kind of outlined, different colors, and yeah, it's all the kind of key art from the World Championships. So
It's like the neon signs, right?
Yeah.
They're really cool.
But otherwise, I haven't really had much of a chance to get out and about. I'm hoping today I might get a little opportunity to go out and about. But have you?
I have. Well, so I've been to every World since 2008, with the exception of 2009 and 10. So I went to 2008 and then 2011 and every single one onwards.
Actually, shoot, me too.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah,
Let's
no
go.
way.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So this is like what, World's number 14 for me. When I started going to these, I was literally like in the juniors division like I was a kid, and I cannot express to you all the scale at which it has grown. This year in particular feels like an inflection point, truly, where I think Worlds previously, it's obviously mainly a celebration of the competitive side and the tournaments, but now there's a whole nother hall that's connected to the tournament, and there's so many different things you can do. We had a caster meet and greet yesterday, and I think that was so cool. And yeah, there's just so many things.
Oh my god, next year I want to go.
Oh, the museum is
Next
incredible.
year I
Hall of
want
Fame
to
Museum
go.
is what they used to do at Worlds is they would have a TV and would display.
I'm
the
gonna
pictures of
manifest
the
it for
previous
you.
World Champions, and
Please.
that was really cool.
Manifest it for
And
me.
now this Hall of Fame like showcases. I think it goes all the way back to 2013. Like all the winning players, their teams, their decks.
And Kelsey will be at
Unite,
Worlds
like, the
next year.
compositions that they use. I saw it, and I saw my little brother on the wall, and I was like, wow. You know,
Doesn't matter in what capacity.
to me, it's just awesome to be
Y'all keep pushing this competing one, and I'm telling you, that's really hard.
Unite and Go and Pokken as well. And yeah, I mean,
Go big or go
this
home,
is where
you
things
know?
are going now. Like, I know things are only going to get bigger and bigger, but it is surreal.
I think the only way it would be possible for me to compete
I know,
is
incredible.
for,
I had the same
like,
feeling in the opening ceremony.
they somehow,
but
because
then
right now they
performance
haven't said there's
just-
one in that big
I was
town
thinking
near
back
me,
to
right? That big city near
2013,
me.
and that was like my first
Is that they do
experience
one
of
in that big city
Uber
near
there,
me,
and where it is now.
and I
And it
actually
keeps
win
setting
that
me
one,
back
so
then.
I qualify.
Oh, this is
Because
what
there's
it's gonna
no
be
way
like
any other way
in
I would make it
2025.
to
I
qualify,
don't
because
know
you have
if I
to
would've
earn a
believed
certain,
you
you have to
from
be in like
the
the top
scale up that it's
75 of
had. This is
players,
incredible, and
and in order to be
it's just
that,
so
like there
awesome
are
to
some
be
people
part
who
of
go
it
to
and
like
to be able
every
to
single
kind
one
of
of these
see that
events
progression,
and earn
yeah, it's
points
exciting
to get into that.
where it's gonna go
Like
next.
I would
It's so
have
funny
to win
because,
a
so back in
regional
2006
to make it.
in Bryant Park in New York City.
That's the only way I
across
would make it.
America, for the big finale,
I
they
don't
actually had,
have
like, a
the
stage
time or the
show, and
money
they
to
did, like, a
travel
10th
all over
anniversary album.
the
They wrote
United
some
States
songs
going
for
to
it,
these
and they had the
competitions
performers or the singers for
to
those
be in the
songs
top
do a performance,
75
and
of
I was getting,
players.
like,
And I'm
flashbacks watching
not
the
that
whole
good.
thing yesterday.
So
We'll
But at the
find you a
same time, it was
sponsor, don't
even
worry.
bigger scale than that being here, and it's just so incredible that
I mean, that's cool
would
if they
argue
want to
was the
sponsor me to
biggest
do
Pokemon
that. I
thing I
but
ever
I
saw
probably would have to
seen
quit my job.
is now dwarfed in comparison. Like we've gone from the like super tiny.
I don't have enough
Pokemon that gets you
PTO
the
built
ribbon to
up
the super
unless
cool
I make,
Pokemon that
you
gets
know,
you the
my
ribbon
boss
and
is really
Scarlet and
cool. I don't know
Violet.
if he'd be that cool. It's like, say, you know,
Honestly, if you're here watching in
several
the
weekends
hall,
out of the year
get out there
now,
and experience
I
it.
am
You
going
know,
to
it's cool that you're
be
hanging out with us,
not
and,
in
you know,
our
definitely
state.
don't go too far. Come back for Top
So,
Cut. But at the same time,
can
there's
you
You
just
don't
make
work
it
weekends.
so
so?
exciting. And if you're
I
at
know,
home,
but I
you
still
know,
have to
there's the
get
World
there. I'm not
Championships
gonna.
next year and the year
I'm
after
not gonna
that, and the year
go
after
wherever
that.
I'm trying to
Big
get to.
plans, you know, things
I
are
mean,
announced
if I
and,
didn't want to take
ahead
any
of time.
time off,
Finally,
it's like,
I know you guys
okay,
remember
I
like
have
I do
decided
when
a
it wasn't.
flight
That was fun.
Friday
Big
at
plans,
5
you know,
or
save
like
up for it. It really
time to
is
get
an
to the airport. So like
experience,
a
and
flight at
it's worth it.
6,
It's 120% worth
maybe
it.
7,
And next year's
probably
the
would be
30th
more likely, so I
anniversary,
can
yeah.
get
So
there in
it's
time in
so
case
big,
there was
I
weird
truly have no
things
idea what
in
they've
trying
got
to get in,
planned,
like
but I'm
a lot of
I know
people.
it's going to be absolutely crazy.
And so it has to be
It's gonna
somewhere I
be
could travel
10
from
years
7
after
at
we
night
had Worlds in San Francisco in 2016 as well, and
to
so
be there.
I'm really excited
And
to
usually
return
these
and
things
just
start
see
at
how
like
much
8 in the
bigger. I
morning.
remember that Worlds was in like
So it has to be close
a
enough that I can
ballroom
get
in a
there
hotel room, and you had to
that
go up
night,
this escalator,
sleep.
and it was, like, super crowded,
No,
and I'm like,
I'd have to
okay, now we're,
take
you know, moving up a
some.
little bit, you know?
I mean, that's doable. That is doable for California. But imagine, okay, I get there at like what, midnight? I'm supposed to get some sleep, be at the place at midnight at 8 o'clock.
Sleep on the plane.
That was fun.
I mean, I guess I would sleep on the plane, but I just don't think that's the recipe for success. I would need to give myself some days to be there ahead of time.
You know, one of the things we were talking about
What
earlier,
I'm
though, wanna bring us
hearing
back to
is it's
like, what
possible.
do you do when you're in this situation,
And
right?
that's
like you're
it.
playing here, and I think one of the most difficult things about
It's
the World
possible, but
Championships
it
is,
will
like,
also
right
be
now,
like
you're,
if I put in all this money and
so
don't give
close,
myself
you're like, oh my
enough
goodness,
time
like,
to
we're about
actually
top
do
cut,
well,
I might top cut.
it's a waste
You have
of
to
the
remember
money.
that it's like a top
Because then I
eight,
ultimately
just,
won't
like,
qualify
underneath
for the
your
World
bracket, right? So
Championship.
if you start that first match, like you have to win multiple games today in order to make it a
Well,
championship Sunday. You have to be
you
playing
never
some of the
know
best
unless
Pokemon
you
in your life in order
try.
to
I'm
make it
just
to the
kidding.
finals, right? And it's like every opponent in front of you has truly been exceptional.
Look,
And
I
think
really
that
want them
sometimes
to
don't know just
do
how much of a mental game it can be.
a
It's
regional
very
in
difficult to
the
play
city near me. Because
100% at your
before I
peak throughout
moved
the course of the
here,
tournament.
for the past
Top
2
cut alone,
years, they
every
did
game
a
is so
regional in that
draining,
city
and you have
that's
to figure out
right
the
there
systems
near
in
me.
order
And
to
then I
basically
moved out here and
keep
they
your
were like, never
composure
mind.
and try to play as well as you can. Especially, you know, top 8, you're
We're
playing
not going to do
extreme,
that.
nerve wracking, right? You've got the whole world
Why
watching
would we
you,
do
and
that?
so I think Worlds in particular just
Nah,
just feels
of course
so
not.
much higher
Because
it's just
I didn't
a
even
dream
want to
in
go
front
to
of you.
like
It is,
compete.
and
I
the
just wanted
stakes
to go
are
to
about to
to
get even
experience
higher
it,
as
to
we are getting
watch
our
the
next
matches in
round, our
person,
final round
and
of Swiss here
like
at the World
go
Championships
see
ready to go.
like
So
the
we're gonna
the
take a
the
moment to look
Pokemon
back
Center
on
shop
some
and
World Champions
see the side events. Like, it wasn't even to compete, it was just to go. But like, now it has to be, if I want to get to the World Championships to compete, they have to put the regional back.
Hey Pokemon
in the city
trainers,
near me.
welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we
Oh my god, they're doing more ads. What is happening in this first round today? Normally I don't complain about how long it takes because I know there's a lot of effort going on behind the scenes to make all these tournaments work, because there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes for us.
Iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
We're having more ads, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
Got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
These children make me feel old. Yeah.
Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for masters.
And also it's like,
but Avery was ready to show
this
the world
kid is running hard Trick Room. Why can't I run hard Trick Room?
To work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terastallization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
This Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly
This is how
setting
I
up
need
Trick
them to
Room,
explain
Game 1 got
everything.
away from Avery.
They're
But
doing,
even
you know, if you
Oranguru
watch
didn't
more
work
of
the first
these,
time, it was important for Avery to
these
trust the
streams for
process
the
and rely
tournaments,
on the strategy
they're
that
starting to
got
show
them
more
to
and
the
more stuff
finals.
like this. Like, I think there's a section that they'll show now that just talks about how EV spreads work and like things like that. So like it's helpful to watch these, I think. Not just because you see like people who are good and see what strategies they're trying to use, but I think they really want to get people into competitive Pokemon. I think that is the whole point of Pokemon Champions. They want more people to play competitive Pokemon. They want people to learn how to do this stuff. So if you want to really get into it, you can figure out what's going on.
Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
And Pokemon Champions will help with that because the biggest barrier to getting into Pokemon is actually getting a team.
Taking down Takumi's team one by one.
If you are a working adult and you want to get Pokemon to use for a tournament, the fact that they're so against you, like just ginning them in, like that's the only reason our league even works, is because we just gin in the Pokemon. But the official tournaments don't like that. They want you to get the Pokemon naturally and naturally boost all their stats and change their natures. They give you a lot of tools to do that. But it's like, who's got time to do that? I don't have time to do that. Because the thing is, you don't even know for sure if you're going, like, you're testing stuff a lot. And I mean, that's what's good about Showdown. But like, you know, Showdown isn't official. So they're like, we need official Showdown. And then you can just battle in Showdown anyway. So they're like, well, we need to get official Showdown that you can battle in anyway. So you're back.
How tired are you? How tired are you of my internet going out?
I mean, I hate it for you. It's not like it's making me mad or anything, but like I hate it for you.
How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Sick of it.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can
And then like right when it went out, it sounded like something happened because you were like, oh, and then I'm like, what happened? And nobody answered. I'm like, oh no.
I don't know what happened when your internet went out.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Why did it sound like at first they were going to play
here
Oppa
in
2?
Anaheim, California. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm so stoked to be here with Scott Glaza. Feels like an annual
I think we're
tradition,
finally
and I love
ready
that
for
this is
the
something we get to
next
do every
round.
single year together.
I feel like we had some great matches over the course of our time casting together as well. This should be a really great one. My favorite, also least favorite point in the tournament, I feel like, with this last round of Swiss.
Oh, I know.
It's so exciting where some players are going to punch their tickets in the top cut, but also it's so sad to lose the players who aren't quite going to be able to make it this round. I think you've gotten to the point where you're 7-2, you're good enough to make the world's top cut.
No,
but hey, not everybody's able to
you
make
sounded
it.
robotic.
I know, and especially after we had
Oh,
so
great.
many eliminations from phase 1
What about
and
now?
phase 2 today.
You sound
we
good
lost some
now.
really
What did you
big
say a minute
names,
ago?
But now, hopefully, we can turn
I
our
was
attention
reading
to
his last
celebrating those
comment, and I was
players
like,
that are
what
going
did
to
they
be able to
explain?
make it in there.
Or
Let's go ahead and take a look at
They were talking about how they were they were showing the juniors division from a minute ago, and they were explaining like Trick Room and whatnot.
In that danger zone,
Uh,
they've got to win this next matchup in order to make it
Nice.
into that top cut.
Okay.
Lose, you're out.
Yeah, only 7 players are safe, right? Where, great representation from Japan here with 4 of the 7
Yeah.
players who are
So
already
anyone
moving
who's
on.
got a ranking
2
of
from
8
Europe
and
the
above,
single North
like
American,
8
which
wins and
obviously
above,
after last year,
they've made it to top cut. So everybody who's still 7, they're at risk of being eliminated. Oh, you're breaking up again.
Just need that one more win.
Yoshitaka made it.
Yoshitaka made it. Well, no, he's at 7-2. They'll have to win his next
Oh
one.
wait,
Of
that's
course, we are still setting
the.
up that stage, but we are excited to be able to show you that match in just a couple of moments.
He's got to win
We've
his
got
next one to
T-Home
make it.
2
So let's
versus
go,
Nick Navarre, who will
Yoshitaka.
be featuring on the main stage. Of course, you can tune into our amazing.
Oh, now they're doing it again. They're doing it like you have to win this in order to make it.
Another one of these incredible win and in matches.
Where-
Look at the stack names, though, Scott. It does not get any closer than this.
Yeah, I wish I could watch all of these matchups. Should be a
Ooh.
lot of fun seeing who
I
comes out
recognize
on
some
top
of these
here. Some players
names,
who've made
and
it
I'm
to
like,
the
oh,
stage
there's a
been
lot of good
training before,
people
some
who are
others
on the line
it's
to getting
surprising they haven't been here
eliminated.
before. Some names I'm less familiar with. That hey, we've had a lot of big names go out already. I think we had 3 different Masters Division World Champions get eliminated last round. So hey, somebody's got to be the winner this year. Maybe it's going to be one of these players.
It does look like we are about to make history as we finish out our Swiss round number
You broke
10
up again.
and look closer to that single
It's fine.
elimination top cut bracket that will be coming up
Sorry.
after this. But it's so tough. I mean, you've got Patrick Connors, the North America International Champion. I think one of those amazing stories coming out of that season is that Patrick Connors, he hadn't even won a local level in Florida, and then he goes all the way to the North America International Championships as one of his very first official events and wins the whole thing.
Yeah, it really
How do we
proves, hey,
feel
you put
about
the
our
work
emote
in, you're
of
a good
Gengar
player,
shaking his booty?
Things can work out for you, right? You can
We feel.
make it happen at your first event. And he's been really impressive, too, in the year since, where really enjoyed listening to him
We
talk
like
about the game.
that.
He's really well-spoken individual. And
Yep.
yeah, there's so many people. I mean, I get Cedric, too.
Are we going to make that a free one for just following, or are we going to do that as a subscriber only?
He makes a little content himself and was very impressed by how well he comes off, too. So 2 of the big brains for North America facing off this round. Sad we're going to lose one of them, but excited to see how whoever wins that match does in the top cut.
And we've got a lot of amazing regional representation there as well, and I think that's also something that makes me just so excited about this being the World Championships.
What if his
we get
booty
players
has
from
been
all around the world that are of such high caliber,
increased?
battling it out in some of the best matches of their life.
Yeah, and this is the moment, right?
Um,
the pressure is just so high for the players here. Where, again, they've been
Can
working
you
for
give
11
me a
months. This is the last
percentage
World
of
Championship to
increase?
try to qualify for this event. They are so close. Once you get to the single elimination bracket, anything can happen. But I think this is the worst point to lose. I've been a game away before. I know how it feels, and you always wonder if it doesn't happen, right? Where it's still a great run, and I think all these players should be super proud of themselves. But you at least want to get the chance to go all the way.
Or the butterfly effect of what if I had just won that one round yesterday? Would I be in a different position today? But it's so hard to make that call because then you're playing different opponents, you're playing different teams. But I do hope that that is the big takeaway for our competitors that have made it this far. This is a huge accomplishment. Even to have made it to the World Championships this year, it was one of our most exclusive World Championships yet, with only the top X players making it from each of those regions.
What?
And so I hope everybody can
Katie
hold their
sent me
heads high that
something.
they made it here.
Yeah, things got harder this year. And
Oh.
yeah, I think they should all be really proud of
Oh
themselves. And I
my.
think the players who are about to watch should be proud of themselves too. Should be a lot of fun to get to see. Two players we haven't had in stream yet.
I want to see. I don't want to see.
You do.
From the US, bringing that Kyogre and
I'm gonna send it to the girls, okay?
champion with the Torkoal for Sun.
Yeah, almost feels a little classic GS Cup here. Torkoal going to be playing the part of Groudon here in this production of the Weather Wars.
He's just
but,
short.
Yeah, it's Groudon was
Oh.
defeated, but he sent his friend the Turtle to try to defeat Kyogre. But it could be an uphill battle here. Right? You always
Oh,
get
gosh.
on the rain side of that Weather War. You can do naturally have that type advantage.
It's intense. Just need a yay or nay.
Boy, there are a lot of Pokemon who either
Oh,
really
definitely,
bad against
yay.
Torkoal here, where
We gotta definitely yay for Bree. So if I'm going with Bree.
Somehow the board is set up in a way where Torkoal can get the advantage. Maybe can get a big edge.
Is amazing.
But I think, looking at things at a glance here, I'd rather be Kyogre.
Yeah, it's really tough too when this Amoonguss and this Rillaboom also have the Terra Water. I think Nick has been very on top of how the
I was
Miraidon
trying to
matchups are
experiment
going to
in
go.
this
One of the more
regulation.
popular restricted
I was
Pokemon
thinking
that
about
you can run
running
into, but also how it might
Calyrex,
feel to go up
Kyogre.
against something
Because I
like a
really wanted to
Koraidon,
try to do
Groudon,
another rain
even this
team.
Torkoal in this matchup, and Nick comes in with a ton of experience with
But
this
also I
rain
just
core.
realized
He's
I
taking a
just
look
wanted to
back
make
at
my
what he
team
ran
in
NAIC
regulation,
to get
whatever
top
this one is,
32 at
I,
that event.
and I'm
Couple
like,
of
it
small
won't work.
changes. He
It
does
won't
have
work.
that Urshifu Rapid Strike here, where he had
Felt like he was staring into my soul there for a minute.
Douglas for this NAIC team did get replaced by the Rillaboom as well. Going back towards, okay, Miraidon might be a problem.
Yeah, and I think it also just kind of makes the team a little more defensive. It pivots a little bit better, which could matter a lot in this matchup. With the Weather War, it tends to be a lot of going in and going out, and maybe Rillaboom in particular with that U-turn will make it a little bit easier for maybe Kyogre to get a swing off and then be able to have its buddy Rillaboom U-turn out of battle and bring it right back in if it switches out afterward.
Yeah, and then taking a look at this team and also the history that Chi Hongchu has had against Kyogre, he hasn't run into a single one this entire tournament. And even in the Taiwanese Master Ball League, there was only one in the top 32 that he could have possibly faced.
Interesting.
This will be
They're
an
also
uphill
running
battle for this
Torkoal.
Torkoal, but this is a team that Chi Hongchu has a lot of experience with.
Torkoal
this being
and
the same
okay,
six
this is
that he won
interesting
the
to me
Taiwanese Master Ball
because
League with.
my initial thought is Torkoal would be at odds with running Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Urshifu. Well, oh no, it's Single Strike. Okay, so Single Strike is fine. I always want to say it's the water one. I don't. Some people do run the dark one, so okay. But I still feel like it's kind of at odds with Calyrex Ice Rider because you don't want like your opponent to bring in like its own fire Pokemon that uses the sun to then take out Calyrex Ice Rider. But I mean, I could be wrong because obviously they've progressed very far in the tournament to be at this point. So it must be working from there in some regard, but that would be my initial thought.
Follow me and eat a taunt, and well, you kind of like to switch them out of battle anyway to get a more offensive Pokemon in. Kind of forces him to play a little bit more predictably, and maybe gives Nick a position where he can try to take advantage of the limited options his opponent has.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that maybe one of the saving graces on Chi Hong's team is going to be those 3 Grass Terras as well. If you look at Amoonguss as one of those potential answers to if the Trick Room gets set up, if you can get past that taunt on the Flutter Mane, then you at least have a couple of answers, but you have to pick one. And so you can see our players are fist bumping, they're getting ready to lock in their selections.
Okay.
But yeah, you gotta
Round
definitely
2.
pay attention to
Well,
how
round
you will do if the
10.
Trick Room gets set up. And let's not forget that Nick Navarre also has a Calyrex Ice Rider on his team.
Yeah, it also has that Trick Room move. Kind of like 4 choices other than the Protect you really have to pick between. For him, he dropped the high horsepower, so has Glacial Lance, Trick Room, and Leech Seed, which can also kind of be impactful here. If this is a more pivoting-based game, something like the Indeedee tries to stay on the field for a while, maybe it's an option to try to get a Leech Seed off. Speaking of maybe if the option of this game going longer, although, with the Torkoal, usually here for a good time rather than a long time. The Pollen Puff and Amoonguss for Nick is something to keep in mind as well. All these Pokemon pretty good at getting in and out of battle, and if Amoonguss Lucas can get maybe a cheeky Power Puff off, knowing that Spore isn't going to work so well potentially in this matchup. Could still be very impactful.
Well, as we enter into our final round of Swiss that we will be featuring here on the Pokemon World Championship stage, let's get hyped up for Nick Navarre versus Chi-Hong Chu as they take to the stage and enter into our first game of this best of 3.
It's an interesting combination here. We do get the Weather War immediately with Kyogre coming out. We'll activate the Drizzle and immediately have it negated by the Drought from this Torkoal. And, you know, Torkoal Lunala is not a lead combination I've seen a whole lot of, but I think it's kind of fun here. We just see the Flutter Mane, which is going to get the photosynthesis boost from that Drought. So the Weather War is not all good, but, you know, I think it's sort of a fun solution, right? I think a lot of, like, the more defensive leads are really going to struggle with the taunt from Flutter Mane, and, you know, Lunala is probably not going to enjoy that either, but the offensive options pretty interesting here, right? Maybe just have the Lunala try to attack the Flutter Mane, at least get a boosted fire type attack off with Torkoal, even if you may have to take a water type attack from Kyogre in return. And Nick's sort of in a weird spot, right? We're like, well, you know, I'd love to switch out and get control of the weather again, but like, can I really afford to do that here?
And I think he's just going to give it up. He's already hovering over the option of keeping this Kyogre in, and despite the fact that he does not have that weather advantage, will just try to full send, hopefully a full HP Water Spout. Given the actual speed interactions of these Pokemon, this Kyogre will be the second to move on the field, and that's not something that this Torkoal is going to be taking super comfortably. You're also under the threat right now because this Flutter Mane is faster. You're either forcing the Terastallization out of this Lunala immediately, or it's going to be taking a huge Shadow Ball, breaking that Shadow Shield, and then the Kyogre can hopefully clean up from there. You see the Torkoal switch out, and Indeedee takes the field instead, and there's the Terra.
Yeah, it's a very interesting move here. We can see the Torkoal coming out, immediately switching out of battle despite having control of the weather. And this really interesting path. I don't know if I've really seen a team like this approach a matchup this way, and maybe catching Nick a little bit off guard.
Well, here's the Shadow Ball from the Flutter Mane that's going to go into this newly Terastallized Lunala. You can see how that Shadow Shield is going to help out there, but the special defense drop is huge. This might be a big turn for at least getting some extra damage through, but it certainly does not help for later on in this game versus this Flutter Mane. That terrain, though, getting
sun up
allows this
and the grass Terra, you're not doing nothing to Lunala like that.
It's a pretty good damage trade for Chi-Hong, all things considered.
I love this angle. You know, you're looking at the team sheet. It's a hard Trick Room team, and you know, there's no caster cam right now, so you have to imagine me air quoting hard Trick Room because that's really interesting, right? You see the expanding force, not even trying to go for the Trick Room. A taunt there would have been a huge mistake, and you know, despite getting to double target Lunala, that Water Spout wasn't so strong, and now Kyogre's had a hard time using that for the rest of the battle, forced to switch out here, and this bad matchup's looking a little playable.
I don't mind this, though. I think Chi-Hong on that first turn, taking out the Torkoal, was anticipating that Nick would have preserved that Kyogre a little bit later, and maybe even was trying to anticipate the switch out on that turn 1. So now Nick gets away with a little bit of that Water Spout damage, is able to maintain that full HP on the Kyogre for a little bit later, and gets something else in return. The taunt onto this Indeedee will not be able to go for Follow Me on the subsequent turns, and this Lunala has the opportunity to go for the Meteor Beam, but that's something that even this Rillaboom is going to be taking a bit better. It's going to be targeted into that Flutter Mane, though. One of the big problems of this matchup will be eliminated by the Meteor Beam.
So that's really interesting as this match plays out. So now no longer has to worry about that taunt for game 1. This Lunala has become even more threatening with that boosted special attack. The taunt of the Indeedee is pretty troublesome. You don't love to see that. The Indeedee does have one attacking move and alluring voice, but you know, it's GS Cup. You know, you don't really want a Pokemon like that on the field just being forced to use attacks. But the early advantage there coming with that knockout, and this is probably, if I was Nick, I'd feel a little bit off balance here. You know, I was kind of thinking going in, oh, maybe it's more of a positional battle, but this more aggressive approach seems to be working really well in this matchup.
It really has, and you still have that Torkoal. So despite the fact that Nick is going to be bringing that Kyogre back in, and I misspoke earlier, did take that expanding force, so it is at half HP. That means you're going to be limited to the Origin Pulse if you want, or Hydro Pump. Either of those two moves to really be able to take advantage of the rain. Chi-Hong has the option to bring in the Torkoal.
Yeah, and we saw how well that the Lunala was able to take the Water Spout. Whatever water type attack we will see here will be weaker than that if Torkoal is able to come and reduce the damage again. And hey, you know, that Grass Terra is looking pretty good against Rillaboom too. They potentially have to take a super effective U-turn, but you know, I think you're fine if that's the worst you're taking. You know, much more likely we see a fake out here instead. And you were talking a lot about the weather control of this matchup with the fire versus water, but maybe it's the terrain control we should look at. Rillaboom is able to switch that, and there's just a ton of incentive now to get the
weather and Insane terrain wars going on.
It's Lunala getting out of here first, like, hey, you know, I don't need the special attack boost that badly. I'm going to keep playing things a little bit unconventionally, maybe try to keep my opponent off guard.
Well, there still was also that special defense drop that the Lunala had taken, so that's another debuff that this Lunala is able to cleanse away by removing itself from the field. And in fact, it's a double switch here for Chihong. You're going to get the Ice Rider Calyrex in next to the Torkoal, and this is where things are going to start to get quite risky. Both of these Pokemon having a fantastic matchup into the Kyogre in the sun and this Rillaboom. And the Origin Pulse, oh, it's going to miss one of those targets. Critically, though, it hits the Torkoal, bringing it down so low.
Yeah, the Torkoal in this battle now is looking like it might only be a drought bot for what's left. Does get control of the weather here. It puts Nick in a sort of interesting situation where, hey, do you try to get rid of this Torkoal? Do you anticipate a switch maybe where, you know, you're in a situation now, you really don't want to end up in a late game or that Torkoal is able to come back in under Trick Room. Could still potentially do a lot of damage. Eruption no longer looking too threatening, but again, very interesting where now the Indeedee also out of battle, so gonna have to worry about it coming in and maybe messing with Rillaboom by changing the terrain. And we see the importance of that first knockout, whether you really like to cycle these Pokemon now, get your own field effects, and as soon as you start losing Pokemon, it's really tough to maintain control of those field effects.
You could still
Every time they wait till the last minute to suck their moves, I'm like,
going to be something that Nick can use to capitalize on still having that fourth Pokemon in the back. But Chihong has been so lights out with going for these manual switches, making sure that he can continue to capitalize on the weather and terrain control, something he's going to get back now with this Indeedee coming in to get the Psychic Surge.
I just struggle with trying to keep control of the weather, I feel like.
Eventually we'll be able to reset that grassy terrain, and while Indeedee probably doesn't love catching that super effective U-turn on the switch, you know, its job here is to support these two beefy, restricted Pokemon, and its friend Torkoal potentially as well. And hey, Calyrex is going to come in here and probably take an attack well, but you're giving a free turn to the opposing Calyrex is always a little scary.
Especially if that Calyrex is going to go for something like the Trick Room, but now we see the Kyogre simply go for the Water Spout. There was a critical hit, but that Indeedee still hangs on, and there is no Trick Room. This Calyrex just decides to go for the Glacial Lance, brings this Kyogre down quite low.
Yeah, and that's a critical here where not only is it such an important Pokemon, but Nick getting down to 2 Pokemon would potentially set up a situation where he loses these control of the terrain for the remainder of the battle. Rillaboom going to be able to switch in once more, so we will see the grassy terrain once again. But now he's going to have to worry about this endgame, right? Well, okay, so there's 2 different paths he could go, right? Where maybe Trick Room gets set up on the opposing side, Torkoal comes back in, and despite having that low HP, kind of makes a big play like we saw Ursaring make at low HP yesterday, picked up some knockouts. Or the flip side is still scary where, hey, maybe Indeedee switches out, and Lunala comes back in and starts firing off some more expanded forces. So Nick's have to play this carefully and would really love to get a knockout here to try to simplify this game a little bit.
Well, Water Spout at least
3
is
potential
100%
rounds.
accurate. You know that you're going to be knocking out that Indeedee no matter what, despite your HP bar going a little low. But Indeedee says, I'm not going to go down without a fight. Here's the helping hand.
Yeah, or Glacial Lance wouldn't have been enough before, but maybe just be trading KOs here.
Wow, look at how little damage that Water Spout is going to do, but at least you're able to get that Indeedee out of the way. You didn't want to bring the Rillaboom in, though, because you'll have to take a Glacial Lance on it, but the Leech Seed is going to miss. That was something that he was banking on just to maybe even force out this Ice Rider Calyrex on the next turn, but the Kyogre goes down, and what a big turn here for Chihong to get away with.
Oh, that's pretty scary here, but it's really going to make the remainder of this game trickier. You'd really like to get that lead seed on there, start winning the battle between these 2 Calyrex. It was already kind of the complication for Nick, where Nick, the remaining Pokemon in his team, not quite as effective in this matchup as the other ones. That Calyrex is going to be very critical for Nick. Certainly this Rillaboom going to have a hard time getting through the grass-type Lunala later, and also has to worry about this Torkoal. So getting that extra HP on the Calyrex would have been helpful. We see the Grassy Surge go down here, allow the Rillaboom to maybe be a little bit scarier, but other than one more fake out, Rillaboom's kind of in a tricky spot.
Yeah, it kind of looks like checkmate. You've got the wide guard on the Lunala as well, and taking a look at the attacks this Ice Rider Calyrex has, you're really banking on this Glacial Lance to be your major source of damage for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Terra here.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta use it eventually, I guess, but, you know, that would cause his Glacial Lance to do more damage the other direction, which is really the threatening attack here. And I think the thing to avoid for Nick here is there any way you can avoid a couple turns here where you kind of have to get your Rillaboom knocked out by a Glacial Lance and then allow a Trick Room to be set up, which would probably let Torkoal come in and close this game out, despite its low HP. Not a whole lot of time left. Nick's going to have to make a decision here. He knows this game is right on the edge of getting away from it.
Ooh, that was really close for comfort in terms of how fast Nick had locked in those moves. Chi-Hung decides to bring in the Torkoal one more time. It's a little bit awkward though when you think about it. The sun has been set for a couple of turns now. Looks like it might be expiring, and that's definitely something that the Torkoal would have loved to take advantage of. But because of the Pokemon that are left, there's not really a whole lot of need anymore to have that sun active.
Yeah, the Terastallization on Nick's side is good, though. The Woodhammer going to come down here and do a bunch of damage to his Calyrex.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think even with a second Woodhammer, with the grassy terrain, that might be enough, especially after the chip of this Glacial Lance. But that Glacial Lance would have loved to be able to pick up the KO onto the Torkoal, and is unfortunately going to miss its mark. This Water Terastallization, though, on the Rillaboom is going to feel so nice. There were no critical hits either, so Nick knows, especially after this grassy terrain recovery, looks like it's going to take another 2 Glacial Lances to knock out these Pokemon.
Yeah, it's looking a little sketchy there for Nick, but I kind of like the way he's played this one now. The Torkoal's kind of pinned where it can't really do much. The grassy terrain now for Rillaboom going to keep it threatening this Calyrex, and it's a tough spot here. These Pokemon are likely going to be able to move if there's just attacking moves coming from the other side, and Lunala can't come in safely either, so it looks like to be an attempt to sacrifice this Torkoal.
Yeah, because even if the Lunala comes in and you go for the Wide Guard, this Ice Ritter Calyrex is never going to get enough damage through for this Lunala to kind of catch up later. And so while it is just kind of a turn that you're going to play safe here from the Protect onto the Calyrex, this Torkoal comes down, the Lunala is forced to come in. I think Nick is feeling it right now. The game win is in his sights, despite the fact that you might have been worried about this Lunala in the end game.
If I feel stressed, I wonder how they feel.
So well to really do its job for Nick.
Yeah, it seems like you may have just had enough resources left, and now Lunala's going to come back into battle as that final Pokemon, but it's in a tough spot here where it needs to do a few too many different things. You know, has to stop the Glacial Lance with Wide Guard, but also it's the most realistic path to knocking out the opposing Calyrex with the Moonlight Beam. But also going to have to worry, no longer has that Power Herb or that special attack boost after switching out of battle. So, I feel like it might have needed just one more swing when it's going to get here.
Yeah, and I kind of wonder if Lunala is it trained in such a way that maybe it would be able to get the jump on either of these Pokemon, and so then it can help to support this Ice Ritter Calyrex. Can Chi-Hung get a double protect?
No.
I think that would be one thing that could keep him into this game, especially because that final Woodhammer from the Rillaboom would be enough to knock out Ice Ritter Calyrex now.
Yeah, I think this is a really important
sorry.
Where, either side could kind of take it here, but yeah, I think the double protect, you hate going for it, but I think it might be necessary here. It's just kind of hard to see a situation
no,
where
this
there's enough left
has
to win
been
without that happening.
I don't know who's gonna win. Well, I don't know. This has been a tough match. I mean, I don't know. And I feel bad because like whoever wins this is gonna make it into Top Cut and the other person's gonna be eliminated. They're doing the whole like very dramatic, very only one of these two people are gonna make it. I'm like, oh, I hate that for them.
Just wait a second.
No pressure.
Pays off there in the sense that that Calyrex would have had the option of hitting a super effective Glacial Lance. Ends up being a nice play there by to avoid or to I guess anticipate that not occurring. But they're just a little.
Who are you rooting for? Either one.
Either one. I don't really know either one of these players that well.
Something different this time.
And
okay. Well, are you sure?
None of them are running a team that I'm like, oh, I really like this team. Not that they're bad teams, but like.
Yeah, I mean, it may be required, right? Where, hey, you get even less likely to succeed on that third protect.
One,
if you feel like, hey, I can't win at all if I don't hit it.
What is this?
It's still better than nothing.
That's
really
clearly
nice play by Nick to keep
Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Lunala, and he's Cali Ice and Kyogre, right.
He's trying to go for it again. And maybe that's because he thinks this Lunala is going to try to go for the Meteor Beam into the Calyrex, but this
I guess, like, if I had to choose, I would root for the Kyogre team, but...
Going to fail, and so is this... Oh, no, not the Protect onto Chi-Hung's Calyrex. So Woodhammer does get the knockout there, but what is this Lunala capable of? We'll find out. Woodhammer recoil.
I want both of them to win, so they both make it into Top Cut.
Just a one-hit knockout, and Chi-Hung, wow, with the critical hit too. I wonder if that mattered.
Yeah, you'd assume Nick thought so, right? Because otherwise he wouldn't have gone for that double protect. Really wound up burning him to protect the previous turn. Usually it's so easy to play around the meteor beam after the power orb's gone because you don't have to worry about that. But really going to go for the U-turn here, do a decent amount of damage.
I ordered just arrived, so
this is going to do a lot of damage.
I'm gonna grab it and be right back.
Taking the chip from those wood hammers, turn after turn, and Chi-Hong pulls it out of his first game. That double protect.
I didn't know who was gonna win that.
To allow this Lunala to go for that first setup turn of the meteor
Everyone
beam.
says you're great on Net, likes you. Hi on Net. How are you?
Very stressful match, I think.
Oh, trying my best to watch these games, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab the pizza I ordered and make it right back.
Job of getting yourself back into it. I really do think it was that turn where both the Calyrex, the Protector, that kind of switch it back the other way, where going for the no power or meteor beam. You don't see players even attempt it very much. There's just so many ways it can go wrong, but it was a really good read there, kind of anticipating his opponent would anticipate the double protect and open up that opportunity. Great job there to pick up that win. And hey, you know, on Nick's side, you probably feel a little bad about it, where if that double protect doesn't happen, your Real Boom picks up a knockout, and we're looking at a little different ending there. But still a lot of fun, and both players know that they can still win games in this set going into game 2.
But even if that double protect doesn't happen, think back to when Nick protected his own Calyrex and there was no wide guard on the Lunala. If you were able to hit that Glacial Lance, surely the Lunala goes down, right? Or it gets into that range where you're gonna have that U-turn knock it out.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if Nick had made a different read, you can avoid the double protect battering and all. It doesn't happen there. Nick isn't able to quite make the right read. Almost had it anyway, where I think maybe one of those reads he's making, all right, you know, if I get the read right, I win. If I get the read wrong, I still like my odds. Didn't wind up working out that time, but I think that was just a fascinating game 1 to start this set with in so many different ways. If I'm Nick, I was really expecting a different game plan from my opponent, and I think that makes this team preview really tricky. Now, as you know, on the brink of elimination, where this is the final round of Swiss, so these players must win this set to stay in the tournament, but also now Nick's down 0-1. He had a very kind of unconventional approach from his opponent there, and it makes team preview so tricky, where, you know, will he try to play this matchup again similarly in game 2, or will maybe see some of the more defensive positioning-based battle we kind of expect from this sort of matchup?
But especially when Chi-Hong on paper does have the negative side of the matchup, you do expect Nick to win. This is such a huge blessing for Chi-Hong. Now you've got 2 chances, when you look at it from his perspective, to win.
Yeah, and I think that could be really big here, because what we saw in that previous game, there's a lot of really cool synergies on this team, and he only has to find it one more time over the course of 2 sets. Really seeing the value of this player's experience as well. You know, the champion of the event in Taiwan showing us why, using the same team once again, and could be a team that's strong enough to give him the World Championships, as we see a familiar Pokemon starting the battle here.
We sure do. So we'll see this turn play out exactly like we did in that game number 1. The Kyogre sets the range, Torkoal takes it away, and then Fluttermane gets a very nice accidental photosynthesis boost.
Yeah, I love this here, where, again, this is a pretty aggressive lead by the Sun side of the field, right? Where Torkoal kind of exposed, Lunala kind of exposed. You don't really have an option of a really defensive setup here. You can try to go for a Trick Room. I think that would be a little scary, but
What kind of pizza did you
maybe it works
get?
this time, right? After that really aggressive play.
Oh, I just realized oops, she's back. Yeah, I said this couch over here is here for all of the streams.
I'm excited to see how this plays out. I do really think this is such an intricate matchup to try to play a best of 3 in. I do think taking that first game was just such a
What kind of pizza did I get? I got pepperoni, but I also got stuffed crust because why not?
Game 1 played out. The Indeedee switched in. The Lunala went for this.
We like cheese.
We like cheese. Am I still muted? It says I'm not muted.
Low in HP for later on in the game, and as we see this
Hopefully.
game 2 play
Yeah.
out, it's the ice
No, like in
power
the
as a
in the
small
crust.
adjustment here from
Your
Chi-Hong.
your crust
crust.
is stuffed with
Maybe
cheese.
it is a trick room angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to do. I
Exactly.
don't know if I could have clicked taunt here if I was Nick, where it just seems like it's so risky if you get what you got in the previous game. But get the Terastallization once again, I think that just kind of makes sense giving this
I had to
matchup.
walk past
You know, Lunala
Pepper.
can't
He's like,
afford
"You
to
have
take too much
pizza."
damage to this Kyogre. Did do a decent amount of damage
do.
with Water Spout, even in the sun last time.
Well, the Moonblast helps to break this Shadow Shield again as the Kyogre follows that up with the Water Spout. But this Lunala is still so healthy.
Where's
and
my
Chi-Hong knows
pizza?
this Trick Room is so
Oh, I
free,
didn't.
and
The
you
order
want
I sent
two
for your house, it didn't come.
Pokemon in the Trick Room to take advantage of it right
I
away.
didn't.
Incredible way to do this.
Crazy.
Oh my gosh. I'm calling my lawyer.
His side of the field for it, has the weather control, and has both of his restricted on the field for all
Oh, just me with a mustache.
I don't know if I could quite have imagined this when we were looking at the matchup before the match started, but I'm just really impressed by this player. It's just such expert play on.
You know what? I did learn after playing Violet that would work on me.
This is some
What?
special gameplay that we're seeing.
Just putting a wig or a mustache on, I won't recognize you.
Not that you were. You weren't tricked by the director, were you?
On the team with that taunt specifically, and so if you're Nick,
No.
just have to look at taunt to stall out these turns of Trick Room. Oddly enough,
Only for like a minute. I was like, oh.
protect onto the Colors, but he is feeling it with his movement speed into the Fluttermane. You are going to be
Oh my gosh, you're breaking up again.
Fluttermane down to its Focus Sash, but that means on the
Jeffrey
subsequent turns, Ice Rider Calyrex is faster. This Fluttermane does not have too much longer left in the second game.
Oh, and it attacks into the
Are you-
protect, so Nick's not going to get anything out of that turn. And just like you said, that Fluttermane, Nick would almost have been better off if that was
You
knocked
broke
out
up for
there. Now
most
has
of
a
that.
very quick 1 HP Pokemon in Trick Room, which Nick's a very slow 1 HP Pokemon. And Calyrex like, ooh, that looks good.
You're still breaking
feeling
up.
a little chilling nay coming up here. So tough spot for Nick. And
Do you like your
course I
desk?
am.
out of battle, try to avoid
Oh,
giving
and of course I am. Came through clear as day.
My internet's probably gonna go out.
Yeah.
Ow.
control of the weather again, and things are really
Do you
looking
like your
really
desk?
bleak
I
for
do.
Nick
I got a
here.
new
Especially it
desk.
seems so good, but it's just such a strange way to play the matchup. So
When did I get this
on his
desk?
opponent's side, and Nick just hasn't been able to find any answers.
I don't know. I like it a lot.
Actually,
Actually, I don't even have all the lights on. So, I'm like, it's darker over here than I remember it being other days. It's because I don't have the little LED lights on.
Like a Shadow Ball might be going that way too, or Moongeist Beam, not something that you want to deal with. So Nick, unfortunately, in the second game, has to give up this Chilling Nay boost over to this Ice Rider Calyrex, and that's where things can start to get very spicy. Because as soon as Ice Rider Calyrex is off to the races,
Amazon,
really can start to run away
TikTok
with
shop,
things. And now
actually.
the Meteor Beam from this Lunala too. Both of these Pokemon are huge threats.
I'm not saying that's always a good thing to do, but like, I saw it and I'm like, I really like this desk. So I ordered it. And when it came, I was like, I can't put this together, so I had to actually pay somebody to put it together. But I really like it. Oh, we have ads that's going to be starting in 2 minutes.
Pretty low in HP as well, and well, normally a Calyrex entering the field during Trick Room is so exciting. Neither of these Pokemon look quite ready to be knocked out. They just have to worry about a potential wide guard, and maybe if you're a Nick side, like, okay, well, I'm threatening this, I can try to reverse the Trick Room, but if you do that and just get double attacked, the game is going to end. So really important play for Nick here. Can you get away with this Glacial Lance? Can you get away with a Leech Seed? Is Trick Room going to be available? If Nick doesn't get this call right, it is over.
It looks so safe though for Chi-Hong to just go for the wide guard and Glacial Lance on his side, since you don't have wide guard from Nick to worry
Am I
about.
coming through
You know
any
you're gonna
clearer?
get the knockout onto the Kyogre, unless the Kyogre goes
Mhm.
for the Protect. But this Calyrex still would not be able to get any
Okay.
damage through. And how much is the Leech Seed really going to add up for the rest of this
My
game?
internet's still out.
See, Kyogre is going to get the Protect here, decides that, hey, I don't want to be a Chilling Nay boost yet.
It's out right now.
Ooh, but with the Reposing Glacial Lance,
Yeah, I'm using my data,
there's no wide guard having been selected for
which
this
also
Lunala.
sucks, but
As an
Yeah.
ice type is going to take that Glacial
You
Lance
have
just a
a
little bit
limited
better,
amount of
especially
data
because
that you
it's
get
bulky
every
and
month.
does land the Leech Seed this time around onto
no, it's
Chi-Hong's
unlimited.
Calyrex Ice. Expanding
Still,
Force
it's not as
2,
good as like
Chi-Hong did not get
if
that
you
call
use
right.
the
I
actual
think
Wi-Fi.
Nick gets one turn now. Needs a couple
Yeah.
more to get
I
ready
also
in a
don't
row
have
to get
great
through this Trick Room
well.
successfully, but that's a good start.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Where
I don't know.
Calyrex not like
I'm
this.
not
You
gonna
want to leave battle on the opposing side of the field, so this
much
Leech
like
Seed
I
can
know
really
how
pay
data
off.
works, but
That Calyrex
where I
takes
live,
out
I
the
just
field
don't
to end
have
this
great
turn all for full
anything.
HP, and now you're cooking a little bit, right? And you saw
Signal
Chi
sucks half the
and
time.
why his opponent played the turn the way he did. Is like, well, okay, well, that's unfortunate, but I still have a
That's
turn here
fair.
where I'm threatening a knockout in that slot. So, Kyogre, you're going to switch out, or I'm going to pick that knockout out, and still feeling pretty good. We see the final Pokemon is Rillaboom here. Also, not a Pokemon who looks super excited about the idea of taking a boosted Glacial Lance. And
No, it's not the 90s. What do you mean?
The Kyogre would love Trick Room to expire. The Calyrex would not, facing down that boosted Lunala and losing its speed advantage potentially. So, still a tough spot for Nick.
It is, and I think
The
that's where
1900s
you
and their
have to
muscling.
look at this next
Look,
critical turn here
I don't
that
know.
Qihong do
Maybe somebody
actually
does have still
as we see here, preserve the Lunala. They're
limited
getting
data.
that meteor
I'm sure they would
boost
sell you that
feels
kind of
bad
plan if
again,
they could.
Qihong said it's okay in that first game, and it worked out beautifully for him. And now you've got your Torkoal back onto the field to hopefully get through these next couple of turns. And you are also
Remember when we had to
able
used to
take
wait
this
till
Ice
after
Rider
9
Calyrex
o'clock?
just a little bit better. But we see Qihong is able to go first. You've got this attack boost
Absolutely
onto
remember
this
that.
Ice Rider Calyrex. It's just a one-hit knockout onto
I remember
the
having
and so
a cell
now Nick
phone
is stuck
that had
with
minutes,
just Kyogre next to the Ice Rider
and so
Calyrex.
like
Yeah.
a text message cost like half a minute,
So Kyogre's gonna be able to come back in.
which
I'm
was
not gonna say
horrible when you wanted to
Yep.
text people.
The damage does matter. You're going to see the Leech Seed attack this Calyrex at the end of the turn.
You really
as
had to
well,
be
and, you know, the HP is
concise,
going to,
but also very to
heading
the
up.
point
Not a
back
whole
in the
lot of
day.
health left for this Calyrex. Will heal a
You
little
can't.
bit
Don't
before
you
the
say
Leech
an
Seed comes
LOL.
with
That's
the
half a
grass
minute.
terrain, and after about
Yeah.
37 different,
It's not worth it. You couldn't respond with LOL. LOL is a waste of your time.
Its teammates will not. Kyogre going to switch
Yeah.
back in.
Literally.
Eventually with, its low HP, and while Trick Room is going to expire and the Drizzle is going to be set for Nick, he had to pay just an incredible amount of resources to get through this Trick Room. Really only got the Leech Seed on the opposing Calyrex.
I do kind of miss
Also,
T9 word
also Blue,
though.
don't be referring to the years we were alive as the 1900s. Okay, I know that's correct, but that just dates us so much. Okay, that's what Gen Z says about us. It's like, oh, you were born in the 1900s. I'd be like, you. You can shut your mouth. That's what I want to say so badly.
Some of Gen Z was born in the 1900s. They need a hush.
They don't know. They don't know. That's why they be pausing.
If I think my two back Pokemon beat these two Pokemon. But since Nick can't switch anymore, you have a lot of freedom on the other side of the field, right? Okay, well, I can pick what two Pokemon wind up on the field at the end of his turn. Maybe I sacrifice one of these Pokemon, I need the other for the end game. We do see a switch here. He's like, all right, I need Torkoal. I'm going to get control of the weather. My path through the game is a little bit different than just allowing these two sacrifices.
And the Ndidi now gets revealed as Qihong's fourth and final. Same Pokemon then that we saw in that first game, just in a bit of a different order. And this Calyrex Ice going for the Protect does make things just a little bit trickier as we see it's able to hang on for a little bit longer. Next turn though, if it gets knocked out, maybe we see this Ndidi be able to go for the Trick Room.
Oh wow.
And it just has to get sacrificed here. Absolutely. The Origin Pulse connects, and with this Glacial Waves to follow it up, now Nick actually kind of comfortably back in this. Full HP Calyrex almost, and you have a boost of your own.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hate that if you're Nick, right? But you get the knockout, the Pokemon count is getting similar. What's scary is that, his opponent chose that, right? That was the most likely outcome of his action, so it's probably what he expected to occur there. The only other thing that really could have happened was a Trick Room. The Calyrex is almost going to get knocked out here, so it looks like it only has a single turn left if nothing changes.
I really wish I could figure out a way. I mean, I guess I could. What I could do
I thought that giving up this Pokemon
in the
right
Discord
move,
for the people who are watching via Discord.
Lunala coming out here can't protect. So the assumption here is
Well, it wasn't. It's not a sound thing. It's just. It was a little blurry.
Oh,
yeah, it is getting blurry in the
The
Discord.
likelihood that winds up being a little scary for the Torkoal. So
I
we'll see what
could.
the trainers have in mind.
And you can bring in the Torkoal, I guess, to get rid of the rain, but then even still, this Kyogre with this Mystic Water has still been pushing a ton of damage through that weather control. But the problem with this Lunala, then do you feel forced to actually have to go for the wide guard to block this Ice Rider Calyrex damage? Qihong in that first game was able to get some pretty ballsy turns right, but this is going to have to go correct as well.
Yeah, keep in mind, two of Kyogre's attacks are spread moves as well, so you anticipate wide guard, the Hydro Pump in, a lot of really interesting options as the Terastallization comes down.
That way, because since you're in the Discord with me, if you listen only via the stream, I know it's like lag a little bit. So
and Qihong may be able to weave something in here like a Trick Room. But
it's good for those who are actually like trying to communicate on the stream with me if they could watch it.
Yeah.
But everybody else has to watch it via the stream. You have to deal with the delay. It's either delay or you actually participate in the stream. That's how it works.
My goodness.
Hey,
which I always, encourage.
Attack and, Torkoal's gonna come in and theoretically have some advantage. You know, it's going to have its drought up against Kyogre.
Which were
you know, be healthy or something.
Which
yeah, you can't. It looks so bad for Nick, right?
battle are they on?
This is Swiss round 10. This is the second battle. You can tell. Okay, so you can tell on the screen who's won a battle, like in the bottom left corner and the top right corner. You see like there's a 0 and a 1.
Sometimes it doesn't matter. It just matters that you've got a ton of damage. I'm not gonna do the math there. But
Did you disappear?
I mean, it's Kyogre. Does it just
Oh, did I?
for the Ice Rider?
I don't know. I was asking because I asked. You see the 0 and the 1 in the top and the bottom corners.
It's single target into a super effective Torkoal. So that is going to be Nick Navarre tying up this series. We've got one game apiece, and it all comes down to this third game to see who will move forward to
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. So it's 1-1. So they're going to a game 3.
Nick had a tough start to that game, really had to give up a lot in Trick Room, but not
Okay.
too much, right? And I think that's kind of just this format. You know,
And they show that in the bottom left corner and the top right corner next to their names. The numbers indicate what they have won in this round. So like in this replay, you can see it. Like
game 1. Hey, you know, maybe if the Leech Seed's a hit, we see something more similar to what we saw in game 2. So both trainers maybe back to the drawing board here, but I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Nick. As much as it was like maybe a little bit sketchy where he had to make some reads, that he saw the same thing as game 1 and was able to beat it this time, I think probably gives him some confidence going to the decisive game of the set.
Yeah, but maybe this time around, does Chi-Hung then just decide to go for, if you go for the Trick Room again, does Nick then say, okay, I'll just taunt you this time around? It's a really tough call when you've seen these 2 games already play out in such a different fashion. That lead as well as that first turn is so critical.
Yeah, and I think to kind of go back to we mentioned in team preview too. I do still feel like all things equal, Nick's team kind of has the advantage there, and I think it's some of why that was able to swing back. Where it really is important for the Sun team to keep the advantage of the field because once that starts slipping away, it's really tricky. And yet with both weather and the terrain sort of being necessary, there's a lot of switching you have to do to be ready to attack, and not a whole lot of attacking. Which I think is some of how Nick was able to get through that. I'm still shocked though, where that it just seemed like such incredible.
Now, do they have to use the same 4 Pokemon each round? Or can they change it up if they want?
no, they can change it up if they want. They just have to bring 4 of the 6 that they brought.
Nick was still able to battle it back. I mean, that's just so
right.
I think I would be very tempted to change things up on the other side of the field despite the game 1 win, just because it felt like RNG aside, that was about as good as it could go.
But I kind of wonder maybe if Chi-Hung can change things up just a little bit, where that Torkoal is doing more. You already called this out in game number 1. It was primarily there just to make sure that it had control of the weather away from the Kyogre. But it's got to do more than that. This thing has Terra Fire. It's got choice specs. How much damage it's able to do with Eruption and Weather Ball is just so immense when you've got all those additional modifiers on top of it. Plus this thing has Solar Beam. In the sun, we'll send it at the Kyogre.
Yeah, we haven't seen it attack at all, right? And this team's a little tricky there. We've got 3 Pokemon that can't use Protect and 2 Pokemon that can't attack. So, they're kind of all one direction or another. But despite everything we've seen in the first 2 games, these trainers are both like, hey, I like what I've done in the previous games. I think that the same lead combination is going to send me to the top cut of this World Championships.
It's gonna have to be make or break for either Chi-Hung or Nick. They can see that final hurdle in sight. But once again, as we saw in games 1 and 2, it's gonna be the same leads, preview, and preliminary turn.
Yeah, it's such a tricky turn for Nick here as well. We kind of saw both ways this can play out for him, neither of which are actually that great, where the Shadow Shield for this Lunala is so irritating, right? Where you'd love to just taunt it to kind of limit its options, but if you do that, then your Kyogre's barely going to be able to do anything between Drought and a potential Terastallization again. But it still worked out last game for Nick, right? Where you kind of got like the worst case scenario and it was still okay, so do you make the same move again? Or do you think, hey, I don't know if I can survive giving that much up? Nick doing a great job of taking all his time, thinking this through. This is a choice with a lot of consequences, so we'll have to see what the trainers choose to do here.
Yeah, really big, risky call, because if Chi-Hung decides to go all out onto the attack, this could backfire in a major way. But with the Torkoal taking its lead, we will see it replaced with the Urshifu. What a big change up here for the second game, but the taunt into the Lunala, and And there's also no Terra Water Spout now going through with full HP. This Urshifu has to take over 50% of its health.
I don't know if Katie's still in here or not.
Move
But that's like some of the downfall of doing Trick Room potentially.
Yeah, things looking
is
great for
that
Nick there, and it was a
because
good
you
read.
have to
You know,
delay,
Chip probably thinking,
like
I didn't
you
trick him
have
the first
negative
two games. Surely I
priority.
can get away with it in game 3, but
That's what people do. They just run taunt on on one of their users and taunt the Trick Room user. So when it gets to their time, even if they don't knock it out, they're like, well, you can't use status moves.
Speed advantage, and suddenly Nick's looking really good after seeming so doomed at the beginning of game 2.
I mean, this is what we should expect out of such an experienced player like Nick Navarre. He's been playing VGC for almost over a decade. Not only a two-time regional champion, but also having multiple top cut performances in these huge international competitions, and he's able to get that call right in these game 3s. You know he's been here before. The work's not cut out just yet, as Nick is going to be moving into this next turn with a Rillaboom switch in, and this Flutter Mane has full control right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Flutter Mane kind of just got knocked out quickly the previous game. This time it's out for revenge. It's the quickest Pokemon on the field, no longer has to worry about any potential Trick Room shenanigans. Lunala forced to Terastallize, even though it's in a pretty awkward spot here without weather control and facing these Pokemon down. Sucker Punch gonna fail with another clever switch, and Nick's made yet another read.
And the Moonblast here will finish off that Urshifu for good for this third game. Already, Chihong goes down one Pokemon. And yeah, he knows it's gonna be a tough uphill battle from here. Maybe you're able to weave in just a bit more damage with the Meteor Beam from the Lunala as you get this special attack boost and the Power Urge to be able to make it go quickly. That unfortunately has to hit into the Rillaboom, and the Assault Vest and the Typing allows it to hang on with so much more HP.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen Nick take a Pokemon advantage other than a 2-0 and 2-1 at the end of the previous game. The field effects, even when he was at the Pokemon disadvantage, kind of like slowly trended toward his favor because of natural type advantages. I think having the Pokemon advantage is even more devastating here. Calyrex gonna come out. It could also potentially use a Trick Room here, but Flutter Mane able to use a taunt if it's needed, and Nick's got a pretty great positioning here, making Urshifu
Oh, I
look a
see
little
people in
Urshifu-ish
the
that
chat
previous
on the
turn,
side there
and,
saying
he could be right about to send himself to the top cut.
Wolf got eliminated.
Yeah, I see them say Wolf got eliminated, and then I also see them say Wolf just
Oh,
won
now
his last
Summer-
match.
Able to hit you with a
I can't.
This Rillaboom, we've seen how much
I can't listen to the chat over there because I'm like, because some people,
that might just be enough for a knockout.
not that Wolf is controversial, but like some people are like, oh, I really like Wolf, and they like talk about him like during the whole stream, and then some people are like, please shut up about Wolf.
Like, easier to play for Nick because he knows there's no Terastallization to worry about.
And you can
So,
just go for the fake out.
I saw
onto
somebody
the
put it there.
Ice
It's like
Water
Wolf
Calyrex
just
and
lost.
go for that
His record is clearly 0 and 69. I'm like, there haven't even been 69 Swiss rounds. Like, how can you?
Make sure that this Flutter Mane is a bit easier to manage, but you still have the speed control. Because that fake out was onto that Ice Water Calyrex, you cannot set up Trick Room this turn.
Yeah, and now it's sort of a tricky spot. Here. Previously in this set, that 1
Oh,
HP Flutter
you're
Mane
breaking up again.
looked like fast food for the Calyrex, but this time it's going to be a pretty expensive meal with it being the quickest Pokemon in the field. If you want to pick that knockout up, you have to take a lot of risk where attacks between these two Pokemon could likely pick up the knockout in the Calyrex. The great thing, though, is that the taunt has just worn off. So now potentially either of these Pokemon use
Oh,
Trick
I didn't
Room.
say anything.
All of the options are available for both trainers, but Nick is still right on the precipice again. But he was right on the precipice of losing before, and it was able to be turned around. So we'll have to see if his opponent can do the same thing.
Still not over yet, especially if you are managed to get that Trick Room set up on either of these Pokemon. Torkoal can come in and at least deal a little bit of damage while the Kyogre is still waiting in the back. But that is the tricky thing. This Kyogre is still quite healthy and waiting in the back. It's really, really tough from here as this Flutter Mane is going to commit its Terra.
Yeah, I wonder if you're trying to see maybe a Moonblast and a U-turn could pick up the knockout in this Lunala, which maybe sets up a world where the Kyogre could finish the game off.
Well, the Moonblast into the Lunala first, and it is going to take it down quite low. The special attack drop will eliminate the Meteor Beam special attack increase that it got, and that U-turn does the job. Chihong in this third game is down to his final 2 Pokemon. His Ice Rider Calyrex, if it's able to set up this Trick Room, then might be a little bit better off. But you've got this Rillaboom that can come back in at any moment and make sure that you've got a bit more control.
For now, it's going to be the Calyrex at Nick's side of the field entering the battlefield once again. Can take any attacks here pretty well and kind of just be a nice pivot here without sending Kyogre back out and changing the weather before Torkoal comes back in.
And the Glacial Lands, I think Chi-Hung would have loved to be able to pick off that Rillaboom on the other side, but you will settle for a low HP Flutter Mane and getting the Terastallization out of Nick's arsenal for the rest of the game.
And at least get some resources, and that Chilling Neigh will give an attack boost. And we saw how big of a difference that can make even in a troublesome game in Game 2 for the Calyrex at Nick's side of the field, but things are a little bit bleaker here. No Trick Room setup this time. Torkoal going to need to enter the battlefield as the final Pokemon on his side of the field. Rillaboom is going to come out for Nick here, enabling him to switch out into Kyogre whenever he wants to and get the weather control for the remainder of this battle.
That is tough though, because you are in a spot where you have a couple of decisions you can make. If you're the Rillaboom, do you go for the fake out onto this Ice Rider Calyrex? Are you actually okay with switching in this Kyogre in order to take an attack from the Torkoal? And you have the choice specs. I mean, that is a good thing for Nick to know, is that this Torkoal has to lock into something for the rest of this game.
Yeah, that's true, where Eruption is pretty scary here, where normally you'd love to use it, but even if you get one big Eruption off, then what, right? Where there's no way you're ending this turn with speed control, because I think that the fake out is almost certainly going to come down to the Calyrex. I think it's a pretty telegraphed play. And yeah, I think the fake out onto the Calyrex is switching to the Kyogre is really tough to deal with. The Torkoal can't protect next turn, so if Kyogre doesn't miss one of its spread moves, it's just going to knock the Torkoal out, and this Calyrex is going to be isolated against 3 Pokemon, potentially one of which can Leech Seed it.
As the Kyogre comes in, it sets the rain and sets the pace for the rest of this third game. Chi-Hung is going to play it a little bit safe too, with this Ice Rider Calyrex deciding to go for the Protect, so Rillaboom isn't quite able to land the mark, but Torkoal has to lock into something, and it is going to be the Weather Ball. So that's...
They're not quite able to knock out its own protecting Calyrex. Yeah, maybe we're having a little fun here, given that this game has kind of gotten out of hand, and kind of regardless of what happened there, maybe wanting to deliberately not knock the Rillaboom out and provide a free switch there. Regardless, though, I think Nick really likes his positioning here, where not really any way to avoid a Water Spout knockout the Torkoal. This Wood Hammer is going to come down, and at the end of his turn, I think Nick will have an insurmountable advantage.
Yeah, Chi-Hung is already getting ready to shake Nick's hand after the Water Spout is able to secure the final 2 knockouts. And congratulations, Nick Navarre finds himself once again in a top 32 of the World Championships with another chance to win it all.
Yeah, what an impressive victory there. Where I can't believe he didn't faint in the middle of that one, where for the game 1 with the game way it did. He was so far down at the beginning of game 2. I think he was able to persevere. It's just so impressive for him as a player. I know he's had some really tough matches on stream, especially at the end of Swiss rounds and these win and ins on stream. Things haven't just kind of gone his way in those matches, and I think it was just such an impressive victory where it would have been so easy to collapse there. I don't think anyone would have blamed him. His opponent was playing so well, sort of a tough sort of line to read into, and he was able to find the right way through the game. I think the other thing I'd really love to just identify that Nick did so well there is he took 45 seconds almost every turn, right? I think that was a really complicated game. Obviously the stakes were as high as they're ever going to be in the Swiss version of the tournament, and he made sure he made his best move every play. A lot of lock-ins at 1 second, and I just thought that was such like a mature, experienced way to approach that situation. Really proud of him, kind of,
Super meticulous, and such a job well done here for Nick Navarre. But I want to give some major kudos to Chi-Hung, because in this tough matchup, you were still able to win that first game off the back of quite an unconventional lead and game plan. And unfortunately, while you weren't able to make it through the final 2 games to find yourself into the top cut, Chi-Hung still finishes off this tournament as one of the best performing players from the Asia-Pacific region, comes in as the Taiwanese Master Ball League champion, and that's just such a difficult feat to accomplish. So congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible run, right? Where I was kind of expecting that this was going to be a quick one, where like there's a world where just looking at the team matchups that Nick kind of stops that one. But I thought there's just a great plan, and Chi-Hung wound up being like 1 read really away in game 2 from making that top cut instead, where I think it was just so impressive in such a challenging matchup. We were really kind of wondering how this team could possibly stand up to a Kyogre, but I mean, we all saw, right, where it was just that close, and I just think this is such a fun team. No one else is really using anything like this. We haven't seen a whole lot of Kyogre at all, really, but or the Kyogre to Torkoal rather at all. And just there's so many ways that it can beat you. Where even that single strike Urshifu, right? We do see it on the hard trick room sometimes, but I think it's the first one we've had on stream all weekend. And it just, it was fun, right? Where I think it's not, again, it's an archetype that I think people would not have put super high on their tier list, but this was a different way of playing it. And I think it probably opened a lot of people's eyes that, hey, you know, this team composition is a little stronger than I thought it was.
I mean, we saw last year at the World Championships, Diego Ferreira was able to do so well at Worlds with a hard trick room archetype. Chi Hong is going to be able to follow up with a similar way. And it's kind of like some interesting things to point out between these two players. Chi Hong had not played against a Kyogre at all in the World Championships up till this point. There were only 4 in our second phase of competition for our Swiss rounds today. And Chi Hong also had the only Torkoal. I don't know, just like some fun facts for everybody at home.
Yeah, I mean, a little unlucky matchup, right? Where maybe anyone but Nick, and that goes a little bit better. I'm just so impressed because I think when we saw it, like, oh, you know, like, oh, you avoided Kyogre so far, but this is a tough time where, you know, sometimes the matchup roulette gets you sometimes. But no, I mean, it's a great game plan where, you know, I think a player beneath Nick's caliber probably loses that set despite the apparent advantages. And I'm kind of eager to watch that one back. Yeah, I think it's tough to like really follow everything perfectly when you have to talk over it. But I don't think I've ever really seen the Torkoal side of the matchup play things that way. And there's just so many different interesting little looks to his team. I'd love to see how it plays some other matchups too. You know, we didn't get to see the Smeargle at all, and I think that's a lot of fun too. You know, unlike a lot of the other Smeargle players, this Smeargle still has Decorate, which we kind of seen sort of in the middle of this format.
Yeah.
And I think you know, there's a lot of Pokemon on this team. Like, oh man, they would be real scary with a Decorate boost. So just such a great team concept.
I love it, and I think I've always appreciated the creativity that a lot of the Asia-Pacific players have brought. I think we look at some of these smaller Asia-Pacific regions as being able to bring something that's a little bit out of pocket, but then Japan, of course, also bringing the edge when it comes down to these creative team compositions. But the winner of this match was Nick Navarre, who will be moving forward into our top cut. So let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I'm here with Nick Navarre, who just locked in his second ever top cut at the World Championships. Congratulations, Nick.
Thank you, Gabby. It's great to be here, and just happy that that one went in my favor. Yeah.
So how did day one of the competition go for you? This is our first time checking in with you this weekend.
Yeah, I was on the side stream, the other broadcast for one of my sets, and I got absolutely smoked by Shoma. But that was round 2, and I brought it back from 1-1 to make the 6-2, and won my 2 sets today. I was doing really well against Zamazenta's. I beat 6 of them in day 1, and I beat another one in day 2. So this is my first win this tournament that wasn't over a Zamazenta. That's some fun trivia.
All right, well, I mean, now I have to ask, were you prepared for Zamazenta coming into this tournament, or was that just a happy accident?
I mean, it's just what the pairings spit out. Like, my team clicks a lot of spread moves, so there's definitely some Zamazenta teams that can be tricky, but just a lot of stuff went my way. Like, I don't know, just some breaks I mean, it's Pokemon, so stuff happens.
I mean, you say that you got some breaks, but we also saw you make some incredible reads in that last game against Chi-Hun. I want to take it back especially to game number 2, where it felt like there was a really distinct turning point where the momentum started to go in your favor. Where do you think that you were able to sort of take command of that match and start sort of piloting towards your win condition?
Yeah, so the early turns went really poorly for me, but there was just one pivotal turn in the middle where I got to get a Leech Seed on his Ice Rider, and he expanding Forest instead of Moongeist beaming. He was really torn up about that one, like visibly, but because I think I lost the game if he had gone for Moongeist, but I didn't see better lines than hoping he didn't, and he didn't. So I'm still here.
Fair enough. And then going into game number 3, there was that turn 1 where you went for the taunt onto the Lunala. Was that like a confident read on your part, or were you just hoping that he wouldn't attack?
Yeah, I mean, like, he could have done either one, and either one would have been viable. Just, I got it right in game 3 after getting it wrong in game 2. I did get it right in game 1, but it wasn't that big of a payoff. So, I mean, I did decide that taunt was probably the better move there, but the fact that I opted out of it in game 1 and 2 did, like, push it more in that side's favor.
All right, well, but real quick, I also want to talk about your team because we saw you get top 32 at NAIC with Kyogre and Calyrex Ice Rider, but you had like a Basculesian going on there. You know, it was a bit of a more unique take. What were you thinking for the team coming into this tournament? Were you trying to find a more consistent build?
So I really like Basque still. Just it's got the problem where it's weak to Ghost, and Calyrex Shadow Rider is really oppressive. So you kind of need it to not be weak to Ghost. That was the main decision point on that. Otherwise, I really do like Basculesian. Last Respects is really strong, and I mean, it just needs it like has some fun modes that it can go.
I love Last Respect.
It doesn't tear to be a Ghost type. It does a lot of
Last
stuff that I
Respect's
really
gonna be
prefer,
good.
but it just doesn't. It's not. It's not tenable in one of the matchups that
Oh my
we
God,
needed. So
Pepper.
it's an Urshifu. Urshifu's pretty good too.
All right, well, maybe in Regulation H it'll
Team
make it
Meowing.
back, or maybe not. Who knows?
Mhm.
All right, well, thank you so much, Nick. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Oh, I've got tons of shout-outs. Shout-outs to my parents first. I love you guys. Tub Nation, I love you guys too. Amberflight Gaming, specifically Gavin Michaels for building the team and honestly doing a bunch of the refining between
it's a rain
match and
team.
worlds and
You
helping
mentioned
me
Gavin
with
Michaels.
matchups and
Gavin
just,
Michaels is
really
a
carrying
great
me,
rain
honestly.
player.
Shout-outs to Gavin. He drowned in day one, but I'll do what I can to carry on the team's legacy. There's got to be a million more shout-outs. Hopefully this isn't my last time doing shout-outs, but I'm not
Somebody's name in the other chat is just Dad.
That'd be silly.
Like-
But yeah,
course.
like everyone, if,
Everybody's
you know that
dad.
I love you if I forgot to give you a shout-out right now.
All right, well, Nick, thank you so much. Best of luck
Hopefully
in Top
neither
Cut.
of
We want
ours.
to give you plenty of time to prepare because this tournament is going to keep rolling on. We have our Top Cut players getting ready
Well,
to continue the competition.
that'd
So we're
be
going to take
pretty
a break while they
impossible
get
for
ready,
me.
and we'll be back real soon.
Yeah. Your dad is a Ghost type.
Yeah. I have a Ghost Dad. Oh, God.
Oh boy. So after this, that was the last round of Swiss. So it's Top Cut next. I'm actually going to take a little break because I want to eat some more pizza without having to mute.
Here, and I'm catching up
Because
with
then I say
Kate
something and then I'm
Duncan,
muted, and
who
then
is a
you know,
first-time competitor at this
it's
Worlds,
like
and I'm
that.
also joined
So,
by his mom, Luana. Tate,
before
how
we
are you
take our
feeling,
little
man? Your
break,
very first Worlds.
I am going to play the video about our upcoming tournament, which is the, I was about to say the J vs K tournament. I'm like, nope, that happened. It's the Balance Hackmons tournament. So we're playing, it's our first ever tournament in Pokemon Showdown. And we're doing Balance Hackmons. So basically we're taking Pokemon and giving them within reason, within the rule set of Balance Hackmons, and our, well, we're not banning any move other than what they banned from Balance Hackmons. So whatever's banned in Balance Hackmons you can't use, but that still leaves you with a bunch of different things to put on any Pokemon you want. So I'm going to show that video, and then we're going to take a little break. So I appreciate you all for being here so much and taking some time out of your day to watch. You know, there's tons of places where you can go watch, even if you just want to watch the World Championship by yourself. So we really do appreciate you being here and watching it with us. I hope you're having fun because I'm having lots of fun watching it with you all.
It's been a long season,
I'll see you all
so I
after
think
the break.
Actually, locking in Worlds was a favourite.
Balance Hackmons. So with Balance Hackmons, like, is that it? Yeah. You can use, like,
You
moves that...
labeled them, sweetie.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. You can use Pokemon with moves that they don't normally get and whatnot. So if you're looking at this and you're like, this is wrong, you're right. It is wrong.
Yeah, you can make whatever Pokemon you want, pretty much, with whatever moves you want.
There's some rules in Balance Hackmons, but it's almost
Yeah.
Unlimited.
Okay.
Together we're...
top of that, like Nick was just saying in the
Okay,
interview
we're
I did,
back.
leaving Vaseline behind
I think
and
I
putting in
heard
their
during the
Shifu there
break,
instead. Like,
because the
it's
stream
those
is still
kind of
up
little
for me.
things where you can play to your strengths and play to your experience.
I think
with the
they
team,
have
but then
selected
also be able to
the
catch your
matchups for
opponents
top
off guard. Like, it
32.
takes all of those little things,
They're
being
just
able to
not
access all
exactly
of that information
ready yet
for
to get
12
people
hours on day
information.
1, for maybe a good 6 or 8
need to
hours on
find
day 2 if you're lucky.
listings.
And then, of course, Sunday, you have all the lights, and then you just
I'm
turn
sure it's
that
gonna
up
be
to
on
100 because who
RK9
knows what the
maybe.
arena's going to be like tomorrow.
Especially this year.
Yeah. Like, I wonder if anybody's going to legit get stage fright. I might get stage fright.
I already have stage fright on behalf of the players, honestly. Like, you think it's nerve-wracking being in the finals, and we've just upped it 100%. It's going to be crazy, though.
Kind of crazy to think that that's what it's going to be tomorrow. You know, we're going to come down to those two players, and they're going to walk out, and it's going to be in that environment. And yeah, the stage is already like a great place to kind of be showcased, but you know, it's elevating to such a different level now. It's awesome.
I mean, it's crazy how much things have changed since we started, right? I think the first World Championships where I was watching a finals.
So it looks like Wolf has been eliminated.
You can sort of see the seats behind us. There's like one section of those seats was the
He
whole
went
audience of the World
7-3
Championship finals,
after
right?
the Swiss
It's gonna be in a
round,
stadium,
which
it's
is
already-
fantastic. I
What year
mean,
was that? Do you
yeah,
remember?
just not enough to qualify, which is unfortunate. As well as Christopher Hahn, Justin Tang. See, Niles Donlon, he's a good player.
It was a ballroom in a resort, and I remember the fabled Will-O-Wisp. I remember hearing that from all the way across.
See, oh,
the
James
other side
Evans
of
is still
Lake
in it. He's
Resort.
8-2.
I digress. But it's incredible to see.
I mean
just how
James
far
Begg, that's who I
we've
meant.
come.
James Evans is also in
And,
it.
you're
I
gonna
meant
want to
James
make sure
Begg.
to tune in to watch that if you're at home. So set your alarms now. Don't sleep through it. I hope I don't sleep through it.
I might sleep
Hey,
through
Gabby,
it.
VG is last. You cannot.
We're
You
good,
actually,
we're
I think
good.
it's impossible for you to sleep through.
Now,
it. Thank
okay.
That's what I'm looking for.
Even
Is
just
for
looking at this,
okay.
because obviously we might know the results of this one. This is the final round of Swiss that we are having on. Just casually watching while we talk, but I feel like too we can take the opportunity to talk about a couple of the people that we have seen fight through. Because early on, I mean, individuals that very early on in the day got enough match points to make it a top cut. We haven't necessarily really gotten to see them on the day. The trainers that, I mean, in my opinion, could be favorites to be taking this tournament. I mean,
Can't
like,
remember
Will,
his
like,
name
what a run.
exactly.
I know, right?
Yeah, incredible. I think, you know, the team
So I'm
comp as
waiting
well.
for
The
it
low
to
kick, I
pop
think,
off
is like,
of.
you know, one of those things that is just, just really smart decision, because like we've been talking about, when you're coming in preparing for certain things, when something comes along like that that just throws off your whole game plan against that team comp, then where do you go? And I think those sort of tiny little tweaks and edges that you can get from just even a move change or an item change or a different terror type can be so pivotal and the outcome of a lot of games. But yeah, just been on an absolute tear so far, and I feel like has to be one of the favorites to be taking the entire thing. Another player is Michael Kelch.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we featured yesterday on stream. Didn't get the result that you were kind of expecting.
In like the opposite way, because some people come into the World Championships really confident, and the result they're not expecting is maybe going 3-3 day one. He didn't feel very
I don't remember his
heading
name
into
to know
day
if
one,
he's
and
been
then the result
eliminated
that
or
he didn't
not.
expect is only taking one loss and
I'm
finding himself in
trying
top
to.
five, like,
Yeah, I think he posted too, but he didn't have a whole lot of experience to the team. So
If I saw it, I would know.
even more props to him. I think certainly,
That's what I
one of the
feel like
strongest
too.
players
If I
we've
saw
ever
it, I would
seen.
know.
And, hey, you should have knocked him out Friday, right? Or maybe he was a little easier
Makes
to
me think
beat.
maybe he
It's gonna
got
get harder and
eliminated.
harder as the tournament goes on.
He's so analytical.
Because I
in
can't
his
find him
approaches
in
as
these
well. Like, if
listings.
there's anybody who's out there right now, probably looking at the teams that made cut, trying to find his lines, like it has to be him.
yeah.
If not everybody else, but definitely him.
I have to say, really showing up at Worlds has to be U.S. I mean, after the North America incident of the no North Americans in top 8.
Not the North America incident.
Personally, I believe in, again, like we talked yesterday, never do math on
Oh
broadcast.
my
I think
gosh.
there's like 7 Americans within top cut, and that I think is so incredible.
If you're not
especially seeing
aware,
the caliber of those
in the
players.
North America
Players that
International
sometimes you don't
Championship this
necessarily get to
year,
see as
at
much
some
or
point,
really
all the
great
North
seasons,
American
people
players
like
got
Joe Shiesty,
eliminated.
or even just
And it was
like
just like,
Panama
it felt
who
more
had a
like
performance,
the
and
European
it's not just a
International
one-off. I mean,
Championship.
top cut after amazing
Like somebody from Italy won the whole thing. Marco Silva also competed in the finals. He lost in the finals. Italy versus Italy, I believe.
Math a little skewed, but there's not been like a whole lot of representation at this level, right? If a couple more people make it to the very end, but it's just nice to see kind of like this new generation of trainers. Finally, some folks who who started competing after the circuit restart a few years ago, really maybe going to make those first big finishes. And I don't know, as an older guy watching this competition, I kind of like love watching the progression, right? Where it's like, oh, you see these players, they're in the first regional, then they win their first regional, and then you see them somewhere like this. And, it's a progression, right? Where, some folks just do it their first try, it must be nice. Like Michael Kelch, for instance, just winding up in the finals immediately, but that's just not how it goes for most people. You've got to learn from losing, and especially like you mentioned with how badly things went in New Orleans, I think people took the right lessons. Like, hey, all right, we did maybe deserve the trash talk that we got, but the way you stop that is by winning.
Yeah, and I mean, with the show up, Shove Across as well. A great performance. James Evans, someone else who really was not confident coming into this event. Though, knowing James, it's funny because I feel like the events that he's most nervous about are the events that he does amazing at. I believe I talked to him and he was so nervous before his regional win, like a little bit back, which is crazy. And then again, when you're looking at people who have won a world championships, being able to try and repeat that, of course, in seniors and now here, like, I don't know, like kind of cooking a bit.
Yeah,
they grow up so fast.
From my standpoint,
They
we've
grow
been
up
chasing
so
Europe
fast.
most of the season, I do feel like a lot of the NA players do get a hard rap, and looking from afar, I know how talented these players are, and it is hard sometimes to kind of look and say, why aren't they performing at these big events? It can be a number of things. So coming in this weekend, it's really nice to see a lot of these players. And
You're up early today.
Now, I feel, to have a really good shot at maybe, getting a third NA World Champion at the end of the weekend. So
finally.
But
I mean, there is still really strong players from EU though, because obviously we talked about Michael Kelch, but like Victor Medina as well, who we saw yesterday. And again, Victor, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. When you're looking at a couple of these runs that he's been able to make, and I mean, such a skilled player, such a nice individual.
I thought if I saw his name, I would know it, but now I'm not confident.
I know. I was like, I thought I would too, but
what better represented for the game? But I mean, all these players are so good.
But then you also have, I think it was Joe who brought this up on the pre-show, which was last week.
Yeah.
And then you brought it up yesterday. The whole odd year Japanese winner thing that we have in contention as well. Also, it's a double restricted format,
you're breaking up
which
again.
tends to go very well for Japanese players. I don't know, man. It feels like there's just so much still in the air as superstitions.
Which makes it exciting, right?
Yeah,
it's really open, and I think there's so many players. Well, any one of them, like we said at the top of coming into this, could potentially win it, and I think that's a genuine statement. I think the quality throughout this top cut now is you wouldn't be surprised any one of those names actually being on the pedestal at the end.
Now, can you hear me?
Hear you now,
I think it's the two curses colliding.
Okay.
I mean,
Fantastic.
The fourth GS Cup Worlds. Japan only won one of them, right? Is Ray, Wolf, and Edu. So.
Maybe?
So which superstition is
No, I said baby.
I feel like that's such an interesting one as well, because when you're looking at the players within top
Legends Arceus yesterday.
there is one more American than Japanese.
I was playing Legends Arceus yesterday.
Within the top cut is the Japanese players and the American players, and seeing the caliber
I
of
got
the
a shiny, but
Japanese
it's a
players as well,
Clefairy.
Mao's just been absolutely
Oh, that's
amazing. We
cool.
talked about already a little bit.
Yeah,
Auto, Hirofumi, like these are all like top players that we've always, especially with our region,
color?
just kind of admire from afar. Because we don't really get to see
Not my
them
favorite.
at the World Championships.
What color is? I don't know if I've
runs
seen
that
a
they're making,
shiny.
especially when they come from different formats and then the best three.
Clefairy.
It's just so inspirational.
That's what I would love to talk to somebody about and just really dive
So it's
deep into,
pink,
like, how
but
do you
like a
go from
lighter
preparing
pink.
for, a
Oh.
global
And-
challenge,
So it's not really that different.
tournament where everything
Yeah.
is awful, it's close
And
to
the ears are
just a one,
green.
You have to play within 20 games.
You know what?
to
I
a
have seen
tournament
that.
where,
Yeah,
like
you're
Aaron was
right.
saying earlier, you have maybe like single elimination, close
It's
team
alright.
sheet, best of one.
I mean, it was still
to
cool that you got
best of
one, but
three with the Japan Championship Series to the World Championships, and still do so well playing basically Pokemon in all of its forms.
Oh, the
Like,
internet's about to go out if it hasn't
that I
already.
don't think a lot of players really excel at. Honestly, the only other
Yours
player I
are
can think of that's really
green.
proven themselves in all of those different
Yeah.
avenues is
Right.
really Wolf, with the GC
Yeah.
win
Oh,
this year,
maybe
in
not.
addition to the regionals and the IC win.
I mean, I feel like a lot of it is passion for the game. There
For
was
sure.
a really big tournament in Japan,
Oh.
unofficial, for a lot of practice going into it, and looking at even just the online tournaments
Can you hear me?
before the event.
Yeah, I can hear
think
you.
the amount of preparation
Okay.
they do, especially a little bit more centralized, which is where we can start to see a little bit more diversity, I think is really, really nice. So when you're looking to the other regions, especially since we have like our regional and international, it feels like a little bit more
You
against each
started
other
streaming.
sometimes, where for them it's a lot more collaborative.
I have
And
been
just
streaming
people
for
that
3
just
hours
so much
and
passion. Of course,
26
all the
minutes.
regions, but, like,
Almost
it's just-
27.
I don't know, it's a different energy, I feel.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
there's something here about kind of just playing for fun, right? And
I told you I was starting at 11:30, and that's when the stream was gonna start.
It's kind of easy to get frustrated. Like,
Yeah.
11:30 my time.
Or whatever, where, hey, if there's a whole lot of prizes anyway, you're kind of just playing for glory. Like, all right, it was still fun, right? Where, I mean, I've seen so many matches, right? I think if I was on either side of the game, I would have, you could have to smile and shake the hand at the end there, right? Where, it's hard to win this format. And, we're kind of talking about the good end of, like, what's changed.
Are they
since that
still
case.
just
You're going
going
over these
over
regions that maybe
what's
didn't do so
happened?
well in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Did better here, but I think for
Okay.
Versus kind of interesting, and maybe all the competitors should keep that in mind, where none of the top
Let me
8
go back
players
to
at North
Google
American
and see if I can
International
finish
Championships made day 2
looking
here.
up.
I think it's just so hard, right? There's so many
Yeah.
good players nowadays, and even players who are the very best, they gotta have bad days.
I mean, when you're looking at the NAIC, I mean, the conversation was Italy dominance, right? Because that is
And there's a
exactly
good
what we saw
matches
when we see
and-
Federico Camporesi and
Oh
Marco
yeah,
Silva
there have been good
in
matches
the
all day.
finals
Yeah.
after the seasons they've had,
What?
and then now going into the
This last one
cut
that they
here,
showed on
only one
stream
player
was
left
just,
from Italy
I mean, it was
a couple
intense
years ago.
because
I mean, it's been playing insane.
both
and I've
players
heard
needed to
only, like,
win
the
it in order
greatest
to make
things.
it to
I haven't
top
been able
cut.
catch matches out on the floor.
And I
I've
just
only
felt
heard the best
like
from those matches. But
they were
that
pretty
was a little bit
even,
of a
I think.
surprise, I think, 'cause even in
It was
our
just a
pre-show
matter
with players
of
to watch, with how
maneuvering
strong Italy's
their
been, they got
teams in
their
the right
own
way.
slide.
So, yeah,
It's been
it
a
was
running
really
theme
good.
Pretty much most of the season
Yeah.
from Italy. They've been so strong, and I know the regional events in EU have just been.
You
which
got a
Italian
favorite
seeing how many Italians
player?
we're going to see in Top Cut. When we get there. So,
There are a lot of different
when you
players
look
that I
at the regional
like.
championship, it's just littered with Italian players. So it's kind of natural to think that they were going to come into this event. the
Yeah,
biggest one
they're
of the
all
year, and then
they're all
have a,
different from each other,
Grand
so it's
Slam.
like
Hasn't
there's a
really
lot of
turned
different
out like that
players I
so
like.
far.
I
You've
like
got
Wolf Blick.
Giuseppe and Giuseppe
I think
such
he's
a
really
strong
good.
trainer, so consistent as well,
James
and
Beck.
playing really well coming into this weekend. So
There's also Marco Silva,
on
who
Live
also has been
again
eliminated,
to
unfortunately.
take the title home.
All of Italy backing him. I mean, that just goes back to the conversation of the strength of the competition.
I have
at the
appreciation
World
for Gavin Michaels as a
Because it wasn't
Reign
just Italy,
team
like, it was
expert.
shocking yesterday to kind of go through and see a couple of the players have been knocked out, and it's not because anything other than the competition is so tough. Like, again, you
And
have
whoever
no
this
free
Ho-Oh
rise
guy
around
is,
one
he's now my
competition
new
for stat,
favorite.
and it's going to be such a worthy winner tomorrow.
I know. I remember, so I was taken away to do a bunch of like pre-recorded segments for a while, and y'all took over for a bit. And then I came back and I was like, hey, how's the tournament going? You're like, oh, well, Marco Silva's out, like this person's out, this person's out. And I was like, what did I miss? Like, I was only gone for like maybe 2 hours, and it felt like it was just a completely different tournament by that point.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Keeps it interesting, though,
Yeah.
right?
It does, yeah. I'm scared to disappear again, honestly. Who knows
Well,
what's
I
gonna
can
happen next time.
guarantee you almost everyone will be eliminated if you do, because
yeah, actually,
we're
yeah.
just about at that point.
Yeah, actually.
We've got a Ho-Oh in cut as well, so that is
Oh,
a
Ho-Oh
huge.
made
The Ho-Oh guy made it.
So that is a big.
Oh,
turn
there you
for us,
go.
I think.
Yeah, I'm
The
so
Ho-Oh guy
excited
made
about
it.
that. I started. I kind of made the jump over from singles. In
Let's go,
2010 at the
Ho-Oh.
very end, where I went to US Nationals that year.
You
kind of
really
just
need
meet
to learn
people
his
that I met
name.
online, kinda hang out.
I know, I'm
Little
so
GC,
sorry,
but I
Ho-Oh
thought
guy.
we did,
played a
and
game
then I
before,
forgot.
online. And then I watched the World Championship that year. I saw Ho.
I feel like it's Yoshi something, but I didn't see that anywhere.
It was kind of
When I
never
was
Ho
looking.
either, but yeah, it's
Oh.
flashback, right? I think it's such a cool Pokemon, maybe its place in the lore is a little better.
Wish they had said it instead of saying ho-oh. They're doing it too.
Ho-Oh. I mean, because we're excited about the ho-oh. The ho-oh is the star, okay?
Oh.
It's not him, it's ho-oh.
Oh, okay.
Especially on the special side, I think maybe the specially or the
Oh,
most
take all the credit.
Ho-Oh takes all the credit. Ho-Oh was in there putting work in that one, the one they showed on the stream. And I guess he's putting in work in other matches because he's in Top Cut.
Yeah, I love Ho-Oh, and I've been
Go,
told
Ho-Oh.
multiple times that I kind of missed the era in which Ho-Oh could
My
be
goodness.
reliable, right? And then we had the beginning of the format, and we did actually get to see a little bit of Ho-Oh. And it
Top
kinda got
Cut
to
is the
that,
top
like,
32,
early
right?
on.
Mhm.
So to see
Yeah.
it show up here, the only Ho-Oh now in Top Cut, it's just been such a treat. And again,
But isn't it
where
all
any
bit
of these meta
too
adaptations and
like
these
me?
calls going into the tournament pay off huge.
It
Yeah,
is.
especially when you look at probably the most used
I
restricted, or
think-
what would have been thought to be the most used restricted coming into this tournament in Miraidon. I think it's an even
Because he
braver
is still
decision.
a
believe in
a
this
flying
sport. I
bird,
believe
right?
it's restricted. I think this is the
Yeah, he's
the one that's
flying
gonna carry me
fire.
all the way. And you know, when you
Yeah.
look at a lot of the new comps that are kind
So
of
I'm assuming lightning could still do some damage from all.
Yeah, I'm sure it could. I'm sure it could.
A really smart choice.
The thing about
refresh my memory.
competitive is that nothing is in like
right?
a
Because
vacuum.
it's
You
not.
know,
Terra
Mhm.
Water,
It's
which
so
is
you're
it's all about
really
like
just
how you build the
struggling
teams
against
around
Miraidon.
these Pokemon and how they can work with their teammates to take out their weaknesses
Well,
together.
there's an Iron Treads on the team.
Oh, right, that's what I was
Which is
thinking of, yeah.
also cool. It just gets overshadowed by the fact there's a Ho-Oh on the team.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need some time to process this. I'm gonna be really
This team cooks.
I think
It's
it's so cool though,
cooking.
right? Because yeah, it's like, all right, well, I know this Pokemon is this
If
problem.
I was there, I
But
don't think I
another
would have
entire
survived
Pokemon to
in
solve
any
that
matches.
problem. And, hey, with Miraidon's usage, it's clearly been worth it.
I don't know, like a lot of people who are
Keep
really good
adding
have been
Pokemon,
eliminated.
Maybe I'll solve all
So
of my problems.
Yeah.
The 15 Pokemon team is going to be incredible.
I just have to ask Professor Oak if I can hold more than 6 Pokeballs. That's how it works, right?
I'm sure, yeah.
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 Cool.
Professor Oak.
I believe. I believe.
Well, yeah, he's our head judge this weekend, right?
Yes. Sure.
No, I'm really excited that not only did the Ho-Oh team make it, but just so many unique teams, so many unique compositions.
Ho-Oh
You know, I
team
think
made
this
it.
going into this, I said this before, I'll say it again. A lot of people were expecting, I think, Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta Mirrors per days. I think a lot of people were prepping for that, and that's just not what we're gonna see, as we will have a look at our bracket as we get ready for Top Cut.
Okay.
Here is our round of 32. As we mentioned earlier on, before we did our lovely review of that feature match, there are some people who will be playing a buy-in round for the top 16. There are some people who have locked in a buy. So as you can see there, some of those spots are already populated. So shout outs to Ko Sukide, James Evans, Naoto Kishida, Giuseppe Musico, Montana Mott, and Mikael Kelsch for all locking in top 16.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see Montana get that bye, just because he got paired up like 2 or 3 rounds in a row. A tough thing to do there. So at least it was all for something.
I was also, James Evans, I was curious about if he would get top 16 because I know that he did get a bye earlier in the day, which can sometimes throw things off a little bit. Now that we have asymmetrical, it means like you'll still be in cut if you win out. But that top 32,
So she
there
will
have been
buy
so many strong
rounds?
trainers that unfortunately,
yeah,
I mean,
like
that's where they
their
fall,
top cup
right?
is
So being able
it's
to
not
sneak
just like
into that
straight
top
like there's
16
32
is really
people.
nice.
Hey,
Oh.
We've seen a lot of
Yeah, it's
in-game
complicated.
RNG.
I can't
I
even
was talking
really
to Ray
explain it
Rizzo,
that well,
yesterday. He
but
made the comment, like, oh, getting that bye
some
could be the
people, if they
difference for one of
got
these
like
players from
more than
being with
8
5 more
wins, like
rounds or
they
7 to
automatically
become the world
qualified for
champion.
top
So, hey, sometimes
16.
that's the break you need, baby.
We
Oh.
also have another side of the bracket, believe it or not. We're not done yet with our players who have buys. So
Yoshitaka,
Victoria Medina, James Beck, Yoshitaka.
he's a
He's the
wild-
one.
he qualified- He's top 16. He had a bye. He went to top 16. Let's go. Let's go.
This is a huge leg up in making
Oh, he's taking on Mal Harada.
Championship Sunday, that arena.
Mal Harada did good.
I mean, Hirofumi, Mao,
I feel
amazing,
like he's
first
gonna
off.
win.
But I'm really glad to see players that have been.
I would love to see the Ho-Oh team become the champion. I would love that. That would make me so happy.
Someone's like, who are a couple of the trainers we never really get to see on broadcast that are
Let's say if he makes it to the finals, are we like maybe watching his fight?
I'm definitely not going to stream tomorrow, because the championship match would happen tomorrow on Sunday, because the championship Sunday shows all of the championship matches, and like, I don't want to watch all of the championship matches for every division, because that means that's the championship match for, you know, all the Pokemon Go, all the TCG. Like, I don't understand any of that enough. Well, the problem is, I think I do understand Pokemon Go, and I'm like, okay, whatever. No offense to anybody out there who likes to play Pokemon Go competitively. But I definitely don't understand TCG. The one time I did watch it, I'm like, I just saw this guy play 6 cards and they said the round was over. Like, what happened? So, yeah, so I don't feel like that will be a good stream. But I did say, you know, if I can, you know, get into the Discord in time before the finals match, I might, you know, anyone who wants to watch in Discord, we might do it together, and then I might post that on YouTube. But I won't stream it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the thing is, I don't know what time that's going to be. You kind of like, we probably just, I go in the thing and hang out, and like, oh, it's happening, and then just like start recording whenever it starts happening.
And I think what excites me the most is that it feels like we're starting to write a bit of a new chapter for all of these players as well. There's a big opportunity for a lot of these players. Like, this already is probably the biggest accomplishment on their resume. And to be able to add this and know that at this point, every single win is just adding more and more and building to that, you know, potential finals, if not victory at the end of the day, is really exciting. And I can't wait to see how these stories are going to develop. So that's all that we have here from the lounge. I don't want to keep you all here any longer when we have a match ready to go. So Casters, why don't you take it away?
Got a match ready to go. Who's going to be on stream?
Thank you so much, everybody, for breaking down that Top Cut preview. And
this sounds like Apatu to me every time it comes on. I don't know what this song is.
Kelly, I enjoy once again by Aaron
That's what I keep expecting them to go into.
Pleasure of bringing you our first match in our Top Cut bracket.
There are so many matches. I wish we could watch literally every single one of them, but I think this
I like
was
the
a
hair.
battle of titans.
Yeah.
Like,
She used to have pink hair.
Absolutely incredible
Now she started
players.
blue.
James Beck, a name that many of you probably recognize if you either follow the VGC competitive scene or like to watch content on YouTube. James has been in menace, especially in dual restricted formats. Top 4 at Worlds in 2019, top 4 at Worlds in 2022, the last 2 restricted formats we had. He did that with Kyogre, and he's actually finally moved away from the rain and now has adapted to the sun, bringing Karide onto this tournament. But here he is in Top Cut after taking kind of a long break from playing Pokemon.
I know. This season, he's taken it a little bit slower, not attending as many regionals as we've seen him do in the past. He still had some very good performances at the International Championships this year, but James comes in without any official tournament experience in this double restricted format for Scarlet and Violet. Yet still finds himself
Bree, you like also
at the
K-pop?
World Championships because
Do I
that's
like
just the type
what?
of caliber of player
K-pop.
that he is.
Yeah, I honestly would have pinned him on Kyogre. I think he actually brought Kyogre to Worlds last year, and I think this
I mean,
is
I'm
a
not as
big
knowledgeable
improvement from last year's
of
Worlds.
it
I
as
think he may have
like
gone just
probably
like
Kelsey
0-3
is,
drop
but
last year.
I
It
like
wasn't
it.
really in his cards, but this
There
year,
is a,
I'm
yesterday,
more
there is
knowledgeable.
looking to make it back to that top 4.
Oh, really?
Of course, his opponent, Victor Medina.
No, I was gonna say I'm more knowledgeable about generation like 2
first
of K-pop. If you ask me about the current generation, I'm like, I don't know. That BTS, that Stray Kids, is it Blackpink? I don't know.
Oh, I love Stray Kids. Oh.
Or is it oh, what's the other one I like? Oh my gosh. Who did Ice on My Teeth?
But against James, this is the veteran player. I mean, 4-time regional champion.
Whoever did Ice on My Tea, they're cool.
Incredible player.
Ice on My Tea?
Yeah, it was wild. That song is wild, honestly. When I heard it, I'm like, what year do they think this is? Are they talking about grills? Rappers don't have grills like that anymore.
And Victor has been using this team for quite
Jeez, yeah.
Basically, since regulation started, he has been a big player.
My sister likes Stray Kids.
Shadow Rider Zamazenta as a
Stray Kids are cool.
in Europe in particular as just
I can't believe they're
and Victor has piloted to tremendous success.
I said his sister is correct.
I can't believe, like, once I found out that they are in JYP, like, I'm like, they don't sound like a JYP group. JYP has groups that have, like, breathy, like, singing like him, you know.
Double wide guard on this team definitely makes it such a big threat for all of the other teams that are running the Shadow Rider Calyrex, the Kyogres and Origin Pulse, the Ice Rider Calyrex.
What, you broke up?
And so I think just being able to have multiple options in terms of that protective move, I think really makes this team so versatile. Especially when you look at not just the Smeargle, but you have two very
And
key
then
pieces
Stray Kids came to
balance
Chicago and we went to
There's a reason
a
why
live
they're
event.
staples in this format, and
Oh,
it's
that's
no
cool.
surprise to see them here alongside that Zamazenta and Shadow Rider.
I was kind of confused because I never knew the group, so I was like, what am I watching?
That's the correct response if you've never watched a K-pop group. What am I watching?
A single 4 off in this game. James is using Calyrex, Shadow Rider, he's using Koraidon. These are not very bulky restricted Pokemon. Putting them to sleep often will just allow you to deal with them very quickly afterwards. And so I definitely have my eyes out on Victor Smeargle in particular. And the question that I have is, how can James respond to it?
There's only one way that you're going to be able to bypass that spore, and that's with the
I think my internet
no
is
other cross terrestrializations on the team,
Yep.
so you're very susceptible.
She was
to that.
right.
The only
Her
way
internet
to
went
get
out.
around it is just knock it out faster.
Yeah.
And that's where we do look at something like the Regieleki, which is one of the more naturally fast Pokemon in the format, alongside
As soon as you said that, woo,
could be
you let
trained.
Yeah.
You'll definitely be faster, and so that's one way that you can.
Oh,
knock
her
it out.
internet.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of ways you can handle it. Rillaboom obviously has that immunity, has fake out.
Yeah,
So
I
Victor
love
actually
to.
does have safety goggles as well, so he's using the immunity to Spore, despite it not being a grass type. And I think Incineroar here... Exactly, yeah. So, like, I mean, safety goggles actually doesn't feel as common on Incineroar right now. Like, there's so many Assault Vests, there's so many Rocky Helmets, but I think goggles here could actually be a super relevant item because it gives you an additional defensive line into Smeargle. And there are a couple things about James's team that are really interesting, right? First of all, you've got Roar on the Incineroar. That is not a move you see that frequently. Flare Blitz often used
Yeah, I
instead.
did notice that
Roar,
he's
of course,
running
can be
Roar onto
used against Trick Room
Incineroar.
teams, forcing the Trick Room user out before they're able to get that Trick Room set up, but could be potentially relevant in this matchup where Victor has Nasty Plot Calyrex, right? Imagine getting +2 from Nasty Plot, and then you just get roared out immediately. You can also use Roar into Zamazenta and get rid of that defense boost, which is really nice. And so I think, James, of course, we have to talk about that Regieleki as well. It's a really unique Pokemon. James is actually the only Regieleki player in the entire tournament, and there's a reason for this, because Regieleki is not an easy Pokemon to execute. The idea behind it is that it's very, very fast. You can Electro Web, drop your opponent's speed, allowing you to outpace things afterwards, especially with that Koraidon. Kind of similar to like Fluttermane Koraidon as a lead, but
This
it's not
is
the
the-
easiest Pokemon
the
to use in
ideal
this matchup
time if
either,
you're
because
not
you don't do a lot of
subscribed.
damage, and you're staring down Raging Bolt.
Subscribe.
Raging Bolt, the Assault Vest onto the Rillaboom that also has that great defensive typing.
They're literally getting ready to start a match, and there's literally
depends
getting ready to be
on
ads.
how Calyrex are trained. One Electro would help you seal the kill versus the opposing one, and so I think we'll really need
He
to
seems
see
ready.
what is led here as
Oh,
well
they're
as
ready.
the
I hope they're
interactions
ready
of
at
these
this
particular
point.
Pokemon.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Rillaboom is probably the least likely Pokemon to be brought from either ends.
As soon
and
as-
one
as
thing
soon
that
as it
Victor's
loads
done a
up,
ton in this
they'll
tournament
pull
was
it up
actually
on the-
drop one of
on
his
the screen.
restricteds, namely that Zamazenta. There is a Volcarona on the opposing
I
side.
was
and one of
watching
the
on
main reasons
TikTok
you use Volcarona in this format
that
is
Trump
specifically to deal
and
with Zamazenta.
Putin
So,
was like
if you
together.
are Victor and you're thinking, oh, maybe James is going to bring
Yeah,
Volcarona.
I'm sure
I mean,
they
come on,
were.
I'm using Zamazenta. There's actually an argument to
I
be
was
maybe
like,
drop that Zamazenta and support your Calyrex a little bit more. We
it
also call
might
this kind of like
be
protect
real
the
because it
Calyrex
didn't
Shadow
seem
Rider
AI
range,
to
but
me.
when it's triple fake out on Victor's
Yeah, I think
end, right?
I
So
think
it's
that
like,
was real.
you can pick 2 of the 3 fake
I think
out
they had some
users.
sort of
I think
meeting
Raging
about
Bolt
something.
here is very strong
Yeah.
from a damage standpoint and gives you a little bit more firepower against Regieleki, which otherwise actually could be a little bit annoying. So I'm curious, does James bring the Volcarona? Does he bring that Regieleki?
But even though
We'll
AI,
find out. Top 16
Oh.
into the Pokemon World Championships is about to begin as we see the leads from either side. Both Shadow Rider Calyrex have
oh,
hit
what
the
gen
field,
is
but
that
James has decided
Pokemon?
to support that with the Rillaboom and
Which one?
Victor with the Smeargle.
The one
So,
was like
battle
a
of the fake
painter.
outs obviously here immediately.
Oh,
I
Smeargle?
think
Oh,
Rillaboom
Smeargle is.
is a tough bring, but it makes sense, especially into Victor's lead. Now, you
It's
have to utilize
not-
Rillaboom well.
That is a
because it's
good
so
question.
easy to
Smeargle
potentially
is
switch out, for example.
Generation
And put, there's Incineroar in the back. You can see Victor considering
Two
just going
or
for
3.
Terra, Nasty Plot plus Fake Out here.
Oh.
This is one of the advantages of using Smeargle. You're going to be max speed. You can outspeed
2.
the opposing Rillabooms and
2.
prevent them from getting a move off.
Yeah.
The nice thing about Rillaboom is you will be able to pressure with a Grassy Glide afterwards, right? And
Was
so you do have that
his
priority, but then
typing?
with Dark Terra,
He's
can James
normal.
actually handle this Calyrex after it gets
Normal?
the +2?
James could
he's
use this
normal type.
opportunity to switch out his own Shadow Rider Calyrex and maybe bring in something
I thought he was like, I don't know,
Incineroar,
like
get the roar off, but
a
you would have to
fighting
take
type
that
or
Astral Barrage
trash
first.
type.
And as we see the terrestrialization
He's
hit,
normal.
we know that's gonna
His
be going
his trick
onto
is
Shadow Rider
Smeargle's
Calyrex
is that
to
he
give
can
it that
learn
Dark Terra and that really great
essentially
defensive
every
typing.
move in the game.
Yeah, Dark Terra, both players have on their Calyrex, and it's just so
Oh.
good because it gives you that immunity to Psychic.
Ooh.
And both players are going to commit the Terra here, with Victor's Terraing first. So one of the things to pay attention to is who has the faster Shadow Rider in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that was James's actually on the other side.
Okay.
That did
Reverse.
terrestrialize first, but it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
Because we do have that mirrored on either side, but the fake out is also going to be faster for Victor, so Rillaboom is not going to be able to get a chance to move this turn. James has decided instead of going for the Astral Barrage, you're able to use the Psychic into the Smeargle,
go.
already bringing it down to its Focus Sash. That is going to be the only move that James has on his Shadow Rider Calyrex that will be able to do damage, but Victor gets this Nasty Plot off for free.
So you do get the boost up here, and now you're threatened by Grassy Glide just knocking out the Smeargle. That being said, you got to +2. The opposing Calyrex isn't going to do a ton of damage. Smeargle actually does get a
he
speed boost. You
survived
can see
that?
James reacting
Oh,
because that
wow.
means if you don't Grassy Glide
He's,
that slot, it
I
will
think
be
he
able
was
to just
Focus
get a
Sash.
score off, right? And so you can see Victor, a lot of interesting things here. First of all, no Zamazenta in the back. Victor's also saying,
thought he
well,
got
I
KO'd.
know you have to respect the spore
He has
possibility,
Focus
so
Sash,
why
so
don't I
he
take
lived on
advantage
one.
of this and switch in the Incineroar?
And it's tough too because how is James actually going to be able to damage this Calyrex? We already saw the Psychic. You're not able to use that since the Dark Terror Calyrex would be immune. And so now as the Incineroar
Can
comes
you
in,
heal
what's kinda
during
nice is
battle?
You're getting an Intimidate drop onto this
Oh,
Rillaboom
no.
while also being able to
I mean,
take
unless your
that
Pokemon knows healing moves of some
Absolutely.
sort.
Calyrex
No,
actually
you
just
can't use
opting for
potions
a
or anything in
protect here.
battle.
Doesn't want to take any damage and try to avoid that potential spore. And so this is James's other response. He's saying, you know what? I can get around the spore if I just
That would be
protect
like
and
cheating,
maybe launch
huh?
a Woodhammer into your Shadow Rider. But
Oh,
let's
yeah.
see how much does the +2 life orb. Oh, fall short of the knockdown.
that did
Assault Vest
so
being a huge
much.
item.
It does, but Rillaboom actually goes for the U-turn. I was gonna say
I
if it does go for the
mean,
Woodhammer, likely
he
will
is
not
a
get allowed
grass type
to
to a
that
fire
recoil,
type.
but instead decides to go for the pivot, and now we'll get a chance to
Well,
see
it was a
what
ghost
else
move
James
into
has brought
a
into
grass
this
type.
first game. Looks like it's
Oh.
gonna be the Regieleki,
And I'm pretty
but
sure it
what
has
else
an
is
assault
bringing in?
vest, so it
cool,
should
but
be
where
able
do you
to
go from
take
here? You
like
just protected your Calyrex,
special
so
attacks
Incineroar
pretty
hit it
well,
out. That was a
but
great
like
switch
that
by
didn't
Victor
matter
playing
after the
once ahead,
nasty
and even
plot, I
conserving
guess.
Smeargle, so now you have fake out
Yeah.
Astral Barrage
I think
really
the,
freely, right? And so
without the
I think
assault vest, I
the
think
question for Victor
it
is,
would
do
have
you
gone
want to
down.
make any really crazy predictions? You could also fake out until a Regieleki slot, but it just feels very, very safe to, of course, target Calyrex. And a +2 Astral Barrage with that fake out will definitely put it in KO range of another Astral Barrage. And so just opting for the safe fake out option here, Calyrex realizes I do not want to take damage. I'm going to
The way how it jumps.
But it's really tough because since the Rillaboom is going to be coming back in and it's at such low HP, James is giving up yet another boost to this Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to be +3 at the end of this turn. If the Incineroar hadn't knocked it
Yeah, I
out
was
to
like, it's
that
so
fake
close,
out,
but
but
it's-
it is
yeah.
close. Victor still gets away with it.
Gosh.
+3 Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to run away with this game.
Yeah, I think the upside
Yeah.
for James right now is that at least your Regieleki is focused.
Don't know what you're gonna do
and
about
the
that.
Dark Terra should save Calyrex, I think, from getting one shot by the Astral Barrage, but it is looking really, really scary. I think the advantage, though, that James has is that you do have the fast Calyrex and you have Regieleki, so this next turn, you do pressure with a lot of damage, right? But Incineroar's looking pretty decent. I think Koraidon actually maybe makes the most sense to come out now for James, and then you can pressure with something like Electro Web plus an immediate attack from the Koraidon, try to get a knockout. If you are Victor, you could potentially protect your Calyrex Shadow Rider then and either, you know, go for a switch with the Incineroar or, you know, even go for a parting shot in this position. Yeah, exactly as he's opting to do. With the idea that even if you lose your Incineroar, you at least get a free switch in afterwards.
Yeah, either way. You still have that Smeargle in the back as well, so that is something that you can also use as a sacrificial piece. But the fact that it does have to fake out, really nice thing to have as one of those free switches, so you can guarantee that you're going to be able to get damage off with this Calyrex. So it makes a lot of sense here. Protect the Shadow Rider Calyrex on your side if you're Victor, and also go for some type of pivot with the Incineroar and just hope for the best. We'll see the protect first and how James decides to respond to that now.
I think James is exerting a ton of offense right now, so this is a little bit scary for Victor because, like, Regieleki's Electro Webs, oh, it's going to miss the Incineroar. Not really super relevant from a damage standpoint. Koraidon does Collision Course here, and so this turn works out really, really nicely for Victor. I was saying it's a little bit scary because we're getting to this point where, like, you can just Electro Web plus get a big attack off, and that Calyrex, like, baiting out that Terra early was really nice. That's part of this idea of Calyrex plus Koraidon as a duo. So many opposing Calyrexes are Dark Terras. If you get that Dark Terra out, well, you just threaten with super effective damage. And so Smeargle right now can come in for free. There is the ability, of course, to now go for a fake out. If you are James, though, you could theoretically just protect both of your Pokemon and then afterwards go for an Electro Web plus a Collision Course. But however, the Smeargle has the Wide Guard and no speed boost there.
I was like, ooh, but defense. But yeah, it is tough. I mean, Smeargle has just so many options, and I think James still needs to get a couple of turns right in order to really take advantage of that offensive pressure that he has on the field.
The thing I think this turn is probably not going to be a huge turn. The next turn is what I'm really thinking ahead towards, because let's say you just go fake out Astral this turn. The next turn then becomes this mind game of, oh, do I wide guard because you're going to Electro Web, or do I just go for a follow me saying you're not going to wide guard, right? And so I think, yeah, I'm already thinking one turn ahead. I think this turn, because there's fake out pressure, if you are James, you definitely do not want your Koraidon going down. Makes probably the most sense to just protect both.
So we'll see the Regieleki go ahead and follow with that protect, and the Koraidon following suit. So Victor is going to get denied this fake out plus combo, but here's where you were bringing it up. This is the turn we're waiting for.
This is the turn, in my opinion, of this game. I think whoever comes out of this turn with the advantage will very likely run away with the game. So let's see. It's going to be intense, and this is the mind game that you have with the
shield delay is like a move, or is like something that
is the item? Onto either Astral Barrage,
it's a move, it's protect.
Onto Koraidon, and the Shadow Rider here, of course, can just run away with it. Going to be an attack boost, defense drop, so neither of those Moody boosts relevant. So yeah, and then if you expect, like, it could of course attacks. Not be the wide guard then, right? It could be a follow me. Like if you think it's going to be wide guard, you can just go for a Thunderbolt instead, and maybe like switch out your Koraidon, for example. And so yeah, I think like Victor here, yeah, he's thinking about, wide guard's safe, right? And so yeah, Koraidon is going to pivot, recognizing, okay, I just can't go for the Electro Web, otherwise I'm going to fall short. But I mean, this should give Victor a huge advantage.
I think so.
This is disappointment in your voice.
That comes in to take its place.
Just get so tiring when my internet is like this. I don't know what the problem is.
Wildcard comes out for the Smeargle, but if this Regieleki decided to follow up,
like, what am I paying for it to keep going out so much?
Goes for the Thunderbolt, not falling victim to that trap, and gets the knockout onto the Smeargle. But here's where things really start to continue to turn positive here for Victor. You've got the free switch now into that Incineroar. Like, you come in and just fake out something and it goes down.
Yeah, I think I cannot stress how important it was that Victor conserved the Smeargle. I think it was actually probably
you have an
iPhone to wide guard there because the Calyrex is already so boosted, so you do knock out the Koraidon.
Yeah, I got an iPhone.
Faster. If your Shadow Rider is slower, then that becomes really scary. But basically, yeah, it's like, what do you do now?
Are you with Metro PCS?
With the Thunderclap, and this was kind of my fundamental.
No.
I think it's just so hard to execute. You need to actually get
I have
an
Spectrum.
With it. If you don't, I think it's actually just useless. And with double wide guard pressure from Victor, such a big deal. But if he had stayed in with that Smeargle and it got knocked out by U-turn, this would be a completely different match because the Electro
Web I heard like Metro is
actually get that speed drop. But now it's like, okay, well, you get a speed drop, but how are you even dealing damage to the Shadow Rider? And then you can just Thunderclap everything.
Yeah, and while the Thunderclap is going to fail because it was targeting into the Regieleki, this Raging Bolt is still going to be able to take this Astral Barrage pretty comfortably. And that's all the Shadow Rider Calyrex on James's end is going to be able to do, because there's going to be an opposing Astral Barrage incoming, and that will get a knockout onto the Calyrex, and now Victor's Shadow Rider Calyrex +4 special attack.
Yeah, and the Koraidon just comes back out, but now you can just Thunderclap into the Shadow Rider and knock out the Koraidon, and so this is looking really,
I'm just going to use my data again.
Yeah, it's just a huge testament to the support that Smeargle provided in this game, right? Having the ability to go
As soon as it comes
forward,
back on, it goes
makes
back up.
Regieleki, I think, relatively useless. And you're calling this out in the pregame, right? There's 2 wide guard users to deal with. The Regieleki wants to click that Electro Web, but are you ever actually going to be able to accomplish that if Victor has any wide guard user out? But I think the key turn that
I bought pizza.
back into was that turn with the U-turn, right?
You want
and
pizza?
actually switching out.
No, I bought it. I literally have it.
Really scared and had to respect that slot, but now it's just Thunderclap Regieleki.
And this poor Koraidon is going to be next to follow suit.
She didn't get me any though, because she's rude like that.
I told you, I put in the order and I said send it to your address.
And I told you it never came.
I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Well, you didn't do much to fix it.
You don't know what I did.
What'd you do?
I just think it's so hard to execute
I
well, right?
sent it
Like,
many
in my
thoughts
opinion,
and
if you were
prayers.
bringing in Regieleki, the only
Not thoughts and prayers. Oh.
If you don't do that, then I just don't think it's really a
Oh,
Maybe he feels pressure to do it because he's like, otherwise I can't really deal with your
I'm
Shadow
sorry.
Rider
That's
really
okay.
well.
I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna make
It's just really
ramen.
difficult, right? And Victor, like,
Ramen is good.
Smeargle, I cannot stress enough how big that was for him.
But how much does James get a chance to take away?
Last
the
time I
fact
was
that
at
Melissa
Jeffrey's, he
Shadow
made
It's not
Rider
pizza,
Calyrex
though.
is faster. I think that's also
I can't eat it with my
something we were highlighting
hands.
before we got into the
I mean,
match.
you
Is that
could.
something
I
that
just
actually
don't
changes
think
your mind
it
at
would
all
be
about
fun.
whether or not you bring the Regieleki?
It's tough, I think, because even though it's
No, it would not.
Terra on Victor's end, it's like the opposing
It's a
Shadow Rider
handful
actually
of
doesn't really become that much of a threat. So it's like, then for James's end, the one way to really take advantage of that Dark Terra is going to be the Koraidon. But then as we saw, the Koraidon's slower than the Shadow Rider, right?
My
So
favorite.
it's
Oh.
really, really tough. I think if you're James, you might be thinking, okay, well, you just revealed Smeargle plus Shadow Rider as your lead, and so what are the possible
I like a
counters
good
I can have for
supreme,
that
like
from the
with the
get-go?
olives and the
Part of it
green
is maybe just,
peppers and
double
like
protecting and then damaging it.
sausage.
Although what's scary is like Victor so much frequently loves going for
Whatever
the
else is on there.
you also have to respect that
The
possibility,
works,
right? 'Cause, like,
whatever they call
I feel
it.
like Victor was just clicking Astro Barrage every turn, and James just had no response.
Then maybe you bring the Incineroar with
That's
Roll.
yummy.
Yeah,
You just lead it right away.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think that's certainly one option, but it looks like James is content running it back with
It
Rillaboom
is yummy.
Maybe you have
Oh,
adjusted
hold on.
something in the back.
I'll be right back.
It's going to be Victor that actually makes that small adjustment. You've got this Shadow Rider Calyrex. It's going to be next to the Incineroar this time around.
Yeah, so Incineroar here, of course, will get that initial Intimidate onto Rillaboom, and that's big because one of the ways that James could try to deal with this Shadow Rider
My
is,
bad.
you know, you protect your Shadow Rider, you get a Wood Hammer into Calyrex, that does a lot of damage, then you pressure with Grassy Glide afterwards. Intimidate goes a really long way, though, so I like this because I think Victor also recognizes, like, wait, hold on, my Smeargle is actually really, really good in this matchup, and so I'd rather actually conserve it a little bit more until the end, right? He is going for that Dark Terra on Calyrex, though, so James theoretically could go for Fake Out onto Victor's Calyrex, Terra his Calyrex, and then maybe go for something like a Nasty Plot.
It's so tough. I mean, when you think about like the Rillaboom as well as the Incineroar matchup, are you also feeling pretty confident about the speed interactions there as well? And does that maybe that helps inform you about whether or not you could feel comfortable going for that fake out play? But for now, it is going to be the Terrastallizations.
Does James call it and go for a Fake Out onto the Shadow Rider slot? It seems risky, but it actually makes a lot of sense because you are staring down Astral Barrage pressure as well. Once again, we're going to see both players Terra their Calyrex. It just makes so much sense in this matchup. It's like if you don't, then you risk losing the game literally immediately on turn 1 to an Astral Barrage or a knockoff. And so this is a relatively safe Terra, and there's a reason why everyone is running Dark Terra on Calyrex right now.
Once they do that, what type
Okay, James is going to be the one
like,
that actually goes for that Nasty Plot
what
as
it
well.
becomes?
And so we'll see those Nasty Plots mirror.
After it terrestrializes, defensively, it becomes a dark
That's
type.
super effective damage. This is so much better for him. Now you can just go into the Koraidon, and you've gotten the +2 boost on your Shadow Rider, you're
Offensively,
faster.
it
You
still
threaten it with
gets
just
like
Collision
an
Course plus
advantage
Astral
from
Barrage,
using
and so
whatever
it's
its
a
original
Regieleki
type
here,
is,
which I'm
but
a little
also an
surprised to see
advantage for
over
using
Koraidon,
dark
but
moves.
it's going to be knockoff to come out here.
Right.
It is going to knock off the Life Orb that James's Calyrex is holding, and the critical hit certainly doesn't
Because like I've
help
seen people
either.
also use it with
It's going
fire
to
types.
basically even the score for the amount
Yeah.
of damage that these Calyrex have taken from each other.
It just
Yeah, I
depends
think the
on
upside for Victor here is you can just
what type of
protect and your
Pokemon you
Incineroar
have
should
and what
survive a
sort
turn
of
here. Like I don't think
coverage moves you have and things like that.
So you can see Victor hovering that so much, and he's like, okay, now I can at least switch into the Smeargle. I think you could Parting Shot here instead. This is a little bit scary, but I think theoretically it should always be Astro Barrage coming out here instead of a Psychic, so then the idea is Smeargle at least gets to come in, even if it gets brought down to Focus Ash.
Do they only allow any like certain legendaries, or all legendaries are allowed?
You can bring 2 of the restricted legendaries, and the restricted legendaries are like the box art ones, like the ones that are on the cover of the games. So like, you know, Zamazenta, Zacian, trying to think of games you've played through, Palkia, Dialga, like you can only bring 2 of those, but then any of the other legendaries you can bring as many of as you want, and as well as any of the other
By the way, as you called out, the knockoff onto Calyrex is a big deal because it removes the life orb. So I was thinking, okay, you should switch in Koraidon, but James recognizes, well, if I bring in Koraidon and then you
There's a Pokemon named Shenpao, I think.
Knocks out Victor's Calyrex. And so that's actually the reason why he brought out that Regieleki first. But this last turn ends up being
he's an Ice type.
Yeah, we were thinking, the Smeargle at least get brought down a Sash.
Shenpao is,
the answer is neither. It gets to come in for free with full
I believe
HP,
that's
so
the Ice Dark one, the like swords.
Instead, it's gonna be that Wide Guard, though. Okay.
Oh man.
I mean, that's really safe actually, because now the opposing Calyrex can't do anything.
They look extra pointy.
Thunderbolt from this Regieleki that does bring it down quite low, but with this Psychic from James's Shadow Rider Calyrex, you bring that Smeargle down to its Focus Sash. But it's the return damage from the Shadow Rider Calyrex on Victor's side that's going to make such a big difference on this turn. Both Pokemon on the receiving end. Regieleki gets brought down to Sash, and Calyrex so low.
This was a huge
that move's super strong.
Ends up actually not going for it ends up going for that
I didn't
Wide
pay
Guard, and
attention
James
close
is
enough
not
to know if
getting
he
baited
had
by
used
it.
Nasty
So I was
Plot
saying,
or
okay, Calyrex can't
not.
do anything into the Calyrex, but it
I know
still can't
James
Psychic
did
the
on his
Smeargle. You
side,
see
but I don't
Victor
know
reacting
if
because
Victor
he knew,
did.
oh my goodness, I could have just actually clicked Spore that turn. If I clicked Spore, I might just win the game from that position. But now he's taking a lot of damage on a both. This is so close right now, but you know, James does have the major speed advantage in the current moment. That being said, Victor's done a lot of damage, and you are getting to a point where you can start thunderclapping. However, you still have to deal with that Koraidon in the back for James.
I'm gonna turn my fan off. It's too damn cold.
You have to pick and choose what you're going to actually fake out. This Shadow Rider Calyrex is still very low, and once this Incineroar comes in, you have 2 targets in front of you that are naturally faster than your own Calyrex.
Absolutely. This is scary for Calyrex, and this is where having the slower Calyrex really can be detrimental. So James deciding, I'm just going to also copy what you did and just go for Astro Barrages. And so Thunderbolt comes down, and Regieleki is actually doing really meaningful damage there with that attack.
Yeah, it's looking quite good, and that's another reason why Regieleki was looked at in the Sword and Shield era as one of these big powerhouse Pokemon. Good for speed as well as that special attack damage output, even if it was nerfed just a little bit here in the Scarlet and Violet era. And now, both of these Pokemon relatively low here for Victor. There's still a 4th Pokemon in the back that he can utilize, but this is so risky.
Whoa, okay. Going for the switch into Smeargle, going for a fake out here. I mean, from James's end, I think you could probably just double protect, but basically the theory here is if you double protect, I've gotten Smeargle out, I can Wide Guard, and then you cannot hit the Incineroar essentially. Neither Pokemon actually protect, and so Victor actually does get a knockout here.
The knockout onto the Regieleki is nice too, because you know the Smeargle then, it probably is coming in scot-free. And this Astro Barrage will hit the Incineroar, but you've got the Smeargle, which probably you aren't going to be Psychicking into a Dark Terra Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yep.
So now the Incineroar gets knocked out. I think this is exactly what Victor wanted. The Smeargle next to your own Shadow Rider Calyrex or that Raging Bolt that can provide fake out support.
Yeah, it's going to be close. I think I definitely give the advantage to James right now in this game. I think he's handled the offense a lot better, and having this fast Shadow Rider is huge. Crucially, no Moody speed drop or speed increase there on the Smeargle. That obviously is always really scary. Rillaboom is able to come out now, though, so you do pressure with something just like a Fake Out and a Psychic, and then things get really scary because James has now managed his Rillaboom really nicely this game as well, right? And so you, of course, have that Assault Vest. You pressure with Grassy Glide onto the Shadow Rider, and like Thunderclap is nice, but how are you doing enough damage into the Raging Bolt, right? So right now we're seeing, yeah, ooh, Fake Out Dragon Pulse, okay, double up into the Rillaboom, which makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because maybe you're expecting that this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to protect itself.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
but it doesn't protect!
No way! Let's see how James is able to capitalize on this. It just goes for another nasty blow.
Yeah, exactly.
Goodness, okay.
Exactly. Oh, and I think Victor's recognizing dealing damage in a Rillaboom is going to be really hard. I actually need to use Raging Bolt as effectively as possible because my Shadow Rider won't actually be able to get an attack off, and so I think the turn works out well for both players. Now you are still pressuring that Thunderclap onto the Calyrex.
Is that supposed to be a giraffe?
Even go for another nasty plot. But oh my goodness.
It's
actually kind of interesting.
It's a Raging Bolt.
I'm like looking at it like, oh man, I feel bad for Raikou.
I like Raging Bolt. It grew on me a lot. At first I thought it was the most ridiculous thing they've ever done, but then I'm like, you know what?
Not anymore because of the Protect, but it still feels relatively safe because you would think that it would be the Psychic that goes into something like that Smeargle to try
He still looks weird though, but I mean,
it does get the knockout. Aaron, I don't know. We've seen some wild things this tournament.
I guess I'm not used to that Pokemon game.
Yeah. And be bulky enough to take that. Fortunately, the good thing with Smeargle, I say as a non-Smeargle player, is that its
like,
stats are just relatively free.
I haven't got that far to the story, or beating Scarlet and Violet.
You kind of need to stall out the terrain. Like your goal, ideally, is to stall out terrain so that you don't fall to just a grassy glide, right? And so James's Rillaboom actually ends up being really crucial here. I think it's not the easiest Pokemon to execute in this matchup either, but it makes a lot of sense into the Assault Vest. Or with the Assault Vest, and with the Incineroar being eliminated earlier on, Rillaboom becomes so much more valuable.
I was gonna wonder though whether or not James is actually going to go for a nasty plot again to try to bypass this Thunderclap, because you know that this Shadow Rider is such a big deal for Victor to get rid of, and that's exactly what happens. We're going to see that Thunderclap fail, which means that James is going to be able to have this fully boosted up Shadow Rider Calyrex for the endgame. It is faster than both of these Pokemon on Victor's side, and now maybe though, can Victor get through this grassy terrain?
Wait, what? So he used Nasty Plot and he used his team?
No, it's the grassy terrain that's doing the healing for the team.
You will never get an attack off. James is like, that's fine, I'll just deal with everything else.
Right, well, protect for James, and a double protect here for Victor.
Okay.
That's huge. No more Grassy Glide to KO this Shadow Rider Calyrex. And while Victor is still going to be stuck, having done no damage in these past couple of turns, this is critical for him.
Yeah, absolutely needed to double to stay in the game. As everyone heals back a little bit more. And I'm also wondering, like, if there's any chance Calyrex is bulky enough where it would even be able to survive a Grassy Glide, because terrain is still up. And so you can see, Victor's thinking of going for Nasty Plot. You notice it's the last turn of terrain, so it's like, do you want to go for a triple protect? Or are you like, you know what, I feel back enough where Grassy Glide doesn't KO me. Thunderclap to come out, it doesn't get the knockout.
That's such a big deal, because James is able to use this turn to fire on all
gosh,
cylinders.
it's like +6, I think, or something. It has to be.
James is
wow.
back in this 1-1 in our first Top Cup match here at the World Championships. And that top 8 spot on the line.
Oh my
So go into a game 3.
So close. You know, Raging Bolt did have some opportunities to go for the Dragon Pulse, target that Calyrex Shadow Rider, but Victor was like, well, you could just Astral Barrage at any point. I think James played through that map.
Oh, it's all the way to 3?
It's best 2 out of 3 to see who goes to the next round. And they've each won 1 round.
Oh, okay,
You put something to sleep there, like the Shadow Rider, I think it's a very, very different game, but that to me feels like the absolute critical turn. I believe this is actually the turn that we were just talking about, but I like James's decision. He's like, look, I know that my Shadow Rider is faster, and I actually know that my Rillaboom is also a really strong
Damn, that move is so strong.
Just surviving with the sliver of HP is a really big deal. From Victor's end, like, having some priority early on would be nice, so I actually consider
that's a lot of
his
people.
Rillaboom, right? Because look how low Shadow Rider and Electro were in that last game. Like,
It's the World Championship, so
hasn't come out, and I mean,
biggest
nice
tournament of the year.
Might be scared of the +2 like Life Orb Psychic from the opposing side.
Yeah.
And so I actually could see Victor switching to either Rillaboom or Zamazenta here.
That would be a nice adjustment, but I also feel like both of these trainers must have had a lot of experience playing against this archetype, especially if you're coming in as a player that has really watched the European scene develop. You know, it's Zamazenta, Shadow Rider, Calyrex, Smeargle.
Yep.
You know you're going to be playing against that. So I feel like this is a really great expression of skill here from James. I especially like the adjustment where you have the Regieleki actually go for more damage rather than the Electro Webs. And you call that Y-Guard turn, but I was just really impressed overall with the Thunderbolt damage that this Regieleki was doing.
It was no joke, yeah. I mean, did nearly 50% to Incineroar. I think for Victor, you could play turn 1 differently. I actually think the leads were not that bad for him, but turn 1 just did. He was, I think, hoping to just like catch Calyrex off guard and say, you know what, I'm just gonna get a knockoff into you. But yeah, I think like you could consider either playing fake outing the other Calyrex, but it's a return to Smeargle, which
so
also
serious.
makes a lot of sense. You got the fast fake out here, and it gives you the protection against the opposing Calyrex immediately.
These are the same lanes we saw in game number 1, and Victor was able to find the edge to carve out that first game victory. But now as we enter into the third game, it all comes down to this. Top 8 on the line here for James and Victor, and we'll see what happens on this first turn. We've seen the run back of these
I never had Chick-fil-A, but I low-key want
Shadow
one.
Rider Calyrex is both of these games so far.
The hard switch
Chick-fil-A is
immediately. So
good.
part of the beauty of the double fake outs is like sometimes you bait a
I like the
protect, you
chicken
protect,
though,
and
I
then you
like
switch
how
your
it
fake
is
out
made.
user immediately in the back. Then you can just fake out what just protected the previous turn. But turn 1 already very,
I
very
like that
spicy.
type of
Yeah, you
chicken,
got
like,
this Incineroar in.
it looks
As we
so
were
good.
talking about in that second game, the Intimidate still plays a huge role again versus this Rillaboom. Didn't see it go for the Woodhammer, but there was an opportunity to do that on the last game. So imagine if you do that this time around. And it's just the Grassy Glide.
Oh, he
though.
didn't terrestrialize.
Wow! Oh, what a turn by Victor!
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that's
the
a
Incineroar coming in
huge
was so big, yeah!
Oh my goodness, he gets away with so much in this turn.
Oh,
You don't even get the boost if you're James. Now your Calyrex is boosted. You have Fake Out plus Astral Barrage available to you. Oh, it's a phenomenal turn by Victor, and you know, it's so scary to fall behind like this in one turn because now Calyrex just has so much offense.
And the fact that you have, the +2.
So able to play online with people, you gotta like finish the story mode
You
first.
do save the Terra for something
On
else
Scarlet
if
and
you
Violet,
choose to,
no.
but right now, James knows he's under threat. He has to get that Shadow Rider.
I forget when exactly you can start playing online, but it's pretty early on.
Actually deal damage to either of these Pokemon. So Victor knows.
So I know when my husband was playing with us, like he hasn't beaten the game by any means. So
Pokemon down already for James in this first game.
This is looking so
Have he tried,
difficult to come back, and that fake out
Legends
damage,
Rising?
I think, having a little bit of chip is often enough to get the Rillaboom into
Have he
knockout
ever
range, but
tried Legends
Regieleki at
Arceus?
least survives the attack now.
no,
You can
he's
get
not
the
really
free
into
switching
Pokemon.
into,
He's just
say,
been
that
playing
Koraidon
because
and
I've
then
asked
pressure
him
with
to.
Electro Web plus Collision Course, for example. I think if you're Victor and the Koraidon comes out, you could just protect, go for a parting shot with Incineroar, bring out your Smeargle, and then if Smeargle has Follow Me, with it still at full HP, you can read it. Like, you don't care about eating up an Electro Web because then you just get the Astral Barrage off. So it's gonna take a huge, incredible comeback for James to make it out of this one, because I feel like Victor, that turn 1 alone was game winning.
And Victor still has the opportunity to go for Protect here. If you are expecting that Koraidon is going to try to get the knockout onto the Shadow Rider Calyrex, there's a great way for you to try to weave in something different. We see the Raging Bolt is available in the back. That's something that Victor used in that first game for that Raging Bolt to capitalize on the Sun, get its photosynthesis boost, and preserve that booster energy for later.
And I think this makes so much sense, where it's like, okay, I've gotten you trapped, right? If you don't knock out my Raging Bolt right now, next turn, Thunderclap, Astral Barrage, GG, shake my hand, right? And so we'll see if the Raging Bolt can survive the turn, but I think this makes a lot of sense. No need to even risk knocking your Incineroar getting KO'd. The only scary thing here is if Koraidon ends up actually targeting the Bolt and the Bolt faints, but it's going to be Thunderbolt to start, and look at that resistance.
Yeah, the resistance is so good here, but the Flame Charge for the Koraidon! Absolutely, you don't have to worry about the Electro Web anymore, helping you get the speed control. The Koraidon can do it all on its own.
That's absolutely huge, because, yeah, with that speed boost, hold on, James found the one.
It's not over. It's not over because he's faster now.
Now there is still the Dragon Pulse pressure, but Koraidon now, of course, is faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It can just
Is
go
it
for
Regieleki, right?
as well. Wow,
Yeah, he's got a Regieleki.
like I'm telling you, that's the
But he did Flame Charge, which makes Koraidon gain a boost of speed. So now he's faster than his restricted Pokemon that's really fast and really strong. So it's not over. Like, it looked bad for James at the beginning, but it's not over. Okay, so his Calyrex is coming out now. Oh gosh, okay.
Which is also
yeah,
fast.
because you just switched in on an Astral Barrage. You can see James shake his head.
Oh gosh.
I'm kind of shocked he did that, quite frankly. I think maybe hoping that, like, oh, like, your Calyrex, you know that you're staring down Koraidon.
He is trying.
Oh, that wasn't good. That wasn't good at all for him. Oh my gosh.
James had the opportunity to maybe go for a Fire Terran attack there, but this also could be James saying, I feel like I'm so far behind in this game that I do need to make some crazy plays, back-to-back turns, but it feels like that advantage that he had just built up now.
Yeah, he had just gained an advantage, and now, oh gosh.
And this game could turn real quick. Oh, I thought Regieleki died.
He switched it out. He did a volt switch.
Oh.
And looks like he might be going down here.
It's
yeah.
So close. Like, it feels like Victor should
have he just let his Calyrex go.
An attack with the Raging Bolt. What you would ideally want is for Smeargle to hit the field, right? Because then with Smeargle you can just go for the Follow Me and then Astral Barrage, and I think that should be game. And so if you're James, you might actually want to be a little bit wary of that. Victor's actually just going to opt for a double protect. It looks like we finally see that Terra, but you can't help but wonder.
I wonder what he was thinking when he picked out Calyrex.
Oh no.
Terra Electric going to be very good to help boost up all of those electric type attacks that it has. But that means that this Koraidon is going to be vulnerable. You cannot get
the
rid
yellow
of dragon type
color like is so bright.
Yeah.
Can you get enough done with this Koraidon? And especially with the Regieleki having this extra damage, but I can't get it through this turn.
Yeah, it's going to be the Collision Course coming out and that Thunderbolt as well, giving it the extra damage that it would likely need to knock out the Shadow Rider. But this is now so scary, right? You can Thunderclap into the Regieleki slot or Dragon Pulse, like you said, super effective damage into the Koraidon. I think if you're Victor, then you actually wouldn't have minded Raging Bolt going down, but I think James was saying, well, I don't think your Bolt will go down just from a Collision Course here. But now you're staring down two things that exert so much offense. It's going to be Thunderclap, potentially into Regieleki. Regieleki then to get around this can of course go for a Protect, but Raging Bolt is looking really good in this.
Oh, imagine you had like Stick Drift in there in the battle and you press the rough button.
That would be the worst. Though, I mean, I think for the one, at least for the ones on stream, like hopefully, because they're using the equipment from the actual
tournament.
Yeah, the actual tournament. So hopefully their stuff does not have Stick Drift.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, since two of those are fake out users at full HP, so you can bring out Smeargle, fake out into the Koraidon, and just Dragon Pulse into the Regieleki, right? You don't care if Regieleki gets an attack off. Koraidon doesn't have spread moves, and then the subsequent turn you can just go for Follow Me and Dragon Pulse. It is the last turn of Sun, so then there will be no more Photosynthesis, but I think that's fine, right? And so the Terra Elecki, you know, it's cute to get the knockout, but then not protecting Koraidon was really rough.
Well, don't forget, we still have the booster energy on the Raging Bolt, so the Sun going away,
doesn't
no
even matter.
problem for this Raging Bolt.
Exactly.
Victor
But yeah,
Medina, wow.
I think it's like James found an awesome turn to get himself back into it, but then just letting Shadow Rider fade. I like, once again, can totally see why you went for it. He felt like he was so far behind in this game, and he was like, I think you're scared now. You're going to switch out. Koraidon's going to go for that Protect, but I think for Victor, it's just very safe. I don't see, like, you get the double Protect off, at least with Regieleki. Okay.
That's a big turn though still, because that means that Regieleki does not get faked out and faints on this turn. You can now go into the next one knowing that you should be able to get some damage off as long as the Raging Bolt does not go for a Thunderclap to try to knock it out from this range. But oh my, it's tough. You just take a look at this position for James, and how do you claw back in? Sun is gone, and there's the booster energy. You get that boost right back.
Yeah, and I just feel like now without the Sun increased damage for Koraidon, like, this is just so tough, right? Because you can just go for a Follow Me once again. So, you know, James, like, gets the double Protect, but does it even really end up mattering? I think the only thing is if you were to actually click Thunderclap here and James were to, like, able to go for another Protect. But you see, okay, yeah, I can just go for the Follow Me and then just Dragon Pulse Koraidon, right? So in order for James to maybe even stand a chance, you like need to get a double protect off with the Crydon. If Crydon faints, the game is just over. But this is the thing, like Raging Bolt feels like the second restricted here because it does so much damage. Crydon's not going to attempt the double, and that should mean Raging Bolt should secure the game.
Smeargle says, look at me, I am the center of attention. Let me take this collision course in your stead, Raging Bolt. I've got the focus sash. I can hang on for just one more turn while also keeping you safe from this Regieleki as well. So Raging Bolt should be free and clear. We do see the Electro Web actually be able to hit both targets, but as this Raging Bolt is still going to resist that damage, it really feels like it's just a tickle. And as the Raging Bolt now can go for this next attack, is it just going to be a one-hit knockout onto this Crydon? It's super effective. You've got the special attack boost from the booster energy, and another Pokemon down. Victor Medina knows with just the Regieleki left, he is in the top 8 of the World Championships.
2023 top 8,
James
2025 top 8. He has been in, I feel like, literally 10 to 15 top cuts. He has not won that major championship that he has been seeking, but this was
his last Pokemon is a Reggie.
Game 3. That
Oh,
turn
no.
1 alone lights out hard
Oh, yeah, he's
reading what
good.
James was going to do, and it just
Yeah.
gave him such a huge lead. And this is once again why I thought Regieleki was going to be a really difficult
Here's an
Pokemon
ad
to
starting in
match up.
3
Of course,
minutes.
James is still giving it everything that he's got there. The protect is just to make sure you don't get fake out and Dragon Pulsed or just knocked out on this turn. But we're so close to the end here. Victor can taste the next step of the World Championships and maybe can finally get that major win he's been looking for.
Oh my goodness, here's the Thunderbolt coming out. One last attack for James, but we know how this is going to play out, and it damages the Incineroar, but that's okay because Flare Blitz will deliver the finishing blow. And Victor is moving on to top 8.
Wow, what a match between Victor and James. James being able to tie the series in that second game, but Victor Medina able to win it all.
He had a
at the end of
chance
the day.
to do it, but like it was that turn he lost the Calyrex. Like I think if he had not switched in the Calyrex, he might have been able to pull that back.
And it's amazing
Yeah, he kind of sold.
having that official tournament practice in this regulation was able to make it as far as he did to top 16 of Worlds again.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a couple of things that I want to point out from
Well,
Victor's team
since there's
here,
an
right?
ad getting ready to start
Smeargle with the
anyway,
Wide
I'm
Guard
gonna take a break. And I'll be back after the break, you guys. Hopefully they'll be able, since there's way less people playing now, since we're in Top Cut, hopefully it won't be that long between now and another match. So I'm gonna make this break as quick as possible. And yeah, I'll see you when I come back.
Was just like such a huge lead that it felt basically
incredible so far.
Did you miss us?
Living up to all the expectations we had after an amazing day one. So cannot wait.
Okay, fine.
Had that last match where Victor has progressed on. Now we've got 2 more trainers.
Yeah, you. This silence was deafening.
The silence was so loud.
Place to be at the World Championships.
Yeah, it's always about those steps, right? The first step making it into the day 2, then top cut, and now 2 trainers at top 16 looking to make their way into that top 8.
Everything I hear about Texas Heat, though, is just, it sounds insane. And I don't want to experience it.
I mean, the only undefeated player
Well,
out
I
on
think-
the field, and you know that we have a
Well, California is also hot. And
Oh God. What happened?
Looking at that top 8.
Oh, it's been eliminated.
Yeah, I mean Montana.
How? I thought he had a bye
In
round.
itself.
Yeah, but then
Montana
he had a bye round, but then he
weekend
battled
was great
for
to see as
he
well,
went to
'cause
he got to go to
such a
top
strong trainer
16.
and making it into top
So
cut. Got
they
a
just had the
really
top
formidable
16 match
opponent up
and he
next
lost.
in Michael, but you know the way they're playing, everything has to be on Michael
Well, that's
to perform to get that into that semi-final stage. So really great match. Already mentioned progressing on to top 8, and Mal, who has been one of those trainers we've just kept an eye on.
Whoever
and
did that,
incredibly
your
well
mom's
this
a
weekend,
hoe.
already in top 8. But the rest of our trainers
No,
who
don't
aren't
call
quite
his
there yet,
mama
got
a
more
hoe.
to do to move on to
No,
the
not
next
his
stage of the
mom.
tournament.
Whoever
And,
made
you know,
him
it's
lose.
easy. We've been talking
Oh.
about this and how good the talent
The
pool is here
Pokemon,
this
their
weekend.
mom's a hoe.
Everything to
Probably,
play
most
for
likely.
this stage
I
and
bet you
within
they had to
touching
breed
distance
for
of that
competitive
trophy.
natures and whatnot.
This is where
So
the
yeah, she
anticipation
might
is
be.
really getting to me as well. Because when you look at these top 8, even
Might
just the
be.
top 16 that have yet to play out, realistically, I can imagine any of their names being called as the champion in the arena tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
it literally could be, couldn't they? Yeah, it's actually, when you look at this, it's just incredible to see that just the talent. Yeah, you know, you could pick, like you say, any one of these out, and
But damn.
they are so
But that
deserving,
substitute to be
be
saying
champion,
that,
and yeah,
God
we've still got a few
damn.
matches to go before we actually do crown our champion into tomorrow, of course.
He's
which,
wild.
yeah, it's just so exciting to be here and
Yeah.
be able to kind of watch these stories play out and watch these.
He was so real
legacies
for that,
be
honestly, though.
written in history, you know?
Yeah.
especially with how different every story is. I mean, we have
I don't
former world
know how
champions
people
in any
teach.
division
I
that
couldn't.
have
I could
really
never.
found their way to reclaim
I don't
I
have
that glory. We
patience.
have individuals that
To be honest, some
like, this is-
substitutes,
might be
they're
their
like
best
kind of
performance
funny
of
in a
all
way.
time. You know, we have breakout stars,
Yeah.
people who have really been grinding out in the scene for a while.
I always
Like,
well,
it's
I don't.
all over the place,
I
which is
didn't always
really
love my
exciting.
substitute
and that's it. I
teachers.
think, you know,
Some of them take their
you know,
jobs
it's
too
just
seriously. I'm like,
one of
you're
those
here for a
things where
day.
I think as a
Like,
player you probably don't realize
There was some like
after
act like a
the
Karen,
tournament's
and I'm like,
finished, how
God
much of a
damn.
accomplishment it is just to do this well at this stage. Of course, you wanting to go on a bit further, but you never know.
I'm
what's
like,
gonna
let us
happen
watch
on
a
the day,
movie
right? But, you know,
or
to get to
color
this stage, I
and
mean,
then
getting
move
to the
on.
World Championships itself is a huge
I
accomplishment.
will
but
say,
to
when
get
I
this
worked
deep into the
in
tournament is incredible.
And
the
let's start
school
talking about the next
system,
match that we
not
have,
as
because
actually a
we talked about
teacher, but
stories,
like I was in a
two very
program
different stories,
that
but
required me to
very
work as kind of like an
well-deserved
assistant
victories for
in
these players.
the
Nick Navarro going up
school
against Coach
system.
Fide. Especially
Mhm.
let's
Man,
talk about
kids will
Nick
try to get
first,
away with
because when we're
anything on a
talking about,
substitute.
well, a staple
And it's
here on
like,
the NA side,
you
Oh, yeah.
guys realize I'm here
looking at that
the
world
days your
top
teacher
32 of
is?
Yokohama is the one I'm eyeing
How are you gonna
first.
sit there and
Now
tell the
top 16,
substitute
you have one up
something that
best
you
world
know
performance. How
that
far
I
do you take
know?
Well, all the way, I think.
It's not
on the
true.
back of Nick's last
Oh yeah, our teacher
performance,
lets
I
us
think
do this all the
incredible
time.
play from
Miss
Nick, really
Nation. No.
resolved in the execution
No.
of his game plan.
No.
Can't
No.
just forget about
It's just like
Cole as well, because Cole's
You quit your lying.
phenomenal achievements.
Yeah.
Obviously, earlier in this year, EUIC
she never
32
lets
finished
them
there,
do
and that
that.
was a tough tournament as well. And then the senior world champion, of course, that is the big.
You could have been the
highlight,
cool
from 2019.
assistant though,
Yeah,
and been like,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, you've done it once,
Not for
right?
them
You
bad
won a world
kids.
You've got that
championship.
experience, and I think that is so invaluable. It can't be understated how much.
Like honestly,
that
if had
experience
they
from
been
doing
good
it
for
in
me, some
another
not
division
now I'm not gonna say all of them were bad. I
aid
did
you
have some
coming
good
into
ones,
this one to
but
be
the
able
ones
to
that were
kind of
bad,
keep
that were
your nerves
consistently bad all the
settled, know
time,
what you
no,
need
I'm
to
not
do
gonna lie
going
for
into
you.
this match against the best of the best players.
And reminder as well, Co, the only undefeated
That's
player
fair.
on day one of Swiss
Yeah.
here in Anaheim.
Oh, they're
And
finally
has
showing the
been
guy who's
carrying through
undefeated.
since, I believe only dropping just one match throughout. So yeah, how far can you
The one in the
take
red
as
shirt?
Well, so I know
Yeah.
that we're about to have a great
Mhm.
match ahead. And looking at the teams as well,
He
I
looks
mean, this
very
is really
intense.
interesting because very different teams.
I mean-
Well, maybe they're-
too when I am looking at Nick's team because
Are they
Kyogre,
battling. Maybe he's thinking it's fine.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean,
No,
it's
but I
like
think something that Nick's quite familiar with,
I would,
and I think
and not to say
it
that
is
like
one of those
I mean I
Pokemon
understand
that
how
if
the
you're
format
comfortable with it,
works.
it's got the
You lose
potential
here,
to
you're
kind of run
out.
through the
But like
opponent
to be
quite
like I won
well,
all of my
as
matches up
Nick's
until this
been able
point,
to
and
show
then
so far has been doing the job
a
for
one
them.
loss
I
will
think
now
the
result in
changes
me
that Nick's
leaving.
made, he talked
Like
about in his
Oh.
interview with the Urshifu from the Basket Legion, and I think
I would
Ryan
that
Jones
yeah,
was
I'd
on the
definitely
original
feel some
team as
type
well.
of way
These
about that.
changes, these tweaks have really aided him in being able to carry him forward in this, and I love the fact
I mean,
that
granted,
Nick's
everybody
playstyle
else
kind
here
of lends
who is
itself to this team
at
as
this
well,
point
where
has
Nick is
only
one of those
lost
players that
at
does
most
take their
twice
time in
in
between
this tournament.
turns, really evaluate what their
Right.
board state is, and take
So-
advantage of the defensive capabilities and the offensive
It's not
presence
like,
that the
you
team
know,
has.
all of a sudden you go
I mean, when
against
you're talking
somebody
about
with a record of
switches, I feel like they're so strong.
1-7, and then you lose to them, and so then you have to go. It's like, nah. You're still losing to somebody who did very well in this tournament, so.
That is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I mean, there's some Pokemon that cannot.
Oh, he's going up against that guy. We saw him earlier.
Really off-put some pressure. The opposing Endo.
Forgot his name.
That Urshifu can definitely do damage against half this
Me too.
team, but there's still some great answers here on Ko's end.
Yeah,
He's
and
got the
Cole's
rain-
something
he's got
that
the
he
rain
can
team.
use to take advantage of that rain as well in their own Urshifu.
Oh, he
which is gonna
does?
be useful. Has got
Or the
choice
other guy?
scarf, not the choice scarf like Nick's
Not
got, so
him,
gonna be
the
able
other
to
guy,
hit that
yeah.
little bit
Co
harder as
Okay.
well.
does not
And
have
then
a
you've
rain
got
team.
the Miraidon instantly putting pressure on that
I was about to
Tyogre,
say, I
which
don't
is really
see
great.
anything that does rain
Forces
on
the
them.
crystallization
Yeah.
on that Pokemon, and if it is your kind of mainstay in the game. You've got the Lunala and that Ursaluna combination, and we've seen time.
I know
and
you
again
warned
how
me that
strong
you'd probably see a
pairing
lot of
can be.
repeat Pokemon,
Lunala
but boy, am I
Miraidon,
tired of
so it could be really
seeing
cool
these
to see
Miraidons
the
and
Kyogre in particular
Koraidons.
with what move it locks into, maybe having
mean,
to rely a little bit more on those
And
it's the
Incineroar.
restricted.
locking into those more
Inci- oh, you-
consistent water spouts
Incineroar
in
is,
certain
as long as
situations, that's
Incineroar
in the
is
field, and
legal
then
in
Ursaluna, if
VGC,
that
you're
trick
gonna
room is
see
set up,
Incineroar.
it's gonna
Incineroar
be
is
a real
considered
menace for Nick to deal
like
with.
the best Pokemon of
Yeah,
all
and I'm just
time.
eyeing up even the speed control on both
Really?
sides when we're eyeing
Really?
up that, yeah,
Oh.
maybe Kyogre or something that isn't
It's just
really
got
the
so much
speediest of any.
utility
Really
in
like
it.
to be in
Like it gets
situations where
Intimidate,
Coach
which
Bedford
Intimidate is
still
one of
has
the
some really
best
naturally
like
speed
abilities in the
Pokemon
game.
and ways to
It gets
really be
access
able
to
set
Fake
up
Out
enable that.
and
So I'm
Parting
curious how
Shot,
Nick is gonna be
and it's
able
just
to
like you
navigate
just
that
cycle
with
that
Kyogre
throughout the
to really
battles.
take
You just
advantage.
come in,
As
you
well, you
intimidate,
always have to be careful when there
you
is
fake
Oh, yeah.
out one of your
Zygarde on the
opponent's
opposing end.
Yeah, and I
Pokemon,
think the
you
thing is,
Parting
even if the
Shot,
trick room
dropping
does
their
go
attack
from both,
stats,
that
and
is
then
the
you
line
go
that
back
it
out.
goes down
And then when
to
you
for
come back
Ursaluna.
in,
You've got
you
Nighthawk,
intimidate
you've got
again.
the Amoonguss, so, you know, you can
You can
utilize
fake out
that
again.
with the Rocky Helmet to kind of
Yeah.
some of those attacks,
Here.
protect
Yeah,
whatever
it's
partner you've
he's
got
a
next to
menace.
you. You've also got the Rillaboom as well, which has
Huh?
that priority
I
grassy
said here
glide
and
that
really
you can
took
utilize.
advantage of
So
that.
almost if the
Hmm?
Ursaluna
He's a
can't
menace.
grassy glide, it's going to be prone to those grassy glides.
People
Doing it really
people
fast. So
recognize
there are
that.
ways that
So
they can really
I
navigate
think
this
his
match. They've
I
also
don't
got
think
their
they've shown
own
any
Ice
charts
Rider
today, but I
Calyrex. It
remember
will be one of
yesterday
those
they
more
said like
defensively built
he was
versions as
on
well with the Leech Seed. So that's something that Nick
50-ish,
can use to
over
their
50% of teams. I think it was almost
Yeah, and again,
60%
this
of
is going to be
teams
a
are running
top
Incineroar.
16 match again for Coach.
Wow.
Try and make his way back into a finals, another world championship title for Nick to yet again be doing the best world performance he has.
I did not
yet.
know
He's
this
in
about
the lead.
Incineroar.
Double restricted for
Yeah.
Coach. That's Lunala and Miraidon right away to hit the field.
Also
Like,
known
if
as
you ever
Kyle.
And Kyogre. This
Yeah,
tournament
if
as
you
well,
ever
this can offer a
like
lot
decide
of
you want to
pressure.
experiment
Of
with
course, being able
BGC,
to
which I know you
go
won't
for
because you
super
hate
quick
doubles,
attacks.
but like if you
Also,
ever like
speed
you know
control in itself in
the
Kyogre,
the
of
lightning
course, the
strikes
rain.
on you and you
That's the
changes
watch
your
out.
whole
Spot
brain
Miraidon
chemistry
looking
and you're like, you
especially
know what,
scary.
maybe I
Yeah,
want to try
definitely scary
BGC.
because of the pressure that
Like
it's
when in
putting
doubt,
right
just add
now, and that
Incineroar.
Kyogre almost feels like it either has
Sure.
to switch out into something
You
a
have
little
some
bit more
things and you're like, I don't know what else to add. Maybe I'll just add Incineroar. That's probably great. That's probably fantastic.
I think if you go for that grass terrestrialization, you have to be worried, like you say, about that Fluttermane going for that icy wind. And it's not only that as well. It is the Shadow Ball, the taunt that it's got access to, where it can potentially shut down.
Momo.
Room even being set up by Cole in this scenario. So
Girl, leave me alone.
Maybe locked into to pressure that Miraidon.
That's one of the things is that Cole has some fast Pokemon, but he also has ways in which the dimensions of really wants to be playing at a different pace here. But Nick, right away, this is a very fast and offensive pace to be starting off the match. It's going to be the
Terra Fairy
Fluttermane
2
into that Fairy
Fluttermane.
Terrestrialization. When you are
From the
eyeing
jump.
up the attacks that it can have, well, this can do the
When
absolute
Coco, when she
most.
was a little
There's gonna be
baby,
Terrestrialization
my
apiece, which Fluttermane
goodness,
can be threatening,
she used
but
to
going
fart a
into
lot.
this electric type is going to be dropping that
She used to what a lot?
Fart a lot.
boost these attacks
Yeah,
Miraidon
she
can't off-put.
fart
Turn
a
one
lot.
could be huge for this match.
Like
Fluttermane,
gassy
Moonblast
cat.
boosted by the terrestrialization into the
Even though I
Miraidon.
tried to pick it up, man, she
Ooh, that
always
would
keep
have
farting.
been
Now Draco
interesting.
Meteor in response into Kyogre. Not quite the one-hit
Oh
KO.
my god,
It is gonna hold
damn.
on throughout
What were you
the
feeding
match.
her? My
Now, special
goodness.
attack on the Miraidon won't be able to do too much.
No matter where she
Still all the
came.
damage you needed. Water Spout
is so pitiful. Now the Lunala, it's
But I don't know, we just gave her like, you know, regular food, like.
a lot of damage on this turn. No KOs claimed quite yet, but that Kyogre's in a scary spot.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, right? From the last turn, we see the Fluttermane be the choice on Nick's side, Terastallize.
I made too much ramen, I can't finish it.
But really smart Terastallization.
And you didn't send any to me?
Okay, well, that is a threat. I know the item
Sure
on the
didn't.
Fluttermane, it's probably max speed.
Or me?
I'm gonna have a little bit of a tussle here.
Sure.
Getting out of that
Sure didn't. I'm not paying for that postage.
I don't think you'll
You
want
want
that
some?
ramen by the time it got to you.
You want some real cold ramen that's been in the mail for like days?
You still have to be wary about the Hydro Pump, the Origin Pulse threat. But if you can remove that Kyogre, just kind of try and mitigate the damage.
Oh my
from
god,
that
don't
Pokemon
do
here,
this.
it will allow
Why
to
you
nick
wait
in a
till
nice
1
spot as
second
well.
left?
It's going to be a swap. That Kyogre's taking so much damage, not necessarily vibing with the
What happened?
situation. It's going to be the Calyrex
They waited
Ice
till the
Rider
very
to
last
take
second
its
to
spot
make a
instead.
decision.
When I'm up on the
Oh, I
on
see.
the other end, again, it has had its special attack greatly reduced.
I'm nervous for
Has the
them.
ability to switch moves though, since it isn't going to be a choice item lock Pokemon. Get to that in a second though, because it's going to be a switch of piece. Whimsicott now to hit the field from
that's
both
like-
end. Shadow Ball from Fluttermane into this Whimsicott, so it's not going to be a welcome greeting on the field. Just a little bit of damage. Volt Switch now, not necessarily looking for the most damage here because you actually get a considerable amount, but this is going to greatly make sure that Ko has some good positioning here and can bring the Lunala in, or we can get a sneak peek at that fourth Pokemon.
Yeah, be interesting to see what that last
Okay, you
Pokemon is,
like
but
feeling
now a
like
really
some
nice
Subway.
switch to that Whimsicott for Cole because
Ooh,
they've got access
right.
to that instant tailwind that's going to allow whatever
You
comes
like-
in next to it to get the speed jump on that Fluttermane and potentially be able to remove
I
it
hope
from the
your
field because it
Subways
is right
are
now a
better
huge
there
threat
than they are here
you can't
because
ignore
half the
that
time
Ice
they
Rider.
don't look
Calyrex
very
just entered the
fresh.
field, still in a
Oh,
really
yeah, they're
healthy
very
position.
freshy.
He's going to start threatening with
The
those
last time I
mid
went to
Gliscor
Subway,
Lances
it made
or
me
start
sick.
spreading the Leech Seed depending
Yeah,
on what
same.
Cole decides to bring.
Really?
I'm curious how much of that damage it did take on that swap in though is going to make a difference because Calyrex Ice Rider, I feel like it's one
A
of
lot
those
of the
Pokemon that
places
could normally
around where I live too, I like if I order from there and it has lettuce on it, a lot of them are like, it may not have it on there due to like a shortage. I'm like, where's all the lettuce?
hit the field. So where do we go from here?
Well, this is it because I think now with the Whimsicott, you've got the option to go for
No,
that
but where I'm
tailwind and then
from,
utilize the
they be
Lunala
selling
to
some
either
good
remove
Subway.
the Fluttermane or the Calyrex. Like you said,
That's
that chip
good.
damage from the Volt Switch onto the
Yeah.
Calyrex.
Tell
probably
your
within range
Subways
of
to
the
come
Moongeist
to
Beam,
us.
which is,
Yeah.
something you can't Terastallize out of the weak
I
point.
love the
So
sweet
Cole's
onion
got
chicken
really
teriyaki,
careful there. One thing
and
that you would
I
say
get
is
real
that
upset when it
their
makes me
favorite
sick.
Fluttermane doesn't have Protect.
Oh yeah,
So it's
they
an easy
got
slot
that
to
like
go
over
into,
here
so you
too.
know you
Like
can guarantee damage
they
into
got
the
every.
field. Whether the Fluttermane
Oh, yeah.
stays in or switches out is the question.
They got
here.
also
Whether it
chips,
depends how much Nick really values
cookies
that and what they've got in the back. And you can see
Mhm.
hovering over that Rillaboom, it has got the Assault Vest, so maybe one of those options
for
that
those
could
people
come
who
in,
likes
just give them a
coffee,
little bit of room while you
sodas,
utilize maybe that Calyrex to get the damage you need. Because that
apple
Whimsicott is
juice,
threatened from a Glacial Lance, and it's unlikely that we see the Lunala go for the Wide Guard in this situation when there's such an
Nice.
offensive option
I
at
think they are like more, but
We'll
can't
both
remember
find
what's
out,
other
but
stuff.
yeah, we talked about the Fluttermane. That's going to be the swap out. And
I've noticed they
Rillaboom, the
added
better
some
ones in this position as
questionable
Whimsicott
stuff lately
is gonna
though,
go
like
for
a
the tailwind.
foot-long
Just sneak a little bit.
pretzel.
What we can see from the Lunala,
Oh
that
yeah.
Moongeist
What?
Beam
I'm like,
is that is going
yeah, there's like
defensive,
a
and
foot-long
Rillaboom, that
pretzel
swap in, still
thing,
a lot of
and I think like a foot-long,
Cookie.
yeah, a foot-long. I'm like,
Foot long
look,
cookie.
don't tempt me. Do what?
I said a foot long cookie.
I know. I can't imagine a foot-long cookie.
Can't even finish it.
Mm-mm. Sounds like a challenge.
Yeah, it does.
I would hope
forward on the field. And the nice thing
you
is,
share it.
grassy terrain now on the
Unless
field,
you
and
just
it is
really
gonna
like
help
cookies,
pop
and
up
I
that
mean, I
ATP.
guess more
You
power
get
to you.
Calyrex in a nice healthy position. You've got the Rillaboom on the
The
field.
only way
I
I'm
do.
a
Have the support options that you would like
I'm
against the
drinking
Lunala,
milk.
because that is still a threat to your Calyrex.
There you
That's
go.
what
I
speed
enjoy
you're in now with the Incineroar coming in.
cookies
It's
from
going to be a bit of a
Subway.
mind game with who's
But the
fake out
idea
Pokemon
of
faster,
a
because if you guaranteeing
foot long
if you're
one
Cole
makes
and
me
you know
think,
your
you know
Incineroar's a
what,
bit
maybe
more on the
that's
speedy
not
side, you can go for that safe fake out into
as
the Rillaboom,
good.
prevent it from using any support.
Sure enough.
And
Oh
then
my
go
god.
for that
I mean,
Moongeist
not that I
into
didn't
Calyrex,
believe
which
you,
is
but I just wanted to be
susceptible right
like,
now.
I just went on DoorDash and just looked. I'm like,
Incineroar, I mean, this
Yeah.
is
there's
so
definitely
much
a foot long
these
cookie I
Pokemon
can
now.
buy
Nick
for
is just so threatened
button on this turn. And
$6.50.
Jesus.
Tailwind, so of course Ko's gonna have the speed advantage moving on forward. Incineroar off with so much pressure on this turn.
I think I'll just buy the 6-pack cookie box for $6.
And that's something that can be fired off into the
Or $5.60. That seems more logical to me.
If you line up 6 cookies, would it not be a foot long? I mean,
That probably would be, and that's cheaper and probably better tasting because you're not doing whatever to make a cookie like longer and stick together.
Instead is going to be the knockoff, the double up.
It's like the more they process it in weird ways, I'm kind of wondering like, how is that going to be as good as it could be?
Not really about the damage, it's going to be about the pivot.
Yeah, and it's all about that protect there, and I think
probably not.
What Nick needs to do now is try and stall out.
And I really do like Subway cookies. There have been times where I've gone to Subway, it's like, all right, welcome to Subway, what do you want? I'm like, can I just get like 3 chocolate chip cookies right now? That's it? Yeah. Walk out with the cookies.
I mean, their cookies are pretty good.
Have such low health, so the switching game to stall things out is getting limited. And yeah, the Calyrex in that position now. It's pretty.
I want to go to the taco truck near Stacy's house. She gave me some tacos that she got from there one day, and they were so good.
And then you just go for the moon guys.
Like, I need to go back.
Probably got enough health at this stage.
You say you don't like
but the Intimidate's kind of just taking that attack down to neutral.
You say you don't like no onions?
Oh, I do like onions. I love onions. Yeah.
At least for Nick, when you are trying to play the waiting out game, when you have this Kyogre that's built out with the Mystic
Make a decision. I'm worried for you.
What about spicy?
Really hard choices on what it has to
I like spicy. Spicy like me.
Yes, facts.
That Calyrex Ice Rider. Fluttermane might be the sacrifice of choice here.
Have you tried horchata or carritos?
Oh, I love horchata.
Yeah.
I don't know what the other one is though.
Carritos, they come like different flavors, but it's a kind of different type of soda. You know.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think the opening.
So you have lime.
Maybe get that trick room up now with Calyrex, because if you can get yourself
the other one is kind of like sweet.
It's going to put you in a way better position. You've still got to worry about the Incineroar, but
I'm gonna send you a picture how they look like.
To spread around the board, and if you can do that, you're chipping away constantly at your opponent. You don't necessarily need to worry so much about the Intimidate cycle. But right now in this position, it's not looking too good for them, and a lot to play for. The problem is with the Rillaboom as well. You can't really fake out. You can't slow down that Lunala because of its ghost typing and the immunity there, which makes this extra difficult. This Tailwind was just well timed by Ko and taken full advantage.
You're not battling this music slaps.
This could be where you try to make a call though, because
when you are battling, it's like, oh my god, can they please turn this off?
I mean, obviously you can't go for the big out into the Lunala, and the Lunala maybe having to go and make a choice into it. Of course, the Incineroar does still output a little bit of pressure here, which could be scary. But if you can't sacrifice any more Pokemon, it could be what we have to see happens here. Of course, Rillaboom doesn't have access to protect.
We got ads in 3 minutes.
So it would be a 1 in 3, and bringing that Calyrex Ice Rider
I've used
into
like
the
all
field,
of my like snoozes and things, so when the ads happen, they just happen.
Oh my god, they really do let that timer go. Girl! I mean, God.
I know! Like, this is not good for my anxiety. Thanks.
Alright, so Calyrex Ice Rider, see if we can get onto the field safely, or at least
Which one is the one that keeps doing that? Nick or?
Oh, Nick. We're looking through the perspective of Nick, so.
Okay, that's right. Nick, get it together. Stop that.
We're targeting into that Rillaboom instead. So you take a lot of damage. Ko is still looking in a strong spot, but Nick hasn't lost a piece of puzzle, at least quite yet. Both Incineroar's exit, even if that Tailwind has expired, this Miraidon is still super speedy.
Yeah, really speedy, and I think even if Ko takes an attack from the Rillaboom here and it goes down, which is not going to be the case, he wouldn't mind, because I think it just opens the door for the Incineroar to come back into the field. You got that active fake out, even though the Tailwind's about to end, and the Lunala is still in a really strong position but now you get the Miraidon onto the field, and that is in a really dominant position.
Okay, I sent the picture.
And whatever you don't target, the Lunala kind of picks up that slot, and you're
so it has different flavors.
this game out pretty quickly.
Oh, I've seen these.
Out of this. I feel like they're in a really tough spot right now.
Those are Carrito.
Oh, yeah.
You just have naturally slower Pokemon, and the most HP you
They
have
taste so good too as well.
38, that is
I do believe they'd be good.
Yeah, especially if they're cold.
just having the natural speed here. I feel like this one
Are they carbonated like soda?
puzzle to maybe think about
Yeah, something like that.
up again. That's
Okay.
that speed. Go just have so much in his favor and
Something like that.
protects on mix end.
But it's
Do
very
they got
tempting,
bubbles
though.
or not?
Yeah, I think you're kind of just delaying the
Right.
inevitable, so
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
just utilize
They got
this
bubbles.
and reevaluate
They got
maybe
bubbles.
not gone your way this game and how you can go into game 2 to kind of pull that back
Awesome.
around. That's a fine thing to do.
But
because
they're
it's so easy
gonna
for
make you
Gorgeous
burp a
to
lot
attack
though.
into the Kyogre with the Miraidon,
I bet.
Calyrex with the Lunala.
Because they
Yeah.
got the
Bisley can
bubbles.
kind of claw back enough,
They got the
but I
bub.
think we're seeing Gorgeous predict that protect so smartly and go after that Ice Rider with the
Oh, there's a
Miraidon,
mango
that key
one.
knockout.
Ooh.
One Pokemon
The other
Love
day at work,
mango.
I had a mango lemonade. I'm like, this is good.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
I forgot where my boss got it from, but he brought it for like, you know, for treats for a meeting that we have. Because that's what librarians respond to is treats.
I feel like that's what everybody responds to is treat.
Especially librarians. And I told them that our candy bucket was missing after the move. They were like, oh.
Oh no. Morale went down that day for sure.
Of course.
Yeah, I think the one thing that you've got to call out from that last turn
And as the person where the candy bucket was right in front of my desk, I can assure you, people went by there many times a day. Like,
I'm going to utilize this turn. I'm going to get some value out of it and go for that.
and like, you know, you buy
Yeah.
candy,
Commanding position where,
you buy
you know,
candy
the
for the
Incineroar's
candy
gonna come
bucket
in.
once,
You would
you're the
expect
candy
that to be the
person.
slower out of the
So I
two,
did
right?
that one
God.
time, and then they're like,
On the Rillaboom, so gonna
"Y'all
have
say
that
we're out of
faster
candy."
fade
I'm like,
out here,
okay.
and that's why we're seeing the cancellation locked in.
Do about it.
Taking game 1.
Yeah, that trick room was just so well done.
Yeah, oh, you're the only one funding this candy bucket.
Can't be. And I wasn't, but like,
It could have been.
Candy is expensive. Oof.
candy is
Halloween.
expensive.
I can't hand out candy anymore because I don't like kids that much anyway. I'm not gonna spend all this money on candy to give to you.
Nah.
No.
I've never given out candy for as long as I've been an adult, and maybe that makes me curmudgeonly, but like, listen, I'm a millennial who has lived through so many world-ending events and still doesn't have the economic freedom that I was promised. The candy's for me.
Let me have my sweet treat.
Okay. You can't just come up just because you in a costume. I've been to an anime convention before.
They give you candy there?
No, they don't. That's the thing.
I swear I've seen people talk about candy there, or somebody giving them candy.
I mean, no, not any of the ones that I've gone to.
I went to this type of store every freaking Halloween. They always gave us peanuts.
Ew. I mean, I like peanuts, but like I want candy.
Yeah, like that's part of the Halloween is candy, but why you gotta give us peanuts, man?
No. I mean,
Hold on a second.
I'd be like, this Snicker bar is missing its chocolate.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going over there no more. I'm like, we need candy. Every year is peanuts. Every year.
Carving out a victory to tie this game up.
Well, yeah. That's not putting any pressure on this first start of the match because it is not leading the charge. It's going to be Ko going again with that double restricted lead. But Nick, this
I guess
is
that's
where we
better
see
than
a little bit of a
raisins,
switch.
though. I've seen people give out raisins, and like, I like raisins, but also I want candy.
Here, just to get rid of the electric
Right?
train to stop the additional boost onto the Miraidon. And you expect maybe it will have to go for that terrestrialization here.
What's your favorite
The
candy?
threat from the Fluttermane, if we see it play out
Oh.
like game 1, where we do see that terrestrialization and Moonblast come into there, we know that the Miraidon,
Chocolate-wise, I really like Reese's.
stays on the field, probably will drop to that Moonblast.
And then like
Coconut
fruity
Moon Reese's
candy.
so easily. So I think that is a nice play.
I
here
like
as the electric
Haichus.
train
I
to
don't know if you
stop
ever had
that
a
big damage
Haichu.
coming out, and the Rillaboom
I think
in a
I had
position
one.
where
I don't think I
can
had.
potentially get some value here.
But basically, like,
Can
it's
chip
like
damage into the Miraidon, maybe
a
pivot
Starburst, but
Grass is very
better.
active in the back, or you can break the Shadow Shield or get some big damage onto the Lunala if the Shadow Shield is broken by the Fluttermane.
For me, I like
Turn. A lot of different options here for Nick.
Sorry, I thought my
Hershey's.
smoke alarm went off.
Oh no.
I was like,
Why?
wait a minute. I don't know. I heard a beat for a second and I was like, huh.
Somebody cooking?
No. I'm the only one here.
That's for
Oh. I'm surprised it went off because you didn't have batteries in them for a hot minute.
Well, now I do.
Just so well played by Cole, saying,
Good.
okay, I'm not repeating what I did
I'm
here.
glad.
Now I'm tempted to take them out again because if they going off for no reason.
The Miraidon, because you talked about how pressured it was. That is the obvious choice for the crystallization. Co-identifying that, saying no, I'm going to protect my Lunala. This
So,
time.
I'm glad
you're
So
okay.
pivotal in that game 1.
Yeah.
I like
in case you go for that
Hershey
Moonblast,
and
the Shadow Ball into this slot. Don't want it to be super
I think
effective. Don't
probably
want to put
Sour
myself
Patch.
in danger of getting knocked out by a double
Oh,
event
Sour
from
Patch is
a
good,
Woodhammer
yeah.
that potentially is coming out from the Rillaboom. It's in a nice position.
Like,
especially with that Volt
the
switch
Hershey's
damage
like just
into
the regular
Fluttermane there,
Hershey's milk
put it in a
chocolate
place
bar.
where if we do see
Yeah,
a
the
follow
regular
from the Lunala,
chocolate
that
bar.
Fluttermane is gone and Nick loses a really key piece of the puzzle.
That's
which
pretty
would
good
be
too.
Huge detriment to him for trying to claw this game.
But
back
I also
and
don't
tie
like
it up.
to eat too much chocolate because, you know, pimples.
Leave them right on in position where
Oh.
that could have been eliminated on the very first
That's
turn.
fair,
So
yeah.
brave.
So brave. That's going to be now Incineroar after a little bit
What's
of
your
boxing in
favorite
the
candy,
field,
Kelsey?
But Rillaboom not eyeing up a big attack. Instead, this is going to be the pivot as well.
I
And
do
on
like
the back,
Hershey's
it's
a
gonna be that
lot.
double restricted for Nick. Now
The
Kyogre
bars,
onto the
I
field,
like Hershey's
but I'm so
Kisses.
intrigued
They're
with
very
Lunala
easy to
and
eat.
what it's gone
They're
for
very
on this turn.
easy
We've seen
to
the
eat a whole
terrestrializations,
bag
we
of.
know it can survive through the turn,
Oh my
and now
goodness.
this turn go for the attack.
You know what?
Very
I love that.
Into the Fluttermane, so
That's
that
the
is going to
theory.
be
Not to,
Nick down a
it's
Pokemon
not that I say I
already.
do
Yeah,
that
and that's a
often, but
big
it's
play
very
here
easy if I
Cole.
don't show
I
some
think as well getting the
self-control.
Incineroar in, because now you've got the option, although that Kyogre comes in, you think,
Do you know
wow,
which
that's put a
Yeah.
lot
ones I
of
really
pressure, especially
is at
to the
Christmas
one
time when they have
Pokemon in
the
Incineroar and then
cordial
usually,
cherry
eight
kisses?
Pokemon in Lunala.
Yeah,
You still
those
don't, if
are
you're
good.
Lunala, you don't want to take a higher
Those are
approach
really
to the
good.
Kyogre because
If
his
you
can
like
outspeed you. So you're in that position where you
cordial
can utilize
cherries,
the
a lot of
fake out.
people don't
Unfortunately,
because they're
Nick
weird, I
playing
guess.
into this, bringing the Rillaboom in, it has that faster fake out, so can
Are you one of
that
those people,
Incineroar
Kelsey?
go for the fake out into that slot,
Oh, I
and then
like
it frees
cordial
up the
cherries.
Kyogre to get those big
I can't
attacks.
eat a
So,
whole bunch
gotta
of
be careful
them.
here if you all call because Nick
Well,
places
no,
himself in a
absolutely
really
not.
good position to try and get a
Yeah,
momentum
they're like
switch,
really
get him
like
back,
rich to
get
me.
himself back into this
So
game.
like,
Yeah.
And I love the
after a
But that
few,
would
I'm like,
fit
I'm
you.
good.
actually has a lot of
You
health
definitely would
now.
not eat that
Yes,
whole
yes.
bag of
And
kisses.
the difference in the move going for
No.
either a single target or
Wait.
the spread damage, if you think the Lunala isn't going to get wide guard, there's a lot of possibility here. And Rillaboom, I mean, calling out the Fako, but I'm curious if we are just going to see that swap for
Have you
Rillaboom.
guys
It could be
seen a
a
video
big one, but over only
about
opposing
this
and
one
Lunala
streamer
switches. So
and
it's
he's
gonna be another
reacting to
Pokemon
this
hit the
cat?
field and potentially take a
The
lot
cat
of
looks
damage
kind of off,
from this
but the cat
Kyogre.
talks
At
and he
least the
says
Rhydon will be
diabetes.
taking the hit quite well, and it is going to be a Pokemon to reset the trade.
No.
Actually, a double pivot from Go.
That's interesting, and I think one
That
Pokemon
video
that
is
got in the
so
back if you all
funny.
call to come in and take one of those big powerful water type attacks.
Here, I'm gonna search it up
is
later
the
and then I'll
Whimsicott
send it
and
official.
that Miraidon,
Okay.
the Dragon
Okay.
typing going to help there, and obviously the Whimsicott with
Diabetes.
its grass typing. So
Yeah, I'm
nice position,
actually.
and getting that Whimsicott onto the field now is really nice.
I think
'cause
there's on
once again,
TikTok.
you can go for that tilt,
I'm
and it's going to put the Lunala in that more preferable position, and the Miraidon
I'ma
and its
send it.
electric train going to be really strong this next turn if it can get through it.
Kyogre has worked so hard to get a water spout with that full
But the first time when I
HP,
saw it,
and
man,
the
you had
double
me.
swap from Ko. That is a lot of damage, but it is going going to be 2 Pokemon that survive.
Anything with a cat,
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna
That
watch
is
it.
massive because now both these Pokemon, I mean, otherwise they would still be in range from a Glacial Lance you would expect without the Water Spout, but it just guarantees
I unfortunately
it. Like,
one day
the thing
watched
is,
too
the
many
Kyogre
like
in that spot now where it's so
rescue
healthy, you mentioned,
videos
it's
of like
nice to be in a
kittens
place
and
where you can take
cats,
advantage of these
and then my
Water Spouts.
entire
It is gonna have to worry
FYP
about the
was
Miraidon
just
because you would expect
watch this
maybe a
sad
Tailwind
video
to come out from this
of
Whimsicott.
yeah.
Does
rescues
Cole make the decision
that
here
don't
to
make it.
Tailwind
I'm
to
like,
get an
no.
attack off with the Miraidon?
What
Get
if I
the top
go?
right and maybe pick
The
up the
FYP
knockout
page,
onto
man,
all
they'd
these
be messing
Pokemon.
with you.
But then you're left with only
I'm
2
curious
Pokemon
about
back
this
in
one
Incineroar
thing. It's like,
and
great,
that
that's
Lunala.
all we're gonna show you in your
Kyogre
FYP
maybe
page.
feeling a little bit of a threat
Yeah.
from that Miraidon on the opposing end. We'll see a switcheroo once again as Rillaboom, again, better poised to take a hit and reset that train, bringing the Grassy Surge, limit the damage the
Now I'm
Miraidon
on
can
like
do.
lizard
Just been a
talk,
straight up pivoting game
but
for
like
both
not an
of our
actual
trainers, though.
lizard.
Whimsicott
It's
is
like,
not looking to set
do you know
any
what
sort
I'm
of
talking
time.
about?
Instead,
Yeah,
switch back
yeah.
out. Incineroar will bring the Intimidate, and that's
You're
gonna be
dancing
great
like a
eyeing up these
lizard.
Like a
physical attacking
lizard.
Pokemon on the opposing
I love
end.
those.
Now we're eyeing up the Miraidon, and the pivoting isn't going to stop there. It's going to do a little bit of damage, and yet
That's
again, Code
if you want to
pivots
know
around.
Yeah, it does not want to
what I
Pokemon
think is
if
funny.
it doesn't have to, and I think
It's
that's a
those
really
lizard
good way to
videos.
go forward in this match. Keep all your pieces active as long as possible. Now you've got that Intimidate onto the Calyrex. It's going to mean that
I love it.
hitting as hard. You can get your Lunala
I love
away
it when
with
they
Saber,
censor it
and
with
your
lizard.
Incineroar's not even worried
That's
about
my
this with that
favorite.
active fake out the next turn, and it's got the ability to
Yeah.
continually go for that pivot out, maybe get the Miraidon back onto the field, or the Whimsicott to help support.
Like
disrupt
there was this like
things
one rap
on
song
your
they would
side.
use it with, and it's like
Pivoting too from Code's end, I mean,
instead
the
of
Rockfall
my
did a lot of damage, but we had Pokemon that
Oh
my
my-
buddy,
and again, with this double pivot,
you know,
bring these Pokemon
instead of
in.
my buddy, it's my lizard.
Really not that much damage.
My lizard.
Oh.
My
I think
lizard.
that's the problem with one Intimidate.
got
It feels
you, I
very
got you.
underwhelming, doesn't it? And it doesn't feel like you're making the progress that you want, unlike something like Kyogre.
Oh my god,
I'm like,
this
I love
video.
that. I would bump that in the car down the road.
I'm sure you would.
Do you want to slow the game down?
I'm sending
And I know I don't have the
So you
right
kind of
like
have to
Okay.
rely on that
mentality
as the
and
way to
space
chip down
for
your
like
opponent. I
listening
don't
to
think
that
you've
kind
got
of
time
music,
to
so
do
it's
that
just
against
like
this powerhouse in Lunala. We saw
just
how
in the
heavy
car.
it hit in that game one. You give it an inch, it's going to take a mile, and that is something that Nick can't allow to happen.
Every single time we are getting down to just seconds on the clock left.
I also like how the lizard, if you watch it, I like how his eyes just continuously go.
Perfectly to try and take this into a game 3.
It's just like it's
Thanks to
getting
the
more like
translation on the Lunala, that
enthralled
is
with
susceptible
just
to
the
getting
hearing of
and it is not
lizard.
going to be able to move on this turn. Knock off so much damage into the Rillaboom. Assault Vest gone means as well. Any of those special attacks can actually
Okay, I
do
send it.
quite a bit more.
Yeah, and now the Kyogre switch, a really nice
Oh, I know
one here
this
from Nick,
this
because
video is
the
gonna make you
Kyogre
laugh.
gonna be the fastest thing on the field. It has to be careful. We talked about this at the top of the match about locking into the spread attacks because of the wide guard presence on the Lunala. You kind of don't want to lock into those and it'd be a wasted turn. But you have got the Hydro Pump, and that is something that is going to threaten this Lunala pretty heavily. You do have switches in the back, of course. We saw Cole make switches before. You got the Miraidon, you got the Whimsicott. Problem with the Miraidon is it's pretty low health at this point.
The issue with Hydro Pump, it is a single target, but as well, it's not the most accurate.
Diabetes.
You thought those Origin pulses were bad? Let me tell you about Hydro Pump. So that is something that can be really scary on this turn, but if you are anticipating it is a wide guard, it might be the only option. No wide guard though, instead Lunala is switching out, so could have been that opportunity to press one of those more accurate moves, but instead it's going to be Whimsicott coming in to soak up the hit. Rillaboom will be the first one. Woodhammer not enough to pick up that KO. Now it's going to be a Pokemon, the Kyogre, to follow up. Hydro Pump
I love
will
those
connect,
cats that just
but
look
that's
perpetually
not
grumpy.
necessarily where you would have wanted to take the damage. At least
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about the Tailwind, but it's not going to be that big hitting move that maybe you would have liked. And knock off. Now
Is it
Kyogre,
funny?
that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That's a huge amount of damage. The Incineroar just left alone, and you can see the rain stopping now, which is not something that Nick wants to see with that Kyogre on the field. And now it opens it up for Cole to get that Miraidon back into play.
I took a nap and woke up at one point and heard you say ice on my teeth,
The other restricted in Lunala,
No.
keep it healthy.
And I said
think
no
the
and
main thing
rolled
you've got to do now is get rid of this Kyogre. Once that Kyogre falls, Dominoes go with it.
Yeah, that's
Rillaboom,
gamey.
The Calyrex are going to really struggle against that Lunala, especially when you've got the support of the
Well,
Incineroar there, which is sitting pretty comfortable at the minute. It's not really worrying
I
about
appreciate
much
that.
outside of that Kyogre, which you can cover with that Miraidon.
I think Ice on the Sea is still a good song, but like, also why?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I still hear people referring to like their jewelry and I guess grills as well as ice, so I guess it makes sense.
With where you're landing this
also,
you don't want to waste it into
2002, we never left.
The momentum that you need to get forward in this match, make the progress that you're looking for.
I don't think anyone
so do you target into the
younger than us. I mean, granted, I don't know what people younger than us think or talk about.
Doing the damage if the Rillaboom opts in, or do you target into the Rillaboom even resisted?
I don't know if they would be aware of. I don't know how aware of that they would be. But
so where do you target down for
not they are now.
Last attack. If it is into the Kyogre slot to try and get rid of that restricted,
I'm younger than you, and I know.
Not by a lot.
Of health, but still would not appreciate a hit in this situation. But
I'm young too.
Where do we target?
Well, yeah, you are.
Yeah, well, you're
even if it is
Calyrex,
I think the thing for
super
we have established that I have memories from before you were born.
Have you seen that one video? It's like this little girl saying, "It's just a baby." It's just a baby.
That's from her childhood.
Whether it's a worthwhile trade, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Both trainers down to 2 apiece.
The one thing that you would say Cole's got at their advantage.
That would be nice if they were talking about jewelry at all.
Really smart, switching that out.
What are they talking about in that song?
Oh, they're not? What are they talking about?
And that might be enough.
I need to look into this song. Hold on. I'm gonna look up the lyrics.
What is the ice on their teeth?
Literal ice. I don't know.
Literal ice.
Potential knockouts.
It said I bought diamonds at my dentist.
So there is still the option for Nick,
which you can't do.
Well, no.
If you go to your dentist and your dentist is selling diamonds, your dentist is not legit.
I'm pretty sure they're talking about diamonds.
Or he's running a side business of a jeweler, which I mean, it's not okay to I mean, it is okay to like have multiple streams of income. But like, I don't know. I just feel I would feel a certain way. One, I already feel a certain way about going to the dentist. I wouldn't be surprised if Korean dentists did that. Maybe. But I feel like if I went to the dentist and they're like, "Oh, by the way, I have some diamonds for sale," I'm like, "Let's do my root canal, man."
Root canal, man.
So no damage coming out from this restricted.
That's not why I'm here.
The slot as well. It's going to be between the Lunala and the Calyrex Ice Rider. Did go ready up in attack.
What did you say?
The Trick Room. It is the Moongeist Beam. So Trick Room now. Well, we saw a lock-in from Nick. This
Calyrex Ice Rider
will be twisting the dimensions. So this is more for itself. But that
nice.
Oh, by the way, laughing, crying emoji.
No, I'm not going to allow you to get the trick. Trying to reverse it there, but it's almost backfired by Cole going for an attack. Now the Trick Room is set up. Now the Kyogre is in a really awkward spot because the double up into it is active. The Incineroar can go for a knockoff into it, and then you can just go for a Moongeist Beam. That will be enough to get rid of the Kyogre, leaving all the emphasis onto that Calyrex Ice Rider. Can Nick go for a double
You
protect
make it sound like they have a gift shop at the end of the dentist.
I
mean,
put that Kyogre in a better position because
I don't
when
know.
I was definitely did. They gave me stickers and a lollipop.
Which you would think would be what they would do at the dentist, but I don't know. I'm afraid of the dentist, to be perfectly honest with you, so like.
Also, to be fair, I think it was a sugar-free lollipop, so.
Oh. I think it was Helen that was telling me that like sugar-free candies have things in it that act pretty much like laxatives, so.
Yeah.
So Kyogre makes it through, and yeah,
Sugar-free candy makes you go to the potty.
Okay, and this isn't so bad either. I think this is another road that Nick can go down. He's obviously
So
identified
how
a
do
win
I tell
condition
my
going down
doctor
this
that
route,
I
but needs a little
cannot
bit of
listen to her
help
when she
getting
said maybe I should lower my
lead
sugar
seeds
intake?
on
It's
with
like,
both
well,
these
there's no
Pokemon
sugar-free
before that
candy for me to
goes
eat.
down. And I
That
think now
doesn't.
the door opens where you can get the
Have
lead
you gotten a
seed between
chance to update the
Incineroar,
emojis?
between
I
the
got to
lead seed,
upload
the
the
leftovers
animated
recovery. It's
ones.
going to be very hard to
They
take
were
this
still in
Pokemon down.
approval the last
Feel
time I
like
looked,
Calyrex could get
so
into that
I don't know when
position,
they're
but
gonna
it is
be approved to
nearly
use.
there, of course. The Kyogre still threatens
I
the
don't
was
see
trying
them
to
on
get
Nice
the
to get that double protect, of
oh,
course.
I was
But
trying to
just
get the
delaying the level
Dragonite
where the
ones to
double up
work,
comes this
and
turn
it
into the Kyogre and
when I
does
went to
remove it, leaving
upload
the
them,
Calyrex
it wouldn't
with a
show
long
up.
range
I don't know
count
if they need to
into
be
the
in a
rest of this
different
match.
like format
I mean, even this
or something
Kyogre,
for
you
them to
got the
work.
double,
So
you
like
go
I
with the
said, I'm in the
triple.
middle of the
It's
stream,
gonna
so
be
I'll
the
deal with this
triple
after the
protect.
stream.
Kyogre
Oh my gosh, triple protect!
on the turn, making its way through the trigger.
Yeah, those are
Triple.
there.
Goodness.
On the offensive now, and Ko, you can see head in hands, and of course you have to anticipate that would have been a double up into the slot instead.
Damn.
Kyogre has been such a big threat, and it's been a Pokemon that Ko has not been able to take down at any
He
point
is
in this
freaking out.
The lifeline is there, and Nick's going
I
for
will
it
email
all
the
way.
files
The
over.
time
That
is
sounds great.
chipping for that Lunala with these leech seeds sapping away. It's close now to going down to a Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. And now if you're Nick, if you go for the fourth protect, do you get it? That is going to be huge if you do, because you're getting through these trick room turns.
Chimichanga.
And then if you could do it, the Kyogre are going to be in that spot to just clean up, wash away the opponent, and take this to a game 3. But it's getting close. Everything on the line as
Where's
we're getting into
Pikachu?
the latter stages
So I
of
could
this
name it
game 2.
Chimichanga.
Might be pushing your luck with that one. The triple is impressive enough. But
I fear you probably will not see Pikachu.
Oh, in this? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. For the free ones, I still have the ones I purchased for Discord way back when. Yeah, but I don't think you purchased a lot for the Discord, right? I don't think we have nearly as many slots on Discord as we do on Twitch. So there's no way we're going to be able to put all of those on the Discord. At least right now. I think we can earn more spot as we earn more subscriptions.
This is what we want. It's the World Championships. We won a game 3. We got
Okay,
a
we're
triple
going to a game
protect.
3.
We didn't expect it.
Oh
Great
lord, no,
play
I would
here from
contest.
Nick in a
Okay.
really awkward spot. You felt like the match was just slipping away from him, but doing what needed to be done.
I mean, you have the login, right, for the Twitch. Like, you're welcome to go up and like upload those where you see fit.
Those triple protects, but you got to go for it.
Hey, that's why you gotta have high friendship with your Pokemon. The power of friendship really coming in clutch there. I mean, sometimes
The
that's
power
what
of
it comes down to.
friendship.
Sometimes we see those critical hits. Sometimes we, you know, you see that, you see
That
that.
sounds
lad,
good. Is that like the...
Okay, I will.
How the
Okay,
game
cool.
goes out. But playing
The
to your
Powerpuff
out,
Girls?
and while all that attention on the Kyogre, because again,
What?
you can talk
Oh.
about the triple and maybe, you know, talk about the
The
luck
power of
factor of it,
friendship?
but playing out of
It
what
sounds
could have been a
familiar.
very scary situation.
Oh,
when
that's
you're
what she
anticipating
just
that
said.
maybe Ko was going for the
On
trick
the
room. You said it yourself.
Accidentally
And
deletes
just, wow,
everything.
okay,
I don't
what do
think
do
you
from
can.
here
I
on?
mean,
Finding
I don't think you
only
can go in there and
win con out
do
of it
much
to make your
damage.
way
Like,
into game 3.
the only thing I
think
think you
it's
could
just
go in there and
wholeheartedly
delete is
impressive.
like
From Ko, that has to be devastating though, because you were just
the
one shot away
VODs,
from,
which
I mean, moving on into top 8. Now you're going
I
Don't
would prefer if you
please.
didn't,
terrifying.
but like
I think this is the
wouldn't
testament
necessarily
to Ko right
be
now going
the
into
end of the
this next
world.
match,
I mean, it would
I
be
think,
for
with
this
how
one since
well
I'm
they
planning on
played
putting
game
this
1,
one
how
on
well they
YouTube.
played the
So by the way,
majority
if you're
of
not
game 2.
subscribed to our
But how
YouTube
that
channel
ended is going to hinge on
and you're like,
how
oh, I
well
wanted
you
to
can deal
see,
with that.
is
it
that
going to affect
subscribe?
you going into game 3? Because a lot of
Um,
players affect that would definitely
You
go
have
your
to,
mind think,
because we
what do I
said
need to
so.
do to
Oh my
win
god,
this
why
set?
can't I spell YouTube?
And I think you've just got to stay cool, calm, and composed. I
Correct?
think we talked
Yes.
about at the top
Okay.
of the show how
Oh
So,
boy.
on this stage and this kind of environment, this big stage.
now that we post all of our VODs
Championships, that
on
maybe it doesn't
YouTube,
affect
but
them,
like some of
hopefully
the
not.
ones, like the
But I think
longer
incredible
ones that
value
are
of what
like
you're doing there.
the
I think
tournaments
there's
and
gotta be more
streams like
emphasis
this,
on trying to get rid of that
we
Kyogre earlier on
would
in this
post
match if
on
you can.
YouTube.
Nick
So after
playing
this
so
is
well,
over,
not allowing that to
I
happen,
will
so
post this on
pretty easy,
YouTube.
but I think once
So
the
if you
Kyogre
wanted to
falls,
watch it
I think
again and
all
see
the
all
other
of
things
our
kind of fit
lovely
into
and silly
place.
commentary
Especially
on
since that
the
turret
World
was tricking and Nick
Championships,
set up the trick room.
it'll be
Could
there.
have been a situation where Nick just claims it without. So you have to reevaluate, is there a switch up? If there is, it isn't in the lead.
Yeah,
We're heading into
commentary.
game 3
That's what
here.
I've been
Lock in
doing.
speed. A switch switch up from Nick.
Yes.
We've seen
Yes, you
different
have.
Every time. The Flutterman has been the tried and true.
Yeah, sure.
This time.
Yeah, it's a nice switch up here. You've still
I mean,
got
the
pressure
majority
of
of your
Flutterman
commentary
on both
today
of
has been
these
on the state of
Pokemon.
your internet,
The
but
Lunala not wanting to take
that's
the
fine.
Charm Ball, and the Miraidon not wanting to take
Sorry.
the last. You rationalize the Flutterman here? Maybe not. You didn't in game 2, and everything worked out. And that
Seems like it's,
rationalization at the
well,
end
I don't
was
want to
making
jinx it, so
just
I'm not
what
going to
they
say
needed.
anything. So never mind.
Talking about the mind games and everything else, Flutterman has had 2 different targets for his first 2 turns. First game, we saw the
Thank you.
Trastalization, and
Yeah.
into the Miraidon on the other end with that Moonblast, which would have been a KO if it wasn't for the
Called out.
Trastalization.
I mean, not really. Like, it's been apparent. It's not really a call out. It's just a statement of a fact.
Which Pokemon do you Trastalize? What do you think Nick is going to do on this turn? Like, this could be a huge turn to dictate the outcome of this match.
Yeah, and you can't really overextend on either one of these because they're putting on so much pressure.
Choose
in
a
their
choose a
own
move,
respect.
Nick.
Lunala
Choose a
and
move.
Moon Guy's Gleaming, both of
He's
these
got
Pokemon
8
here, no
seconds left.
Trastalization, and the Miraidon
Yeah, 2.
is in that spot where it can just put attacks and damage onto
Oh
whatever
my,
it wants.
oh
It is
my
leaving the
god.
field.
What gets me is like, he doesn't even pull up the... never mind. It's just...
Incineroar swap in seems a lot more safe. Intimidate into the Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be so nice. And Terastallization, well, when you see the Miraidon leave, you know it could only be for one target. That Lunala into that Fairy type. So this seems to be the best of both worlds. Now you don't have to worry about the Shadow Ball. Miraidon doesn't have to worry about anything at all. But Terastallization piece for these trainers, well, Ko is making sure that, hey, this Lunala's safe. Nick is making sure his restricted is preserved as well.
On the side there, if it's still a Pokeball, does that mean they just haven't sent it out yet and we don't know what they chose?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
This is going to be breaking that Shadow Shield.
Which, I mean, sometimes you learn from looking at, like, their screen while they're switching. If you're, for whoever your perspective you're seeing from.
Well, yeah.
We're bringing it down to Sash. We're making it
Yeah,
interesting over here.
that means they
Now
haven't
it's
brought
gonna
out
be
those
Calyrex
Pokemon
Ice
for us to know for sure
Raging
what they
Lance
are.
in return, Incineroar gonna take that hit so well, and you can see how much that Intimidate pays off.
Yeah, it's a really strong Intimidate. You can see the Glacial Lance just not having the impact that Nick wanted it to. And the Flutterman there, taking the advantage of that Focus Sash, right? You rightly called it out there, where it has the ability to just sit in front of these really big threats because it knows it's got that blanket, that security where it can just
You
choose
think
its target
Deoxys
wisely
is an alien?
and try and get some crucial damage off. Unfortunately, not really paying off there because of
Something.
the
Deoxys.
Terastallization on the Lunala.
Yeah.
Now the Incineroar comes in. Do you go for the fake out?
It might be.
Calyrex
He might be
slow down?
considered to
Probably
be
not.
a
You probably
Pokemon
want to try and
alien.
pivot out, get that Incineroar off the field to drop that Intimidate a
Which
little
one
bit
is he?
later on when necessary to
He's a
that Calyrex.
legendary.
Now you've got the
He
opportunity
has
to take
like
on that Flutterman, as
3 or
Lunala's got
4
no protect there,
forms.
so an easy target to the Lunala.
So he looks different in all of the forms.
Yeah, so one of them is like speed attack, defense. Well, I forgot the other 2 forms. What is it?
So that's going to be a very easy U-turn to be able to
Oh, that
get
thing.
a switch. I'm curious with what Ko can bring out onto the field here with that knowledge of, well, the
I think he's
Lunala
pretty
is
solid in
haunted
battle.
and what can be used to support it.
Yeah, but I mean, if
Depends.
you go back to game 1, I don't think the taunt matters too much. There was not really so much emphasis other than that very end turn on the Trick Room being important for Korra. It feels like that.
Spat,
I think
bro.
the emphasis is on
Base
utilizing
virus
that
exposed
big
to a
move.
laser
That's what I
beam.
expect
Oh
to come
my
out into
god.
Calyrex. Yeah, of course. Nick
What
taking
now?
the smart choice to Terastallize out that
According
weakness,
to
so it's not gonna
Google,
take as
he
much damage,
is
but
a
it's still
mutated
gonna take
space
your
virus
ability to
exposed
45%
to a
of his
laser
health. If
beam.
you don't see a response in a leech
Oh,
seed,
that sounds
that
very
Calyrex is
like
gonna struggle to kind of
anime-esque.
keep up with the rest of the field.
Ooh, a little bit more of a switch up from Ko. It's going to be none other than the Urshifu. Looking at that, though, the taunt, it was a Lunala that goes for the Trick Room, and Nick is going to actually go and set it up himself. Now we get an opportunity to see what is in the back. Rillaboom to hit the field. That is going to put a lot of pressure onto that Urshifu. But that taunt, and then Nick going for the Twisted Dimension itself.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Nick probably wanted to set it up there because now in a really nice position where you've got the Rillaboom in, you can pressure the Urshifu. Is banded, I believe, and then you've also got the Woodhammer, which unintimidated is going to do a lot of damage to that Lunala. Now its Shadow Shield broken.
I
But the nice
pressed
thing that
around
Cole's got in their back pocket
Oopsie.
is that Incineroar that's now on the field. It's a pretty easy switch in here to drop that Intimidate and further weaken the Calyrex. The Calyrex, though, in a nice position to start spreading those Leech Seeds around, especially because the Lunala has been taunted. It can't really do much but attack, and it's in a prime position to have those Leech Seeds put onto it. Start slowly chipping away at it if you don't want to utilize the Rillaboom and maybe go for that Urshifu instead.
And the Lunala, I mean, talk about the Trick Room and everything else that shut off. Also can't protect, but no fake out instead, just dealing the damage into the Urchin. Not going to be nearly enough for the KO, but Lunala also not being able to protect means it will be leech seeded. So every time it's on the field, will be a little bit of damage whittled away every turn. But still, this is going to be a decent chunk of damage into that Rillaboom, even with the Assault Breast, bringing it to around half. And with the U-turn, enough for the KO.
Yeah, there we go. A huge knockout onto a key piece of the puzzle for Nick there from Cole with that Urshifu, being able to retain that for later in this game. Key U-turn there. And now the Incineroar going to be able to come back onto the field in a really nice position to get another Intimidate onto this Calyrex. The nice thing for Nick has got that Leech Seed into the Lunala, so you can start the chip away with that each and every turn and keep your Calyrex a little bit healthier, even though it hasn't got the emphasis and the power that you'd want with those Glacial Lances because of the Intimidate. But the thing is, with the Leech Seed, as long as that Lunala stays on the field, you can switch that Calyrex out, reset these Intimidate drops, and whatever comes into this slot will be able to kind of reap the rewards of that recovery from the Leech Seed each and every turn that Lunala sticks around.
I mean, eyeing up the board with the Leech Seed, I feel like the Leech Seed is going to be the more impactful thing to be really adding up, but the Glacial Lances, after the Intimidate drops, won't be able to really be that damage, as only Nick 2 final Pokemon versus the 4 from Ko. Nick back against the wall, 2 restricted Pokemon, see if he can make his way through here. And with this Kyogre, it was an emphasis throughout the rest of the match. When you are
Is Kyogre supposed to be a whale?
it's a Pokemon that's going to struggle just a little bit more.
I guess it could be.
See, are we going back to the Protect to try and make its way through, and the Calyrex is just going to make a headway here?
It's a live whale.
Yeah, and I think unless you got the
You're
Alpha
like
Spectre,
on
Kyogre's not really going to
like
be
an
able to take
Orca.
advantage of those Leech Seeds.
Yeah.
Oh, an Orca.
The
Yeah.
2 Pokemon that Nick's got left. And I think, yeah, it's a really
Because of
tough
the
position
2
here
white
because Kyogre's
spots on
prime
his
fake out target
head.
where the Lunala maybe wants to switch out here. Maybe Cole wants to get rid of that Preserver for later on in this game. And then you've got the ability to U-turn out on the Kyogre the next turn to keep and preserve that Incineroar a little bit in this match.
Lunala just going to be switching out, so this is going to be great to bring something else onto the field. Something
God,
that
he still got all 4 of his
a little
Pokemon.
bit more as Miraidon makes its appearance. Now it's just going to be a fake.
Does Kyogre knows flying
You know you're
type
going to
move?
be taking damage from that. It will be faked out. Glacial Lance in his Pokemon.
No.
Incineroar will take the hit quite
No.
well. And the Miraidon, with all those Intimidate drops,
Because
still
in
is
the
also
anime,
gonna be
he could
taking this
fly.
hit.
Yeah, no, I mean, the -3
He is
there
floating
really
right
showing
now,
through the Glacial
so.
Lance, not having any impact onto this super
Yeah.
effective damage that it would normally do onto the Miraidon. It's still not in the best of positions. Like you say, it can take those water-type attacks from the Kyogre pretty comfortably, but not the Calyrex. You're not going to be able to sit there for so long. But it does have Protect, of course, so it has a way to kind of allow that Incineroar to kind of pivot off the field if it wants to, and the Miraidon can try and wait out these Trick Room turns.
See, I'm just eyeing up this Calyrex and how much setup you can have, but Ko being able to just keep pivoting out when you are looking at maybe just going through the Leech Seed. If you can get a KO at any point, it'd be nice to reboost the attack up, but all the Pokemon on Ko's end have so much health. Nick, yet again, so stressful, always making sure it's the last couple of seconds.
Origin
Calyrex is gonna
Pulse.
want to protect on this turn, looking at the preservation
That's like
of these Pokemon
Kyogre's
and the
signature
Kyogre
move.
as well. So we're just looking at getting through the right here, right now. Get closer to the end of this Trick Room that you have set up, and it's going to be Ko with the Protect as well.
Yeah, it's a nice double Protect from Nick. It might not make a lot
Between
of sense
Rayquaza,
all around, but I think
Kyogre, and
expecting the
Groudon,
Miraidon to protect here.
I'ma go for
you wanna
Rayquaza.
kind of try and lock in this board, prevent the Incineroar from going for the U-turn, keep it on the
Yeah.
board so nothing else can come in and support
Rayquaza
that
doesn't
Miraidon.
have,
Now
like,
the Miraidon in that really awkward spot where,
it's
it
not
can
like one of
take
the better
an attack
options
from
using
these two Pokemon. The
VGC.
Calyrex, we know the damage that
At least
Glacial
its
Lance
base
is gonna do.
form. Now, if it had its
Anything
Mega,
that Kyogre
that's one
follows up
thing.
with into that slot will be able to
Yeah.
That is a
really
fantastic
handle
choice.
one of these big restricted targets this turn. Really nice play
But since
there
there's no
from
Megas
Nick,
in
and putting a lot of
Scarlet and
pressure on
Violet,
Cole and having to make
does
some
not
big
see
decisions going into this next turn.
any
You
play.
inevitably want to keep that Incineroar, so you have to go for the U-turn. You don't want to allow it to go down. So
But I just like the
whatever
design, how
Kyogre's
he
gonna throw out,
looks,
be that
and
an Origin Pulse,
he
Yeah.
looks
even a
pretty
water spout at this stage,
cool.
where its health is so high, it's
Yeah.
going to be able to get some big damage off.
Just the seconds ticking away, and Miraidon, since the Protect was
Good lady.
burned, is just going to be switching out.
He looked
bring
like a
another
snake.
Pokemon in from Ko's end.
Yeah.
Lunala is the one to re-hit the
Yeah.
field. Glacial Lance, again, we haven't really been seeing these do too much damage, just as slowly over time, and knock off from the Incineroar so much into the Kyogre. So when we're eyeing up the damage output, Mystic Water is going to be gone, but Origin Ball's still there, and that's going to be a double KO.
Still
so the score
Dill
now even
had
2
enough.
Pokemon apiece.
Yeah, really nice nice pickup there from Nick to get rid of 2 big threats. Now, the knockoff there was interesting. You get rid of the Mystic Water, so it's going to reduce the power of those water-type attacks on the Kyogre. And the Rain is on a timer as we see that Trick Room end and the dimensions flip back to normal. The Miraidon going to come back in a really favorable position. It's going to put on a lot of pressure on that Kyogre, cannot terastallize, and the Calyrex as well has taken so many Intimidates up to now. It's not really got the impact that you want, and one thing that Cole can do is take advantage of the Rain because we know the Urshifu is in the back that's going to be able to throw out those big surging strikes boosted by the item that it's holding.
Yeah, eyeing up this board, you now have the Trick Room that's gone, a Miraidon that's hit the field with the speed, and Pokemon from Nick that the Kyogres already have. It also just doesn't fare well against that Miraidon. And a Calyrex, yeah, it's full health, but when you're eyeing up a Choice Band and the Rain and this Urshifu, I mean, the list is getting long, and the Calyrex looks, it looks scary for the Calyrex.
It looks scary, yeah, it does. I think the one thing I'm querying is, if a Glacial Lance, we know it's going to do about the same amount of damage again, but that damage plus the Life Orb recoil, will that be enough to get rid of the Miraidon? That would leave then the Urshifu on its own to have to deal with these 2 remaining Pokemon. So I think it's really crucial that you get the target right here. Do you double up into the Calyrex to get rid of it? Leaves the Kyogre kind of open, so it's a little bit risky.
Adds in
3 minutes. Right, and we'll see what is launched out, and it is an Electro Drift.
And Code, that's the pop-up Electro Drift Kyogre.
Oh,
no
that's
chance.
perfect.
1 Pokemon left for Nick's World Dream. It's going to be just the Calyrex Ice Rider staring down the Urshifu onto the opposing end of the field.
He die?
We talked about the amount of damage it can do. That Surging
Yeah,
Strikes, it isn't going to be enough to claim this game quite yet. But
I can't tell when
Calyrex
he's
Ice
gonna
Rider,
die.
I don't think it's going to be having enough here. That we've seen how the Intimidates
Yes,
have really
enough.
stacked up. We've seen how little these Glacial Lances have been doing.
But I know that
We see
lightning
the
did some
health bars.
big
Miraidon
damage
will
to
be taken
Kyogre.
down, but the Urshifu will be enough for Code.
Yeah, it's a great adjustment
Yeah.
coming into game 3. We didn't see it games 1 or games 2.
He already shook his hand.
So well
It's not enough because Urshifu is faster. Go on.
And Nick, the applause there for Code as just 1 move away.
So he's still
to
undefeated.
win this set. The world
Actually, I'm looking at his score. It looks like he has lost 1 time.
Oh, okay, I see.
So, I mean, but still, that's crazy good. That is crazy good. He's only lost 1 match in this whole thing. So he's moving off to the top 8.
Absolutely incredible from Cole, and you've got to really give huge credit
I'm
to
gonna go
Nick as
for
well
him.
to take it right down to the wire.
You going for Ko? That's a safe bet at this point. He's definitely doing the best out of everybody.
Is he wearing PJ bottoms?
He might be.
I mean, good for him. I get it. You're sitting all day. You may as well be comfortable.
You know, I'm gonna be. If I ever compete in one of these things, I'm gonna be the comfiest I can be.
Crazy best of 3 set between those 2 trainers, though. I feel almost a little bit out of breath after that. Like, where do we even start?
I mean, I've just been sitting here for the past 5.5 hours. Like, they had to, like, travel and prepare, and they have to make sure they have access to water and things like that. All things that I am very much in reach of. So, like, by comparison, they should be the comfortable ones over me.
For sure.
See how it always just played out, and I mean, kudos to both of the trainers.
Yeah, and I think
Wow. I mean, they really tried. They really tried to come back going through that first round. They got it to a game 3.
Lockdown, just those 2
but
restricteds on the field, and the Kyogre
wasn't
and the Ice
enough.
Rider. I was talking mid-match about the Leech Seeds. Maybe you shuffle that round, but no, there was only 2 Pokemon left, so there was no opportunity there.
That
and
was
just
crazy.
how effective Cole was in that
As
match.
soon as an ad is going to come,
Relentless,
I'm
just
going to
getting
take this
rid of
opportunity to go to
threats,
the bathroom.
identifying the targets when
So
the opportunity was there, and
we will
removing them,
be
not taking any
right
risks. And I think
back.
the no risk taking was something that we saw throughout that set.
fantastic.
And we're back, everybody.
Had so many fabulous matches. It seems like only a minute ago we were.
So let's see. This is top 8.
Seeing, you know, what our journey was going to look like.
So it's top 8, and then the top 4 matches. So that will determine who will get in the finals.
All of our trainers are on tender hooks here as we take a look at our bracket now in top 8, seeing the matches we said just a second ago.
Ko, James Evans, Montana Mott, Michael Kelch,
versus James, a fabulous match. Hirofumi versus Victor, Mao versus Gio.
I probably said that wrong.
All of these names
Victor
have had
Medina,
such incredible
Mal
accomplishments over the years
Farada,
and over
and
this season.
Giovanni
Ko Tsukide, for example, a former world champion. Victor Medina, someone who has topped up multiple tournaments, the finalist at a couple this season, including the Latin America International Championships, but still looking for that big win. Want to highlight Gio Siski as well, someone who has had incredible results in grassroots tournaments throughout Regulation Set I, but they've just transformed grassroots to the big stage here, Ben.
It's that practice that really pays off, and again,
my lights are out.
actually making it to the top of any of those grassroots
Armand.
tournaments, still again looking for that final win to seal the deal.
Or
Michel
not.
Kelch, a player that has been now in his third
I said turn them on.
at the World Championships.
Oh, they're on a timer,
And
so
is this the year
it's
where
probably for the
he
best
makes
if I
it all
don't
the way
turn
to
them
the
back on.
finals and maybe even takes the crown?
That's their way of saying we have been on for a very long
this
time, and
late
we
stage
need
of
to
the
be off to
competition. Any of
conserve
these trainers
energy.
could win it.
Yeah, to be clear, Michelle,
I
reaching top
guess.
4 at the World Championships last year and the finalist at the World Championships 2023. Absolutely phenomenal to see them reach this position. Ben, in your memory, is there anyone other than, for example, Ray Rizzo? Well, except it wouldn't even be Ray Rizzo, would it? Because it's 3 years in a row of reaching that top stage of the World Championships.
Well, Ray did win 3 consecutive World Championships. Yeah, Ray is the only player that actually springs to mind as someone as consistent as
Oh man, I want a comfy
Sure,
bed.
I'm probably going to miss someone along the way that's close. in
You
their
want a
career, but
coffee?
really
Is that what
few
you
and
said?
far between, especially
No,
consecutively.
like
I
a
think that's one of the
comfy
keys
bed.
where you can always have an off
A-
year. The level of
Comfy.
competition every single year
Oh,
gets
comfy bed.
so much stiffer, and especially with our qualifications.
I
system
kept
this
hearing
year,
coffee again. I'm like,
only
I
the
don't know what a
best of
coffee
best
bed
over the
is.
season, those people that had those deep runs,
That would
those
be
Just
deep
press
so
the
hot.
button and
runs that
coffee
got into our top
disappears.
75, say in, Europe or North America.
That would be a
across,
great bed to have
various
in the
other
morning when
regions,
you wake up and
in
you're
the
like,
world that managed to get those top placings.
here's a
All
coffee.
of them pitting it out here. You've got 4
Wait, would it be
You've
hot
got
though?
people taking a go at trying
Maybe
to
it'll
I like
serve you
iced
if it's
coffee.
really
have
fancy.
the better
If
match,
it's a
the
really
better day.
fancy
Those
coffee bed, it'll
players
serve
have
you any kind of
just said,
coffee you
well, I'm
want.
gonna
So you
run
could
the
have
tried
iced
and tested
coffee
stuff, and I'm just
or
gonna try
hot
and outplay all my
coffee
opponents. I
or
think the
espresso
quality of the field
or
has been so good.
And the quality of the match
anything
that
you
we're
want.
about to feature as well, my goodness gracious me, because let's not forget Michelle
I like
Kelch
iced
has
coffee.
also won 2 regional level events this season and the
Preferably.
defending Stockholm
Montana
regional champion. Absolutely
I like water.
incredible. And top 32
What's
at
Montana
the
Mott? Oh, he's
Latin America
doing.
International Championships this year as
He's
well. But
doing.
again, no
Oh,
stranger
it's
to the
a.
world stage. But as we take a look at Montana's
It's
achievements
almost
there,
a
yes, winner
mirror
of the Los
match.
Angeles Regional
The only
Championships in the
difference between the
2024
two
season, but
teams
then you know, some
is
fantastic top cuts here, as well as online
Raging
successes.
Bolts
The one that springs to
and
mind really is Portland.
Overpond.
The team
It's
that
like
Montana
Overpond,
used at Portland was very similar. He won
Cornerstone, the
Pokemon
rock one.
different from what he's using this weekend. I went away from it slightly for NAIC, but that didn't work out quite as well for him. So it's really nice to see him come back from to a bit more comfort in the World Championships. And I think comfort's one of those key things that you've got to be really all about, especially when you're
He has a
playing against
Dragonite.
a player
Montana Mott has a
like Michel
Dragonite.
Kelch that's really got nothing to prove at this stage. Does want that win, but certainly
Yay!
match up a little bit more of an underdog on paper.
Aren't you excited,
Montana has some
Bree?
experience running Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. That is the restricted
Ecstatic.
Pokemon that they won the Los Angeles Regional Championship with back in Regulation Set G. The first trainer to pilot Calyrex Shadow Rider to that
Diabetes.
success
Yeah.
in Regulation Set G as well. So they know
Diabetes.
this
Tua.
Pokemon inside
Oh,
and out. Some
he
have
said
dubbed Montana the
diabetes.
Calyrex Shadow Rider expert.
Equally, Michel Kelch, a
Diabetes.
player that is so well known for running Calyrex.
Rosie, have you
Rider
seen
back in
the
their regional
video.
wins in this season were
No,
using
I haven't taken the time to watch it. When you sent it, you know, if I pull up another video during the stream, everyone is going to hear the video because it's just set to play the audio that comes through my computer. So I forgot to look at it while we were on break.
Right now is that it's a 5 Pokemon mirror.
I'll look at it next break. If there is a next break, because sometimes they don't.
And I really love to see
Sometimes they
Chien Pao
show
on both of these teams. This is a bit of a throwback trend.
both of the top
Something
8
that
mechs,
we've
or
seen in
well, actually,
previous
there's 4 of
regulation
them.
sets. Chien Pao
They might show
reducing
both of.
defenses and
They're going to show
everything
both
around
of
it.
probably
So
the
the
top
Dragonite can
4
hit even
matches.
harder and faster, especially holding the
After
choice
this,
band,
probably.
locking it into the first move it chooses. But the benefit is, of course, that you
This will
get that
probably
boosted
be
power. But this Chien Pao set is a really
the next break we go to is probably going to be the last break we have, if it's like how it's been in tournaments past, where they show both of the top 4 matches.
But it also gives the Chien Pao
I will watch it then, is what I am saying.
Ruination is the thing I think that's been gaining the most popularity overall, and I think that's a real meta adaptation to Lunala being so popular, especially at NAIC.
And another Discord I'm in, I just saw somebody who owns it just put Dragonite. So I'm like, they're watching this. They're watching the thing too. They see Dragonite. They're also excited.
What I do love, though, about this Chien Pao from Montana, I'm sure this has done a lot of work for them
That's
over
enough.
this event so far. Is that
What do you mean that's enough?
A little bit of extra speed control goes a
Why can't I be happy? Just because Sneasler is not here, Bree.
Michail's Zamazenta with access to the wide guard means
Well,
that not only the Astral
that's
Bug can be
fine.
blocked, but that very ice
We would
line
root for
of
Sneasler
which
if
you speak
Sneasler was
there, Ben.
here.
And the mind games are going to be ever to the fore in this match.
Y'all
with
all
5
hate
of the same
Sneasler.
6 Pokemon that they
I
try running
hate going
each other.
against
Every time Ariana comes out, I hear, oh, this thing.
I hate going against it. I would love to see it win VGC in a non-regulation H format.
Terra Ghost.
What about Weavile?
The Encore again. It's more control
He's
in your
just as bad as Caesar, honestly.
He is. That's what I was like, no.
Ogerpon and Mungus. Ogerpon being that cornerstone form, one of the differences between.
I guess I know who I'm gonna put on my team.
No, don't do that. I'm gonna punch it. I'm going to punch it. If I get a chance. Because that's the thing with Weavile, you might not get a chance. Dragonite's on both teams.
Especially when you've got these Dragonite matchups, the Ice Shard can be very crucial.
That means I don't know anybody else's team, or at least I can't remember everybody else's team. That means Dragonite has a fourth of a chance to win the World Championships.
A Dragonite, especially boosted up by the Sword of Ruin ability and potentially.
I don't think Dragonite has ever won the World Championships.
On some Fluttermanes, over many
So this would be like its first win if it did.
Prevalent in the format.
I don't think. You'll have to fact check me on that. I don't think Dragonite has it?
In this case, boosting up the power output.
I have no idea.
Dragonite, and I think all of those things combined make this such
If he wins,
fact check myself in real time.
Seeing them here in the top 8 of the World Championship.
There's nothing to deny these priority moves on the field. There's no Psychic Terrain, for example. There's no Frigoroth. And this means that the damage is going to be coming thick and fast, trainers. This is going to be pedal to the metal stuff. Montana versus Michail. I'm getting tingles down my spine right now, Ben, because slowly but surely, or in this game's case, quickly but surely, we are advancing ever closer to determining who will be our world champion for this year. But for now, which of these two trainers will be progressing through to the semi-finals?
Bringing up the anime.
Equal their record from last year at the World Championships by reaching top 4. Can Montana add possibly
According to the AI, which could be wrong, it says it hasn't, but I really think that is true.
It's already incredible stuff.
And a lot of these mirror matches are really all about the positioning. They're all about how the players react to the scenario in front of them, the calls that they can make. Yes, sometimes they go down to these sort of speed tie interactions, but there's tools on both of their teams respectively to be able to deal with to outposition their opponents. They don't have to have those mirror Pokemon on the field at the same time. They can switch things up. They can
yeah, that's perfect for right now.
And to end their day here at the World
Yay,
Championships. I think this is such a matchup where it's all down to the intelligence of the players
What?
as much as anything else.
It is going to be a match of two of the best trainers we have in the
Wait, did you up?
competitive Pokemon video game.
They need 2 casters watching them? Yeah, of course.
And Michelle Kelch, top 8 of the World Championship.
You got a Shimpo. Oh, they both got a Shimpo.
We've got a mirror match going on. Kicking us off, Zamazenta and Chen Pao's a piece, and both of them are going to be
Is that the
starting
dog
to put
with the
some
sword?
pressure on. Now,
Yes.
worth noting that neither of these Chen Pao can actually go for
No.
any
Who's
sort of
that?
defensive play, so the Zamazenta
The
are
one
in
with
great
sword teeth.
position to start whittling down
They
the
both
support
got the same
options
name.
No,
on
not
either side of
the
field.
Shen Pao, the
Worth
other
noting
one.
here, that the
But it's
Sword
not
of
the
Ruin
dog
is
with the
Oh,
sword.
Zamazenta.
I thought
No,
that
it's the
was
one with the
Depend on the
shield.
depend on the targeting,
The one
will
with the
depend on
shield.
heavy slams
Oh, like
coming
sword
out
and shield?
from either of
Yeah.
these,
Yeah.
Oh.
Zamazentas as
We're
to
gonna be
whether or not we're
putting
going to
stuff
start to see
together.
some KOs,
Look
or
at
whether or not the
you.
Zamazentas want to start targeting each other down, whittle
Ah.
that resource away, take away the option for a wide guard, so
Oh, I
Calorex
got
is in
The
the back
Brady's
and have a
coming in
nice
hot.
time later.
Nothing says mind games
Oh,
like the
look at all
same
those
lead
dragons.
beat,
See,
but
if
only
Dragonite
one
looked
of
like
us
that, I'd
as
love
one
him
of
more.
these Chien-Paos goes for his
Oh, that's so
No
cute.
super effective fighting type damage can affect that slot, but now super effective
The
dark type
Shimpo or
damage
the
can.
dragon?
The responding terrestrialization heading into
Huh?
the Zamazenta. On
the-
both sides of these fields, so okay, both these trainers are
The
approaching
Shimpo?
this in a slightly different way.
No,
What it's all about.
we
I'd
have
say
new
is just
emotes
picking
in the
moves
Twitch
in the moment. Let's see how it
with
unfolds.
Dragonite
Reducing their
spotty
speed
with
over on
Kelsey's
Michelle's
head.
side of the field. There is no white card in play, but there certainly will be potentially that all-important speed drop.
Dragonite. Dragonite.
Now on Michelle's side, brought down to about a fifth of its HP, but just the Ruination consistent, halving that HP bar.
And Zamazenta going for the body press into the Chen Pao.
And it took clearly enough for the one-hit KO. There's no focus ash in contention there. Just the assault vest bolstering the special defense, but buddy, that is a physical move.
I feel like Montana's actually got the better end of that in some ways because the Zamazenta on Mashar's side has taken so much damage. And now it's kind of tempting for Montana to start bringing in the Calyrex, but I think this bringing in the Amoonguss here is a really clever way to adapt to the situation because it means that you can start putting on that spore pressure, start putting on the redirection pressure and make sure this Zamazenta that's taken half of its HP in damage and is now weak to those ice-type attacks from the Chen Pao, just that little bit safer on the field. Not to say that Amoonguss is going to enjoy taking any sort of ice-type attack from the Chen Pao at the same time, so I think both of these trainers have got to carefully regulate exactly the risks they're willing to take.
Zamazenta scampering back to Michelle, and now Calyrex Shadow Rider will be hitting the field in its stead. The reveal of the other Pokemon. Astral Barrage is very much online in future turns. Now the response, the body press, headed right into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, freshly switched in. That was once that Zamazenta. Ice Spinner now into the Amoonguss, super effective, brought down to about a quarter, but it's sticking around. That Rocky Helmet chip damage too. The Spore, Chien Pao on Mashia's side, not able to act for the next turn.
But Mashar's done really well to reposition here. Getting your Calyrex in on a turn where the opposing Calyrex is not on the field really does put you on the front foot. It does allow you to start thinking, hey, what can I do to pick up some KOs here? Now, if this was a Life Orb Calyrex, I'd be thinking that Zamazenta was a little bit in trouble in this spot. But actually, because it's carrying the Focus Sash, there's more of a chance for the Zamazenta to be able to hold on and a heavy slam to take it down to that Focus Sash. And certainly in these mirror matches, with knowing that Montana has a Calyrex in the back, if the Focus Sash gets broken on Mashile's side while there's a Focus Sash still intact on Montana's side, actually this could be the end game that Montana is looking for.
Getting that Calyrex Shadow Rider sweeping through. Now Chien Pao returning to the Ice Wren Shrine, joining the field in its stead. Dragonite, that ever so popular powerhouse
Dragonite
Pokemon as the Astral Barrage clashes down onto Montana's side. Amoonguss is down. Zamazenta is hanging on. The Pokemon numbers look
You think
very
one of
much
them has
in
a
Michelle's
shiny
favor,
one?
But that at this stage of the game
I
is
hope
not
not.
necessarily all said and done. Heavy slam into Calyrex Shadow Rider. It's softened
I would
up.
just ruin
The
it.
Focus Sash broken.
Focus Sash broken is a big deal here as the Calyrex comes in for Montana, and now it's really a question of whether or not Montana can take that comeback. Yes, they're 2 Pokemon down to 4, but that doesn't mean that they're in a bad spot at the moment. The Focus Sash is doing so much work in this spot.
Why in the anime Dragonite has beef with Charizard?
Yeah. Why? Did you say why?
But
Yeah.
certainly if Montana gets the upper hand on that front, then
I don't know, I feel like
combination could really do a lot of work here.
there might be some anime reasons, but like Dragonite was the original dragon, and Charizard was like felt every way as a dragon type to a lot of people.
So how do you look the most like a dragon but not be a dragon type? It's what I don't get.
Health bar's looking similar. Heavy slam. Dragonite brought down low, but it's not enough for the KO. The outrage locking into that move, and you cannot choose where it targets. Means
But Charizard, he only knows flying type moves and fire.
Here if you're Michelle on that trade.
And
Yes,
others,
the Dragonite
but-
cannot switch out anymore, but it has managed to break the Focus Sash.
Yeah, he knows a normal move. That sicko.
Resources, Montana really just
Oh, really?
has to capitalize.
Did you say Dragonite or Charizard?
Charizard.
Never mind.
In this position and put all
Yeah.
their
I
eggs
lied.
in that basket where
I don't know
Michelle,
about
even if they
Dragonite
don't win the speed
types,
tie, has the
besides
opportunity
Dragon.
to come back with their Pokemon in the back.
He has a normal move that Bree is sick of.
Yeah, his normal move that I'm sick of.
And that is a big if. Snoozing away in its Pokeball. Montana is going to win that potential speed tie here. That will be Calyrex Shadow Rider down. That will be Dragonite down. We are just down now to our Chien-Pao and our
I
Zamazenta
think I
in the
know
back. It's a
what should I bring
KO.
against Bree.
Oh, make no mistake, I know how to kill a Dragonite. I just don't like him.
These are the chances that you have to take. A
Oh,
Heavy Slam
boy.
follower, of course, doesn't do anything in this spot, but does cover the switch in for
You can
either
try.
of for the Calyrex if Michelle had decided to switch it.
Now
out
you're gonna
for
wipe
the
my
rest of the
team
speed
again.
Zamazenta once more reducing the defenses of everything on the field, and now we have mind games aplenty here. Does Michelle Zamazenta go for the wide guard, blocking the Astral Barrage? When will Chien-Pao wake up? Will it be going for the Sucker Punch? Does Montana attack as a result of that?
I think Montana goes for the attacks here because I think the Chien-Pao, and I might have missed this, but I think the Chien-Pao has
you're right
not
for this
yet
turn.
taken a turn of sleep. It's mandatory turn of sleep, let's be clear here. So if that's the case, then it's in Michelle's best interest to play defensively with the Zamazenta there, not let it go down this turn. Give Sucker Punch a chance. If that Chien-Pao is able to survive a heavy slam in this spot, then it's all to play for here.
The Psychic into Michelle Zamazenta. No Astral Barrage to speak of. Could have been a really nice way for Montana to get on top. The Heavy Slam, the Chien-Pao brought down so low. It needs to set its alarm soon, because if not, it's going to be snoozing all the way into
Oh
Montana.
my god, I didn't even realize that the one was asleep.
Ice Shard onto the Chien-Pao as well.
He said
that
night
could
night.
knock out this Calyrex in one. Let alone the Zamazenta actually being Terra Dragon, it's probably within range of that too. And so Michelle does have options for the Ice Shard or the Sucker Punch. Doesn't matter which one goes into the Calyrex as long as one lands. But the Zamazenta on Montana's side does have some advantage here because it did go first against Michelle Zamazenta in the early game. But whether or not that's an indication, oh, it's a wake
up! Michelle Chien-Pao wakes up
Oh.
and gets that Ice Shard off. That's going to be Montana's Calyrex Shadow Rider down. That was the turn Michelle needed that wake. That was the turn that might have just stamped their ticket through to game 2 with a win. The body press, it's a double KO.
Wow.
Michelle Kels with the Midas touch has just turned that win into gold. One more game stands between
Let
them
the
and
big
progressing
go.
through to top 4. They can barely believe it, but they're keeping their heads strong, and in that game, the reads, everything that was going on there, the calls that these trainers had to get right.
What
They
the
went Michelle's
hell?
way that game, but is it going to Montana's?
I thought he was
next?
gonna lose too,
This is one
but
of the things that I respect so
that
much
wake
about
up at
Michelle
the
Kels,
beginning of the turn, that was
even
crucial.
though that was absolutely clutch what happened, you can see how well composed he is in this moment. Nothing is on his mind right
See,
now.
and I
other
think
than
that's
match
the
in
hard
front of him,
part.
and I
Like
think
you have
that's
to,
the right
you have to
attitude
keep your
to have in
composure
that scenario.
throughout
Now,
most
we
of
know
this
in these sort
to
of
be okay.
matches that it can come down to those reads in the moment, those small turns, and I think Montana played it
I think you're
so
pretty
well
good at
to give
that.
themselves the best opportunity for success. But
You think so?
early terrestrialization, I think, on
Well, I've never seen you crash out, so. Yeah.
I feel like I'm crashing out internally.
Yeah, well, it's internal, so I can't do that.
Shadow Rider as opposed to the other target. This celebration.
Oh,
You think
crashing.
you're not crashing out on the inside?
I mean, there's so much there that might not have gone in Michelle's direction, but Outrage was so nice to look into because if you don't target the Calyrex, then you just get super effective damage into the Terra Dragon Zamazenta on Montana's side of the field. But Ben, is there anything Montana can do to try and make a win for them slightly more guaranteed? Is there anything they can do to strip away all of those chance elements?
I think it's going to be hard to get away from it completely, especially actually thinking about it. The Icy Wind coming off onto the Zamazenta in the early game made the Zamazenta go slower against Montana's first time round, but actually second time round it looked like Michelle's actually was outspeeding, so that's definitely something that both players are going to need to take into this match as we get another Zamazenta on the field, Calyrex and Amoonguss with them.
Game 2 between Montana Mott and Michelle Kelch in our top 8 here. Now, with the Zamazenta staring each other down, there's no Chien Pao on the field this time around. There's no defenses being dropped. We have Wineguard, Mind Games aplenty. Amoonguss could well be shutting us lot down immediately with sleep.
It certainly could be. I mean, this is the other difficulty here, though, is that Calyrex actually is putting a lot of pressure onto this Amoonguss, and a double up with Calyrex.
This mask always throws me off.
Body press, depending if it goes for Terra or it doesn't.
What?
Really does make
The
this
mask
quite
that he's
difficult
wearing.
for Amoonguss to get something done.
Oh,
but of course,
yeah.
that's the read that you make in these spots. I mean, if the Amoonguss just goes for a protect, then you can launch those attacks into it,
wearing a
and
mask?
they're all for nothing.
One of the
yeah.
players.
Of course, meaning
Oh,
that it will be completely safe
the ogre
from
pawn
damage. It's so
thing.
weak to those psychics,
Yeah.
and the terrestrialization is going to be targeted into
Is that even a
Zamazenta
pub?
here on one of these
yeah.
dragons. It's
Ogre
become
yeah.
that Terra Dragon, and the
He's one of the legendaries in
for Michelle there. Now Calyrex
one of
Shadow
the
Rider will be scouting
the
out
DLC,
behind
isn't
that
it, for
protect
Scarlet
shield.
Violet?
Zamazenta too,
Yeah.
just to see what Michelle
He
has
looks
locked
weird.
into here. The Amoonguss and the Zamazenta. Amoonguss
For the
also
first time
trying to
seeing it.
protect. This means
Well,
that
in
next
the
turn,
on the mask, they
that
make him kind of look
option has been
scarier
spent,
than
so much
she
less
is.
likely to
Actually,
work
is
heading
Ogre
into
Bomb.
the
Yeah.
this next turn of our top
Oh,
eight.
that's it.
Not
Ads
only
are
that,
in
but the
3
encore
minutes,
on this
unfortunately,
Calyrex
and I
could
can do
really
nothing about
pay
them.
a lot of dividends here, where if you go for the encore into the Amoonguss, then the Amoonguss is just stuck on the field going for protect, and that's not
Guess you should
particularly nice.
subscribe.
You can get away around that if you're Michelle.
One way
by
around
just
them.
Going for the Rage Powder this
Yeah.
turn. I think that's why Michelle was probably
You get cool
comfortable to
emotes
do
and
that,
whatnot
because
if you subscribe.
redirecting attacks away from the Zamazenta
Yeah.
usually works out
Kelsey's
in
head on
your
a
favor
dragon.
overall, and certainly with a Terra Fire on that.
More
Amoonguss.
Dragonite?
Actually,
If you
because of that
subscribe, you're gonna
Dragonite,
lots
really
of Dragonite.
good overall. Certainly not going to
Yeah.
take
If you
too much
subscribe,
damage,
what?
or certainly not necessarily going to be.
If they
in
subscribe, we're gonna
KO
give them
range from a combination of
chimichangas.
attacks here.
Time the responding terrestrialization over on Montana's side.
Sure.
Will be that Terra Dragon.
We're gonna deliver them
Zamazenta
straight
once
from
more.
Chicago,
This
so
dog
depending
bark
on
has
where
just
you
turned
are,
into a roar. Now,
Mhm.
will depend on its
super effective.
freshness.
Into the Amoonguss from Michelle. How much
Ooh,
damage
it's
does
Mustang
it do?
here.
Oh, that's one hit.
Big KO.
He's on your guy.
Down.
Oh,
That's a big KO there for Montana. The special attack rising from that grim Nay, and Calyrex looks in a perfect
They will have the
position to go on
chimichanga
the
head,
offensive,
the
but taking out
chimichanga
the Healing Bash
t-shirt.
means its focus sash is now not intact anymore.
A critical hit, heavy slam just for a little bit of extra damage. Wonderful
The
to see Montana
chimichanga
enjoying
water
themselves
bottle.
so much on the stage now. The pressure could not be greater.
what a crazy
That's
idea
merch
for
right there.
merch.
That we are
This
playing
is
a
JKF
game
League.
that
All
is
of our
intended
merch,
for
chimichangas.
fun. Even when the stakes are high, this friendly rivalry on the stage here between Michelle and Montana. Now Michelle deciding what they can bring in from the back.
And I think Michelle's in a great spot to just start thinking about bringing the Calyrex in this situation. But they've both got the Zamazentas if Michelle decides to choose.
Mustang, do you
Next to
ever
them, which
watch
offers
on the
Wild
Twitch?
Guard, which stops the astral barrages, and then it makes
Yeah, he
Psychic
has.
not actually that effective against the
Yeah.
opposing Calyrexes. So I like Michelle's decision to bring in the Chien Pao here. especially after Zamazenta on Montana's side has committed their terror, the sucker punch looks very, very threatening onto the Calyrex on Montana's side.
That's how he found
Montana's
us.
going to have to think very hard about how they navigate. Equally, there's no Terra Ghost on this Chien-Pao this time round, and the Chien-Pao
Can he comment something on the Twitch stream?
So the Calyrex does get the
Oh, are you trying to get him to
play on the
like
defensive this turn.
get his
Montana
emote
can
in the
just choose
thing?
Launch a body press into
Not
the
his
Calyrex,
emote, his
but I do wonder
stream
if there's a little bit of
avatar.
debate going
Let me
on
call them
whether
by the
the
right
Calyrex
thing,
can switch in
so
on
it's not
Michelle's
confusing.
side and then take nothing from the body press, get that in for free while you start whittling down even more of the health on Montana's
You need to go
side.
in so you can change it to Arceus.
No switches. It's going to be the Ruination from Chien-Pao,
AKA
meaning that
Big
this
Papa.
bulky dog has had its HP
Papa.
bar halved. Now Zamazenta is channeling
Oh
all
yeah,
that
I named my
still-time energy, and it
Arceus
was
the
heading
Big
right for the
Papa.
Calyrex, but of course taking no damage through its
Big
reset. The responding heavy slam. Super effective enough also for the one-hit KO onto Michelle's Chien-Pao.
Montana says, I'm coming
Already
back.
brought down to their final two Pokemon.
Oh, you subscribed!
Oh!
Chimichangas.
Chimichangas! Oh wait. An anonymous gifter gave you a sub. I wonder who that was.
Oh, okay.
Zamazenta
Yeah.
on his side is just that little bit faster. A double target into the Zamazenta on
I
Montana's
put you in
side
there.
could seal this game
Well,
up.
there you go.
We're gonna give you our merch, the chimichangas, the chimichanga hat, the chimichanga t-shirt,
The mind games are aplenty here.
and the chimichanga water bottle.
Michelle, hands clasped together.
Chimichanga water
They're
bottle.
praying for the psychic
Pepper is so
targeted
sweet.
Into Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider. That focus
Where you
sounds
see Pepper?
broken. The encore. Now Montana's Calyrex will have to keep going for that psychic.
Pepper did.
Oh, it's
did it.
Pepper? Pepper gave this. Oh yeah, Pepper. Pepper is our anonymous sub gifter. He took his hard-earned money and instead of buying chicken, he bought people subs.
Exactly. Pepper is so selfless.
So selfless. Doesn't think about himself at all.
Two more Pokemon in the back, and those Pokemon have yet to be utilized whatsoever. If that's the Chien-Pao that's in the back for Montana, actually, there's
To be honest, I never tried
potential here for
chimichanga.
Montana to take us to a game 3.
Don't say that. Don't say that after all this time. You have never had chimichangas.
And he said water bottle really shaped like a chimichanga.
You couldn't do that. That's what she said.
Into the Zamazenta, and now Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider having gone for the Psychic into Zamazenta. Is this going to be enough to claim the KO? Yes, it certainly is. Montana has finally, in this game too,
It's time to keep secret.
Doing a lot of work in this situation where actually
Let's bring back
Let's bring back secrets.
You don't have to wide guard because you know that there is no potential whatsoever to take an Astral Barrage until the Encore wears off. That's going to be after this turn coming up. Now Chien-Pao enters the fray, and yeah, well, this is the same situation that we had just a moment ago, where the Zamazenta on Michelle's side is looking pretty good to be able to knock that out, but not necessarily before this Chien-Pao
Have you seen that one guy?
sucker punch to be able to knock out the Calyrex. Now, both of these players
To
have
be
been in this
honest,
situation
I'm
before.
drinking
The
Katie
obvious
Kavas. To
play
be
is the
honest,
sucker punch, but that
I've never
doesn't
had
mean that
chimichangas
that's
clip
coming
for
out.
sure. For sure. For sure. Bree.
A level and a level and a level above.
What?
Sort of high intensity.
Oh.
Kay said, to be honest, I've never had chimichangas as a clip for sure. I'm like, that is fact.
Oh. Let me mark this down.
Montana goes for its last Encore Psychic into Michelle's Zamazenta.
I'm the clip person. Where's my notes at?
Super effective into Michelle's Zamazenta. It is down and out. It's just going to be Michelle's Calyrex Shadow Rider against the world.
World
like Montana,
Day
maybe a few
2.
turns away, or even just one turn away
To
from
be
taking us
honest.
into a game 3, having a bit of a trouble in
Never
game
had
1. Not figuring out the
chimichangas.
matchup as well. Michelle cancels that game. Montana
Ooh.
takes game 2.
Montana
We're
match.
gonna be going to a game 3. One of these
Going to a
trainers
game 3.
working so hard to lock their way
What
go.
the
into
time is
top
it
4.
right now? What's the
Michelle
timestamp right now?
Montana gonna knock
Still
Michelle
6:14.
contention to be
Yeah,
our
well,
next
I'll
champion.
just put it at like
Could go either way in
6:12.
this next game. It is
But
a
low-key, I would
fight
try
down to a
chimichanga.
best of one.
You should. If anybody should, it should be you at this point.
way to be able to make this slightly less positional, slightly less mind-gamey. And you could argue even that the encore.
And all this time, I thought you just really liked chimichangas. They're pretty delicious.
Oh no, you say it for fun, but I mean.
IDK how it works, but it would be great if prior to that clip you could also have the times it was mentioned before. Yeah, like, none of us know really how to do video editing at this point where we could like get a bunch of clips and put them together effectively. So, because the one time I really wanted to do that was when you were talking about Jinx, where you were just like, oh, you know, Jinx is so great, and then like 20 minutes later it's like, you know, I just did some research and I found out she's racist. Like, I really wanted to do that if I could have done it.
Michelle trying to catch out that Calyrex that led in game 2, I think.
But imagine how many views we'll get.
But Montana actually taking a slightly different approach, going back to what didn't work in game 1 with that Zamazenta and Chen Pao lead, but actually that seems to
we'll get a lot of views.
Montana a little bit more in this situation because that Chen Pao on Michelle's side.
The chimichanga power.
So much pressure, and that's why it's
chimichanga power.
No,
that's the chimichanga difference.
The Amoongus. That much so much work.
Oh my god.
Now Michelle's will be hiding behind its protect. The Icy Wind.
Don't sue us, Wolf. Don't sue us.
It's such a slow Pokemon as it is.
We have Jimmy. That's the chimichanga difference merch.
Oh my god. It's still really great damage into that Pokemon. You can see the dividends.
We would get a cease and desist letter so fast from Wolflick.
Frame it too. Like, Wolf acknowledged me.
No, we just post it on the back of the shirt.
Exactly, we post that on the back of the shirt, and that is new merch. Yep. You know, somehow creators will have, like, buy me a coffee. Yours is buy me a chimichanga.
You can see what Michelle's going for, taking the body press, trying to get into a position.
I've never had one.
Never had one.
Away from the Calyrex and start making some ground. But I think that Icy Wind onto the.
I think that would be a fire merch.
Is just so impressive here in this matchup.
That would be a hilarious merch if nothing else.
Keep calm and chimichanga.
Not keep calm and chimichanga.
Zamazenta goes for his body press once more into that Amoongus slot, of course, thanks to the encore. And now Amoongus is down and out. There's not going to be any pesky Rage Powder, not going to be any pesky spores coming out over on Michelle's side of the field for the remainder of this game.
I can kind of see what Michelle is going for in that spot. Actually locking the Zamazenta into body press does two things. First, it means that it's not going to be wide guarding anymore.
To be honest, I'll be feeling like Marcus when, like, on the White Chicks, when he was allergic to peach, if I ate the chimichanga.
When he ate the quiche?
Yeah, when he ate the quiche.
Oh no.
So much pressure onto really
Well,
anything that Michelle could have in the back, whether it's their own Zamazenta.
That's bad. That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Going back to game
Even though I'm not even allergic to anything.
Ghost on the Chen-Pao was actually something that did really do.
I don't know. I feel like the older you get, the harder it is to process cheese.
Just dairy in general is a no-go.
Yeah. Those terrestrializations so early, but they have not been used yet in this one. Both trainers are going to want to be preserving that little.
I will say I'll be fired for my life.
For when it matters the most.
Oh.
Montana's considering it on their Zamazenta here.
Oh no.
Just food in general. Facts. Just food in general. I mean, I think my problem is I don't have a gallbladder, but like, just food in general.
Look, this is America. We don't really know what's in our food, so.
We don't.
I feel like it's all
Unfortunately.
It just means that
Yeah, it is.
always going to be susceptible to a sucker punch if it stays on the field.
That's why I can't buy the foot-long Subway cookie. It's like that's just too processed.
Previous game, let's see if it will do so again. Zamazenta is keeping itself safe.
It was also a process to make it.
Going to befall. Now this
Ooh, the sucker punch.
Super effective.
I like my food
Oh,
original.
oh my gosh.
It all comes down to that
Oh,
dog
wow.
and that cat, the Chien-Pao and that
Montana
Zamazenta. No damage
did
now
he bring it
taken.
back?
My
Did he bring it
goodness
back?
gracious me. Has Montana just made the play that has stamped their ticket through to top 4?
That's such
Jimmy
a difficult
Changa,
call
go.
to make at this stage of the event. All of our trainers here are so well versed in these matchups and the mind games that go alongside it. It's so difficult to dig deep at this late
He hasn't
stage
even
of the tournament,
changed
but
his
Montana looks like
Pokemon
they
at
are
all.
just a few turns away from potentially
No, I guess
taking it
not.
all here. If the
Wow.
or the Zamazenta on Mashal's side of the field go for one of their terrors, then
Let's go,
Montana's not going to
Montana.
be doing as much damage, but it does mean that the other one is going to be weak to the body press that Montana Zamazenta
Anna
has
Montana?
been locked into. And with a guaranteed chance
Montana, Montana
Mott.
Mott.
And or Montana's is knocked out. Those body presses
Not someone cosplaying as Han Montana and coming to the EGC tournament.
He gets the best of both worlds.
Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadowrider. Is that the best of both worlds?
Here, that bark of victory, will it be a bark of glory? The icy wind, dropping the speeds of both, dropping the HP bars of both a little bit, crucially connecting, not always going to happen here. Super
this is
effective
good.
on the
This is
Zamazenta,
good play right
chipping
here.
away. Montana
He's going
Zamazenta
next.
going for that body press, taking so much better.
Damn, he
Now Ice
squished
Spinner,
him
super
right there.
effective. Michelle once more with the hands clasped. Zamazenta, though, is going to be hanging on. No critical hit. The body press.
Oh,
enough
another
for the
squeeze.
one-hit KO, of course, onto the Chien Pao that is so weak to those fighting moves.
It makes so much sense for Montana to target down the Zamazenta with that body press as well, because you don't know whether or not you're going to actually land a body press on the Chien Pao, so better to play it a little bit safer, but also to get that icy wind off. If the Zamazenta does in fact go for a wide guard to block an icy wind, then it's not going for a body press and your Chien Pao stays on the field. You can start targeting things down. Now, after the icy wind, the Zamazenta with its defense boost is easily going to be able to pick up a knockout onto Chien Pao on Mashal's side of the field, and only a critical hit Sucker Punch, I think, would be enough to make this, or even the Ice Shard there.
Not going to happen, just going all in on that immediate KO, the Ice Shard, and Montana Zamazenta hanging on. That might have been the last chance saloon for Michelle there. The double super effective body press into Chien Pao. It's down. It's now just this Zamazenta that could be returning to Galar. The Behemoth Bash, steel type damage, a critical hit to boot, but it looks like Montana just has the resources necessary to secure the game. Michelle puts their controller down.
Let's go, Montana. Let's go, Montana. Let's go.
He brought it back.
Yeah.
And what a way to do it against one of the best players that we have in the game. Congratulations to Montana Mott, stamping their ticket into top 4 here at the World Championships. And look at the support that they're getting as well. Make some noise out there, trainers, for Montana Mott!
Their first day 2
like
of the World
him.
Championships and now in top 4. My goodness gracious. Everything is coming up Montana here at the 2025 Anaheim Pokemon World Championships, but it's wonderful to see Michelle just taking it in their stride, so gracious in defeat, and Michelle can content themselves with knowing that they went from top 2 at the World Championships to top 4 to top 8, 3 years in a row, top cutting the World Championships. That is something that most trainers only dream of.
Yeah, so arguably going the wrong way
There
but,
are an
I think
overwhelming
Michelle's
number of
gonna be pretty
animated
happy
Pokemon
to
holding
have
guns
that
on
finish.
Etsy.
He's
Oh
a trainer
my.
that really does want to go all
Well, we don't want
the way,
those.
but I think ultimately it does come down to the calls that you make
don't want
along
those.
the way, and I think Montana did such a great job in that game.
They're ready for
3.
war.
I'm just reading the situation.
Not
reading the
here.
mirror match, and this is what it all comes down to, because
Not on our
a lot of
channel.
that game actually didn't matter whether or
Somebody's
not
channel might appreciate that.
their Zamazentas
That's
were
not
on the
our
field and
channel.
opposing each other with a
Excuse me.
I feel like
and et cetera.
Kieran
It
would
really
love
came
a
down in that
Cinccino
game
with a
3
gun, though.
to a speed tie. What it came down to is
Kieran would.
playing
If
that
you
sort
find a
of
Cinccino with a
circular
gun,
game where, well, if they leave Calyrex and Chien
that
Pao,
one
they don't wanna leave Zamazenta
we will
in the
accept.
but if they
But
want to-
anything else,
and you
no.
know where I'm going with this, Charlie.
He's gonna, he's gonna say, a Mother Russia.
Started, but Montana making their
No.
lead in game 3 is just a testament to why they are
not the
one of our
Russian
trainers
Cinccino.
that could take it all the way.
Absolute scenes
Wait,
here at the
what's
World
in the
Championships.
chat?
Our
What's in
LA
the chat?
regional champion and someone who
Oh
has
my
championed
God.
Calyrex Shadow Rider
Oreo.
ever since Regulation
Oreo.
CQ when we had a single
Minccino,
classic
yes.
format, pairing it with Zamazenta that has worked so well for it throughout Regulation Set I. Going into a Pokemon battle where you have 5 of the same 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, it's hard.
especially under the lights, under that pressure of being on the World
Championship
balls. Stage, and the masses gathered out
balls.
there to watch as well. But
sure?
Montana and Michelle both seemed like it was just water
I have
off a side
great balls.
there.
I need
They were
to
just locked in, playing the game as well as they possibly could. And
type fast.
whichever way our top cut shakes out, we will have a new world champion, of course, and there are new chapters, new storylines being
I don't have.
all the time here.
Especially seeing those training having so much fun up there.
Exactly.
It's there. Yeah, exchanging pleasantries and
still haven't
rude. You don't have that ball.
Well-regarded player of the
Ultra
community as
ball.
Michelle Kelsch, and it's always so
No!
hard to not only see
Ultra.
do well at this level of competition, but
I'd rather-
also, see
I'd rather
people
have
that are
the
behind
master
the
balls.
scenes. You know, if you can smile at each other.
I don't think
while
you.
you're
I
at
don't
the
know.
game
I've never
table,
seen
where we
anyone
always
have a
say
master
that,
ball in the Pokemon
they're all
community game.
rivals when you sit
Did I
down
get- did I
in front of
make
each other
it?
to play and friends outside, but actually,
I
you
think
know
so.
what? They can be friends inside the match as well.
I did.
It's just
Got it.
so heartwarming to see.
You
God.
were by this wonderful game that we
Not
played
attack
as well.
Pokemon community game.
There we go. NA has taken down EU
Thank
for this
you,
top 8 match
Katie.
at least, but we'll have to see how the rest of the bracket has been shaping up. We'll have to see which region will be claiming the World Championships this year at least. Well then, Ben, I want to hear what our winners got. So let's throw it down to the stage with Montana.
That's what a good wife does.
Hi, everybody. My name
Attack
is
the
Gabby
Pokemon
Snyder,
community
and I'm here
game.
with your first top 4
Exactly.
competitor,
It was rude to
Montana
me.
Mott.
Clearly.
Let's hear a round of applause for Montana.
Yay, Montana!
Montana, I know I've had the pleasure of knowing you for a long
Let's
time.
go,
but this
Hannah
is really
Montana.
a breakout performance for you. So why
No,
don't you tell us a little bit about
Dad,
your history
Mott.
with the competitive Pokemon circuit?
Yeah, so this is definitely my biggest finish.
I
so
did it for
far.
me, but I
Yeah,
mean,
you're from Monroe,
won,
Alfred.
LA
Hannah
Regionals.
Montana.
That was the prior season, and then I got top 8 at the Portland Regional with a very similar team to what I'm using right now.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was a
Sorry,
good team
Katie.
choice, so I'm just happy to finally have a good performance on
She said, I
the
did it for
global
me.
stage, rather than just American events.
Whatever.
For sure, but I mean, you mentioned it's a very similar team, but you also really struggled to find the perfect partners for the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta, you know, at the North American International Championships and presumably coming into Worlds.
Damn,
How
he's
did you
sweating?
land on
Why
the
am I
6 that you
tripping?
locked for this tournament?
Yeah, so I
I
tried
mean-
Might be sweating.
Shadow Rider team
Yeah.
like ever.
He's
They're in
made it to
California.
top 4 of the
I've
World
probably tried it.
Championship. They're in
The
California.
fairy one, the setup
He's
Terraform
probably
one,
sweaty.
all kinds. I think I had decided that the sash.
I'm sure if I were there,
was
it would just be
kind
like,
of
well, your
a bit
entire
stronger. I
outfit
thought
is
it was a bit
wet. I'm
harder
like,
to
yes,
counter than
you are
maybe the
correct.
Terra Dark Light Orb set, which
I
is
thought
It'd
I was
way
it would be the worst
better.
interview you could think
So
of
I was
for
like,
somebody.
Sash,
It's like, you
I
seem
couldn't
to be a
quite
little
find
wet all
find
over.
the
It's like,
right,
yes,
partners for it.
yes, I am.
And luckily, my
It's just
friend,
blank
Jorge
stare.
Sanvito was,
What are your
You know what's
questions?
crazy
the
though?
Sash
You
Knight
think
and
we'd
Chase
like
Howe,
be better in that kind of heat though, because
tried
like
them.
on
I
the
tried
East
them a
Coast,
little
it's
bit,
just so humid here.
a few weeks
You walk
prior to that, so
outside, it's like
like
breathing
trying
soup.
everything,
Like,
seeing what works, and that version was working well for me. So I
Those
said,
moist
hey, let's
pockets,
send it.
man.
Well, you certainly sent it all the way to
Those
top
moist
4. Now,
pockets.
this is day 2 of the competition.
That's what they feel like.
Obviously,
It's
you
just like
played
a
day 1
pocket
the
of
competition.
moisture
Why don't you walk
that's
us through
hot.
it? How was that going for you?
yeah.
So like,
But
Yeah,
isn't
I'm kind of
like
shocked.
isn't
Yeah,
like
to be
sweat a
honest, I was
good
just
thing
happy
though?
to improve on my
Well, it means you're
last year's goals, which
hydrated.
was, much,
For
much
sure.
worse, so I just
yeah.
kept playing
If it's hot
Pokemon
and you're
and
not
was like, hey,
sweating,
it's
there's
next
nothing for
match,
you to
know,
sweat.
I'd be happy if it
Yeah.
ended here, but I just keep on
You
winning,
probably should go to the
so
doctor.
it's going great.
Mhm.
Was that your
Drink some
mindset when you
water.
were matched up against Mikael Kelsch and you went into
Because
the
I know
first
like
team preview?
once you sweat that you
Yeah, I
burn
Oh, you
was-
got
also.
this
the
is a
you got the
very
dittos
volatile
working.
matchup. I might lose this, but I'm going to play my best.
Good
and
question
I'm
mark.
happy no matter the outcome. Just very chill, and I think that helped me stay calm when making some of
But
those
yeah,
very
like once you
important
sweat, like you
reads,
also burning
in the
calories.
matchup.
I mean, yeah, there was a huge
Yeah.
lead in that game 3. I mean, it felt like you just were constantly one step ahead, one step ahead. How are you thinking about that match at that point?
But that's
in
why I
time?
know like
Yeah,
because
it's
I
a
used to
lot
play
of, like,
soccer man. I was sweating,
just,
man.
like,
I used to
mental
burn a lot of
mind games
calories.
and being in each other's
Mm.
head.
Oh,
Prior
for
to
sure.
that, I had
Even
played
though I'm
around
skinny,
the,
like a
um,
toothpick.
Sorry, I had not sucker
Like a
punched in a
toothpick.
position where I could in a
Yeah.
power game. So, and I played around some other things, you know, kind of ignoring the Shadow Rider. So I thought, well, now's the time to. I think he's gonna call it out and go for an Astral or a Psychic. You know, it's Worlds. You might as well make the read. Go with your guts. and it worked out. So
toothpick and a chimichanga.
Yeah, as soon as he broke out the Shazama, which was like okay, and then as soon as I saw the Sucker Punch go off, I was like, oh yeah, this is looking very good for me.
The toothpick chimichanga.
Making top 4. Do you have any shout outs to anybody watching the stream or anybody at home?
Yeah, so many shout outs. I have so many friends who are supportive. First of all, shout out to Zach. Thank you for everything. Specifically, he really helped me figure out.
Have you seen that one guy that he's on TikTok? Like he's bald, but he cleans the shoes with something, and he says, "I saved I saved myself $150."
Who had helped me come up with a lot of plans for things.
No, I haven't seen that.
No, I don't think so. That does not sound familiar.
A lot of people make. Well, he's kind of funny, but the way how he say it just makes it funny.
And then there are all kinds of friends who just gave, not advice, not specific to the team, but who I practice with. And there's so many. I'm so grateful to everyone. Thank you so much for all the, practice sets and advice and just talking about the game of Pokemon and just being great friends. So thank you to everyone.
Well, Montana, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again for making top 4. Let's hear it once again for Montana, everybody.
Go Montana.
All right, well, I have a surprise for y'all. We have with another top 4 competitor all ready to go.
She's like,
I don't want to spoil the audience
like,
again. Why don't you show us
the guy in the purple says like, I want to leave now. I'm sweating too much.
Thank you so much, Gabby. We're in the business of celebrating the trainers who have made a fantastic
Looking back in the comments, I guess Katie did do that for herself because she tried to catch it and didn't.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely surreal experience. The support I've received both
But I did.
within the United States and internationally has been like truly unbelievable. The amount of people that have recognized me and have supported me consistently.
Oricorio is that
from before until now.
Bird dragon looking thing, right?
No, it's
you
just
said
bird.
There's no words to really put to it.
I said what I said.
I was just asking. I wasn't sure if that's what you heard.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's that devil bird. Because here's the thing. It has the ability dancer, so if you do any dancing moves in front of it, yeah, that devil bird, yeah.
I had struggled to make it onto a stream match until this
Are you saying
I'll
devil
never forget
or devil?
March.
Devil.
Devil. Okay.
Milwaukee and Portland.
I'll never forget the time Luna
multiple top 8s up to this point.
took out my Dragonite with an Oricorio. Because I did Dragon Dance, so Oricorio did Dragon Dance.
Right? And so
and then something else.
But now I get a trophy, which is just absolutely insane.
And then
Being able to earn a trophy at the World Championships for a medal, I feel like that's a trade-off definitely worth it any day of the week. And I want to talk about that top 8 match.
Oh my.
We had gotten to see you up against Malfarada earlier on, and maybe not a great
works.
result for you. Your only loss throughout the tournament, but you had to reface
Booty.
Yeah, so Mao is an incredibly strong player who, of course, made it to the top 4 of the
Did they ever approve the chimichangas? Yeah.
And of course, you collaborated with him on that team. And so, losing on stream to him, I felt like I wasn't necessarily, I didn't necessarily take it personal as like I wasn't as good enough as I could have been to actually win.
Is that Bree?
It was incredibly close, and there were a couple of calls that
Is that Bree?
And I figured that if
In the
I
pictures?
go into this with a fresh head,
Oh, in the in the Sizzler? Yeah.
That's anything can happen, and as long as you believe in yourself, and I.
No, that's Ariana.
That's our new.
I mean, you're able to push through. You're now
That's
top 4,
some
and
of
I
our
have to
new
know what's
subscriber-only
going through your mind now. You're 1 match
emotes.
away from on Championship Sunday.
He said no. That's Sizzler.
Is everything and nothing acceptable at the same time? Because that's exactly what it's like. Everyone here has been incredibly supportive of me. Whether it's an opponent I played, or friends of mine, or family back home, or friends that traveled out here with me, all of the above. Players I've never met before that I've had the pleasure to meet this weekend. The experience has truly been like nothing else. Of course, with like Worlds in 2023 was my first. I went 2-3, and then Worlds last year I went from 1-2 to 6-2. But I flamed out in day 2 to go 6-5. And so this entire season has felt like a redemption story for me in a sense, where I've been able to finally like prove it to myself what I've known all along is that I've been putting the work in consistently, and I'm finally able to show it for everyone.
And I'm so excited to be able to see that match coming up shortly. But last but not least, before we get to see you on that big stage, is there anyone you want to shout out or any final words from yourself?
Shout out to my family who has always supported me. They're a big reason I'm here, and to this day, since they took me to my first regional in 2018 in the senior division, who knew this would happen, right?
Oh my God.
So major thanks to them. I want to get that out of the way first. All of my
doing senior division in 2018.
Who have been with me the entire way.
How do I make it as RC?
Watching me throughout the weekend.
So you're gonna have to look for the panel that's about the Pokemon community game.
Cool. Like completely having faith in me that I was gonna.
It looks like a picture that has CC on it.
Playing through day 2, so
if you're on your phone,
to have other
yes.
people kind of put that trust in you, and for you to repay them in that way is just it's amazing. It feels incredible. Yeah.
It's been a trust well-deserved. You've been playing phenomenally. Best of luck in top 4. It has been an amazing competition so far. The competition is only heating up, and we're going to be back soon with more.
Chip Ritchie here at Worlds 2025, and behind me we've got a Pokemon TCG pocket area. This has been a fun place for people
5
to
minutes.
hang out. I've
Okay.
seen people out here
We are gonna take
battling,
a very short
really just
break.
enjoying the Pokemon trading card game
Probably the
pocket.
last break because I
There is
think
a
they're gonna
special
play.
tournament happening
If
this
it's
weekend
been
as
like in
well.
the past, I
Let's
think
talk
they're
to some
gonna
of the people out
do
here and
both
see if
of
they're
the top
competing and
4
what they're planning to be
matches,
using.
and they'll probably
Here
come
with
right
Calvin,
after
who has
another,
told me that he
and
is
then
planning to
the
win
stream will
the
be
Pokemon
over
Invitational
because
tournament
they're
tomorrow. Is
doing
that
the
the plan?
finals
That's the
tomorrow
plan.
for
That's the
Championship
plan. We'll see
Sunday.
how it goes,
So
but I'll be
we're
here
gonna
at 10
take a
a.m. ready to
very
go.
short break,
Love to hear it.
and
Love
we'll
the
be
enthusiasm
right
as well.
back.
Talk to us about kind of the